When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Well, back to today.
Thank you.
How are you assessing this, well, effectively kind of the first full day, isn't it?
Yeah. It was quite a tricky wicket yesterday. There's obviously a bit more grass on it than the last game, so there was a bit more in it, and then batting first under probably cloudy conditions. We haven't had the best of conditions, but felt like 265 is probably around par. They came out and scored quite quickly there at the end, but I thought we dragged it back in the last sort of 45 minutes and bowled a lot better. So, it still feels like there's enough in the wicket. Just got to put the ball in the right spot for long enough.
How tricky was it yesterday, in particular, that morning session?
Yeah, it looked hard, especially opening the batting. That didn't look fun at all. So, it was tricky, but that's sort of what you expect sometimes. Yeah. Especially in England when the conditions are like that. So, it wasn't an impossible wicket to bat on. There was obviously a bit more in it than what there has been, but there was still, if you could apply yourself for long enough, there was chances to score.
Do you kind of relish that yesterday morning and again today, having to obviously apply yourself, all your skill, to try and get through those difficult periods? Do you quite,
Yeah.
do you, in a way, quite enjoy it, or not?
Oh yeah, I'm not sure enjoy is the right word,
No,
but
fair enough.
yeah, I think having opened the batting for a long time, probably you're used to having to bat in all different types of conditions. So it wasn't anything unusual. And like I said, the wicket felt like it wasn't like a minefield. It's like the odd ball did a bit, but more often than not, it came on okay. So it was sort of just about applying your game plan and sticking out there for long enough. I think credit to them, they bowled pretty well. Probably had some sort of like slightly more defensive fields that didn't let the board tick as much. So maybe in previous games we would have scored a few more runs, but with their field set, it sort of stopped the runs flowing as much. So, but yeah, like I said, I thought they bowled quite well.
So you reckon about 260 was about par then?
Yeah, it felt like it. I think today the wicket obviously had 2 heavy rollers on it, so that plays quite a big part in English conditions. So. Yeah, that sort of it felt like about par. Then I think for a little bit there we felt like we're about 300 short. But but yeah, like I said, I think if we can bowl well tomorrow, control the board a bit more, I think Tommy Hartley looked really good at the end then. So plug him in from one end and have the big boys go from this end. I think we should be all right.
Did pull it back well towards the end, didn't you? I think?
Yeah, we did. So that's all right. You know, like I think that would be Saki's first game in a little while, and JT and Ando's still. I know what I was like. It took me nearly 2 weeks to get over my jet lag, so I'm not sure how he's going, but yeah, I think we'll be all right. It's just it wasn't an ideal start. Like I said, we dragged it back nicely at the end then.
Last week was a real rearguard action, wasn't it, to make sure you saved the game and didn't lose it last week. At this stage, with 2 days left, how are you kind of projecting further forward in terms of trying to get into position to try and win this fixture, do you think?
Yeah, well, we've got to take 10 wickets for starters, so tomorrow will be important. I think anytime you bat first, you're always sort of in the game as it goes, so like they're still 150 behind, so you're not sure how. You'd hope that takes at least half the day for them to get even close to us, so hopefully we can do some damage before that. I don't think this pitch will have the challenge of the spin of what it had last game with Calvin Harrison. Obviously we've got a lot of left-handers, so it sort of played into his favour a little bit, but I think if we can have a good day tomorrow and then see how it unfolds from there, hopefully we can shoot him out the other foot and we're attacking on the last day trying to win. I think there's some weather about, but there seems to be always weather about, so you just rock up on the day and see what's there.
And for you personally, just as a broader conversation, I mean, you must be thrilled with how you've started the season, Marcus. You kind of hit the ground running.
Yeah, I'm happy with how it's gone. You always feel like you've got a few more in you, but playing the new role of batting at 4 after opening my whole life's actually been really good. It sort of gives you a little bit more energy. Just a bit excited about playing a new role, and yeah, I've enjoyed it. I've been lucky to bat behind the boys at the top that have I haven't had to be in really early. Even yesterday I was still 40 minutes before I had to come in, so I've probably benefited from that a little bit. But yeah, like I just want to continue on my good form and hopefully contribute towards a win at some stage.
Cool, thank you.
No worries.
Cheers.
(1864). We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever.
'Cause it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, Events, you can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the Red Rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rolls together.
Good morning and a very warm welcome, day 3 of this Rothesay County Championship fixture from Emirates Old Trafford. Our listeners across the BBC Sport website and app, and viewers on Lancs TV are seeing a lovely sight. Blue sky and sunshine. It is the best start to this game so far. We've had a delayed start yesterday, and we had pretty cloudy conditions on the first day, but it looks beautiful today. It looks, Richard Ray, from BBC Radio Leicester, like a batting day.
It does. You have to admit, from Leicestershire's point of view, that the visitors have had the best of the conditions, and it was, as it turned out, a pretty good toss to win. Can they make the most of it, though? It could be interesting, but if they can get, well, what will they be targeting from here? 120 for 1, so that they're almost sort of halfway towards reaching Lancashire's first innings. They'll be thinking in terms of getting over 400, I think, basically. You know, ideally, maximum batting bonus points. The forecast for tomorrow, sadly, is not going to be like it is today, or so the weather people suggest. So I don't think that will be in their minds, I'm afraid. I don't think they'll if they get the chance, I can't see them pulling out today, for example, and having half an hour bowling tonight.
No, especially if the forecast is a little dicey for tomorrow, so maybe a day for trying to accumulate some batting bonus points.
It feels a bit that way, but I suspect Tom Hartley, for one, will have something to say about that.
Yeah. Yeah, so expecting Lancashire's bowlers to come roaring back today. That will be the plan. The schedule for today is 104 overs, so we're still making up for time lost on the first day. So 104 overs, with lunch at 1:10 and tea is at 4 o'clock. So yeah, plenty of cricket to go today.
Heavy roller going up and down the pitch again. Leicestershire batsmen will enjoy that sight. From a neutral point of view, not let alone the bowling side's point of view, I don't like it. I don't know what you feel, but I really don't like the heavy roller being used, you know, twice by each side during a game.
Well, certainly Riyad Ahmed, who's just limbering up on the other side of the boundary rope, will be, I'm sure, pleased to see it. They started like a train yesterday. Leicestershire coming out of the blocks firing. Lancashire making 263 in their first innings, and then Leicestershire rattled their way up towards a century partnership for the first wicket. So it was a terrific opening spell with Saul Budinger and Riyad Ahmed putting on 102 for the first wicket. Ahmed's still there. He's 61 not out. He was great fun to watch last night. He played some interesting shots.
Yeah, again, from a neutral point of view, you sort of hope he hangs around a little bit, because, as you say, he's a lot of there's a lot of entertainment value in the way he plays as well. A real flourish and almost unique style. I haven't ever seen anyone else really play that way, with the sort of back foot going off the ground. And and they may in the end, Lancashire attacking with the short ball, for example, he will take it on, and sometimes it's the best way to get him out, but you might go for a few beforehand. So it could be a really fun morning here. What a day to be watching cricket as well.
Yeah, it's a lovely Sunday morning.
Yeah, happy Easter.
Indeed.
Yeah, to you all. Those who are celebrating it.
Is there any Easter eggs around?
No, no. I thought they'd be all over the place. Very disappointed. Better for our waistlines.
Absolutely right. Yeah, absolutely right. The umpires are heading out. The ground staff have had the heavy roller on. It needed a bit of help coming off the heavy roller, didn't it? It was being towed off.
Was it? Was it? It was just they had engine problems.
Could be. So the umpires heading out. It was a long day for the two umpires yesterday. It's 7:20 finish, wasn't it?
And it was freezing. I don't know. We did the Leicestershire interview on the balcony, and I couldn't believe how cold it was actually out there. It really was very chilly. But Ian Blackwell and Naeem Ashraf, hopefully today, although they're well wrapped up, you've got to say, they look very well wrapped up. There's definitely got a few layers under there, umpire Ashraf. Either that or he's had a few of his Easter eggs. Hopefully they'll be a lot warmer.
Well, they've come out today without their gloves, so that's a good sign, isn't it? They were both wearing black gloves yesterday.
They're kind of ready to go, but the heavy roller's still going up and down the pitch, and nobody's hurrying very much. And the clock is sort of 10:59. It's going to tick on to 11. Strictly speaking, we should all be ready to get underway, shouldn't we?
Well, there's one roller that was being towed off a few moments ago, but
that may be the issue. Then maybe it's the replacement roller had to be used instead. It's having to be used instead.
So the stumps have been taken out there. The umpires are keeping a close eye on the heavy roller. The Lancashire players, are starting to slowly filter out. It's a very Sunday morning feel to this.
It does, doesn't it? Everybody's sort of meandering and wondering, and hands in pockets.
It is.
Nobody looks over keen to get matters underway.
It's like it's just going to stroll out with a newspaper and maybe have a little bit of a read what's going on around the world and have a cup of coffee and just gradually start the day. That's what it feels like. Two batters are heading out. Ahmed was brilliant fun, and Ian Holland played a slightly more conservative approach yesterday. But a good partnership to get Leicestershire to the close of play. We will, as ever, keep you across what's happening elsewhere in the county championship, and games across Division 1 and Division 2. Looks like we've got a couple of revised times in the game between Sussex and Surrey. It's like a bit of a delay there, 11:15 I think was the start time there, and there's games taking place in Division 2 as well. So we'll keep right across all those games through the course of today. Just looks like that one delayed start, which is on the south coast, Sussex against Surrey in Division 1, but everybody else is up and running. We've just a little bit of a delay here while we're heavy roller's gone through its allotted time slot, and it'll make its way off, and we'll slowly get ourselves ready to get this third day underway. Ahmed mentioned his kind of flamboyant style yesterday, but also I thought in defence he was terrific. I mean, he looks like he's got all the shots, but also the great kind of defensive technique as well.
Yeah, and underlying that flamboyance, as you say, is basic solidity, and he looks pretty determined. He's had his bat in his hand since, I don't know, something like 10 o'clock one way or another. He's practicing little reverse sweeps on the outfield and all sorts of things, and he's been in the nets, and he clearly wants to go long, as they say. Well, it's 11:02, and it looks like we're going to have some cricket.
Yeah, a very gentle start to the day. Everyone just slowly getting themselves ready. It's going to be Tom Hartley by the looks of things, isn't it, from the James Anderson end. The score, so 120 for 1. The deficit is just 143 runs. It's a blistering start with the bat by Leicestershire, and they've already made huge inroads into that Lancashire first innings score. Marcus Harris last night said at one stage he feared they were about 300 short, but they managed to drag it back, and also suggested that maybe Hartley could have a big role to play through the course of today.
You feel so? If Ahmed gets hold of him, it could be bad news for Lancashire. Hartley in sunglasses is in, bowls to Ahmed, who sort of swats at the ball rather sort of flat-footed, and works it out to Jones at extra cover. And there's no run. There is a very fine leg slip and a slip either side of the wicket-keeper. As Hartley steps in and bowls, Ahmed is forward, playing the ball back up the pitch to the tall left-arm spinner, and holds the pose, or at least stays down on his right knee for a while. Josh Bohannon's at leg slip, and of course Keaton Jennings at a conventional slip. In goes Hartley and bowls, and off the mark for the day is Ahmed. Just goes back and punches it carefully out to the sweeper on the offside and takes his single. Both Bohannon and Jennings, you have to mark them down as missing chances yesterday. Bohannon 3 grabs at not an expensive miss, because I think Budinger only added another couple of runs before he was out, but he was missed at short leg. In goes Hartley and bowls, and Holland strokes it back down the pitch to him. But Jennings' drop of Budinger before he'd scored, that was more expensive, because he went on to score 41 before.
Yeah, 31 when Bohannon juggled it.
In goes Hartley, forward, just leaning forward goes Holland. His sort of batting is as solid and unfussy as his bowling almost, really. Doesn't try and do anything ridiculous. Hartley steps in and bowls, back played in the air through point, but there isn't a point, just a very backward point. Sweeper runs round the ropes down towards the deep backward point boundary, and Holland picks up a couple. He just popped a bit, I'm not quite sure, but he didn't keep it down, Holland, but it was well wide of the fielder. There was no danger. Just get the feel that Lancashire going about their work like a side that anticipating it could be quite a longish day.
Yes.
23 for one.
Yeah, kind of gradually just warming up into the day type of start. And we'll be quite busy around here a little bit later on, with Manchester United are at home. It's a 2 o'clock kickoff. Just over the other side of the pavilion.
We have a Manchester United supporter, don't we, amongst us today?
We do, yep, yep. Callum Flynn's with us today. Callum, I'm sure he was celebrating on Thursday night.
Well, he's going to have to take a little bit of stick. Those of us from the other side of the Pennines who've watched Man United dominate football for so long have thoroughly enjoyed the last few years. Believe me, it's very, very funny.
I think most neutrals have, haven't they, really?
Absolutely. Yeah. You may take a little bit of gentle joshing today.
It'll be Sakib Mahmood to get us underway from the Brian Statham end, with Ahmed on strike. 123 for one. Here is Mahmood, then 2 slips and a gully in place. And then bowls, and driven by Ahmed to mid off, and there's no run. If you're with us via the BBC Sport website and app, or you're listening and watching on Lancs TV, and we're pondering maybe a Sunday trip down to Emirates Old Trafford after tea, just to let you know that with that game taking place, there'll be no free entry into the ground after tea today.
Groundsman comes on with a bowler's marker, which he frisbees rather effectively to Sakib.
There's a fine leg, there's a deep square, deep point as well. Bright blue sunshine as it's in the ball. That's a lovely shot by Ahmed. He's timed that just off the front foot. Goodness me, it's raced away through cover for 4. It's kind of leant into it, punched it away through the covers. Beautiful timing. 127 for one. Hits a lovely ball, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Talented cricketer.
Moves to 66. This is the second game that he's opened the batting there for Leicestershire this season. Didn't open in the first match, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
As I say, it's usually, well, they've been opening with Holland and Budinger. Usually is the wrong word.
Mahmood over the wicket, driven back down the ground. He just ricocheted off the stumps at the non-strikers end. The ball deflects out towards Bohannon at mid-off. It's no run. Bit of repair work needed to be done here. There we go. Just pop the stumps back in.
Rishi Patel picked up an injury, as I mentioned, in the third over of the game, the first game of the season, when he was fielding at slip at Glamorgan. He too a very attacking opener. Obviously he would normally be at the top of the order.
Mahmood striding in balls to Ahmed, who is in behind the delivery with a full face of the bat. Defends it up towards Anderson Phillip, who comes across from mid-on. And there's no run.
You saw Patel make a big century in, was it the One Day Cup here? About 3 or 4 years ago. Maybe even less, actually.
Could be, yeah. There's Mahmood again. With Ahmed waiting. It's pushed away to the offside. No run.
Lovely to see people in shirt sleeves at Old Trafford, in front of the pavilion, in front of the hotel. The older of the hotels, that is.
August 2023 was that century. Career best,
just 2 years.
161.
The year that Leicestershire broke their long-standing trophy duck.
27 for 1. Final ball of Mahmood's first over of the day. The back foot by Ahmed defended into the offside. And there is no run, so 127 for 1. Ahmed on 66, Holland on 8. 4 off the over. It was that lovely 4 through extra cover. It's punched away by Riyad Ahmed to take him to 66. Yeah, so 2023, then One Day Cup century for Rishi Patel here for Leicestershire against Lancashire in the One Day Cup. And Leicestershire, with that win here, surged to the top of Group A on that occasion. And went on to lift the trophy then.
Hartley is in and bowls, and Holland just leans forward, pushes it down the pitch on the onside. Bohannon has gone to a conventional short leg, very square for Holland, as opposed to leg slip for Ahmed, who likes a little reverse sweep, paddle sweep. In goes Hartley, bowls, might just have straightened a fraction. And Holland looking to sort of stroke it back up the pitch in defence, thick outside edged it towards backward point. No run.
It's a lovely picture on the live text feed on the BBC website of the heavy roller being dragged off, being towed off.
In goes Hartley, bowls, and beats Holland with a ball that did, I think, straighten. Now Hurst took the bails off, his back foot was anchored, and so no chance of a dismissal, but that might just have straightened a touch. Oh, it did.
Oh, it did, yeah.
It did, more than a touch. So, hope springs eternal for Hartley and for Lancashire. There's something there for him. And Bohannon goes from short leg to second slip. Holland steps back and just to make sure he's aware of the fielding positions as Hartley goes in and bowls to him. Oh, he's a bit late on that. He went back, tried to play it off the pitch, a thick inside edge. And it squeezes down towards sort of wide long leg, almost deep backward square, and one is taken, but Hartley already causing problems, certainly for Holland. Interesting to see how Ahmed tries to play him now. Hartley bowls, Ahmed is forward, a big stride for the relatively short man. Got more or less to the pitch of it, pushed it back up the pitch towards Tom Hartley, blows on his left hand. Tall, slim man, fairish hair, as I say, very high forehead, cerebral looking, sunglasses on as well. Steps in and bowls. Ahmed is comfortable on the front foot with that one, working it firmly up the pitch. Back to Hartley, but as I say, encouragement in that over for Hartley. 8 overs, none for 13. Leicestershire will be keen for not just to let him bowl, you know, not to let him bowl a really long spell. I mean, from Lancashire and Jennings' point of view, they'd love him just to get into a rhythm and nag away all morning, really. But if Leicestershire can force him out of the attack, get overs into the legs of the seamers, they'll be pretty confident of building a big score. Those pads that Bahanan are, they are under his whites, aren't they? But are they? They look very prominent, don't they? The short leg pads.
He had a few issues with those last week, trying to get those pads on. Well, the issue was actually trying to get his trousers over the pads.
Yeah, they look.
Bumble quite enjoyed watching him trying to do that. It was a bit of a faff. On 28 for 1. Mahmood to Holland. It's cut. It's 4. Down towards deep backward point. Lovely leg cut by Holland. Slicing the ball away for 4.
Would have been no problem in Bumble's day, would it? Those flares they used to wear in the 70s. Got no issues. Wear what you want under those.
132 for 1.
I was told the other day they might be coming back, flares, but I don't think they know. I said no, never.
You got a pair in the wardrobe just in case they do come back.
I remember one's parents forcing one to wear them. Shocking things.
Mahmood to Holland. Defence. Ball bouncing out towards the offside. Up comes Tom Hartley from cover to field, and there is no run.
Not much margin for error for Saqib. Pitch looks pretty good now, doesn't it? And it's changed colour a little bit. The green tinge from the first day, the sort of extra little bit of grass that was left on. Not immediately obvious now as you look at it.
No, it's a slightly more familiar looking colour for pitches here. Mahmood over the wicket. Ooh. Beats Holland. Or nips through into the gloves of Hurst. You like that, did Matty Hurst? I'm sure that Holland did. He comes moving down the pitch for a little look. 32 for 1. I thought he bowled well yesterday. Mahmood, it's his first game of the season. I think he played 2 first-class games last year. I think this is just his 6th first-class match in 2.5 years.
So you would imagine the physios or the S&C have said just 5 overs at a time or whatever, or 15 overs during the day. Or
into Holland, who defends. And slowly it rolls up to Anderson Phillip, who's at mid-on, and there's no run.
Talk about red zones these days, don't they? So, well, our lot do sometimes, you know, and getting into the, as in red, as in danger zone in terms of stress on the body, etc. Do you know what his injuries were?
Yeah, he's had 2 stress fractures.
Stress fractures in
of his back.
Back.
Yeah. And they came kind of one. He got recovered from the first, and then the second one happened, kind of a few months later. Run down towards backward point for no run. So he made his Test debut about 3 years ago, thereabouts. Just a little bit over than that now. And then since then, he's had 2 stress fractures of his back. He was fit last season, but he just felt like, he was saying to me in pre-season that he just felt like he wasn't. I don't think he trusted it or didn't feel like he was just right there to fully kind of commit to playing kind of 4-day game after 4-day game. The guy's had 2 stress fractures of his back. It takes some time to cover, but having had a summer and then a winter playing cricket, feels that he's in a much stronger place physically now. It's nudged away by Holland towards the leg side for no run. And it's the end of the over as well. So just like the first over from Mahmood, a boundary 4 in it, and then dot balls either side. 132 for 1. Trailed by 131 runs. Ahmed on 66 and Holland on 13.
So they're over the halfway point in terms of chasing the Lancashire score down, but they'll have rather bigger ambitions than that, I suspect. But Hartley definitely got one in particular to turn in his last over. Bohannon goes back to that leg slip position as Hartley is in to Ahmed, slog sweeps and gets hold of it. Down to the square leg boundary, 4-4. Hartley has his hands on his head. Am I being a bit unfair saying that's a slog sweep? But it looked a bit like he fetched it. It was a proper sweep, really. It was a bit wristy, wasn't it? And I'm not sure he was entirely at the pitch, but he played it effectively. And he moves into the 70s. He will do the unorthodox. And immediately, and I'm not sure this is right, there's one of the close catches goes out. Bohannon goes out from leg slip to, he's still moving, that's why I'm hesitating. He's sort of on the 45, about 20 yards from the bat on the leg side. Hartley is into Ahmed, who is forward, just working the ball wristily up towards Midon, and there's no run.
He has one first-class century, doesn't he, Riyad Ahmed?
Rahan?
Yeah.
Is it just the one? That was against Derby, I think it was, wasn't it? He had another one. In he goes. Hartley stroked by Ahmed a little loosely out towards Jones at extra cover. You may well be right.
Nine times he's got to 50.
Yes.
Top score of 122.
He's in, and he's got hold of that one, Ahmed, and lofted it high down towards long. Oh, and the fielder, I thought, was absolute favourite to cut that off and sort of overrun it slightly.
I think, yeah.
Not quite sure what happened there. Hit it very, very straight, Rahan Ahmed. There is the long off. He ran across. Is it Anderson down there?
It is, yeah, Anderson Phillip, yeah.
Not quite sure what happened there. He just seemed to run almost past it. Anyway, 4. In goes Hartley and Bowles. Ahmed pushes it out to Jones, but those 2 4s, I think, not necessarily part of a strategy as such, but Leicestershire, you know, Ahmed might be playing those anyway, but Leicestershire looking to put Hartley under a little bit of pressure. He goes in, Ahmed works it out into the offside, but Jones does well, falling to his left to make the stop. Even so, after the previous over, that one belonged to Rahan Ahmed. He moves on to 74, 140 for 1.
I think yeah, it's an interesting point as to how they try and tackle Tom Hartley, because Keaton Jennings would just like him to settle down into a nice little spell from that far end, bowl quite a lot, and then able just to keep his seamers rotator from the other end. Bowled a lot last week, did Tom Hartley, and bowled very nicely in the first innings. Pitch that wasn't really offering him a great deal in the first innings of that match. Got into a nice rhythm, put up 30 odd overs. But if Ahmed tries to have a little go here at Hartley, just force Jennings to make a few changes. Here's Mahmood, starts a fresh over. That's run down to third man by Holland. And 4 more runs. There's been a boundary for in Mahmood's first 2 overs, and the first ball of his third this morning, he'll run down to third man.
Yeah, we've made this point before as well, but the number of runs that come through third man for Leicestershire, I've explained how many came against Derbyshire in that innings, well over 100 through third man. You know, I bet that of the 144, at least 25 will have been down to third man, I'm sure. I don't know if there's any sort of pie charts or...
I can find out for you.
Can you?
Okay.
I'm impressed.
There's Mahmood. Right arm over the wicket, bowls. That's defended by Holland. And there is no run, so...
Wagon wheel.
22.
No, I wasn't far off there with 25, was I? But
yep.
It's a reasonably high percentage.
Because you've got 2 slips in the gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg. 144 for 1. Mahmood from the Statham end, with Holland on 17 in balls again defended. Across to point where Balderson comes up to field. And there's no addition to the score. Yeah, it was a third man in place for the, I think, pretty much the entire Lancashire innings from Leicestershire. They started, didn't they, with fine leg third man and kept those fielders in place. Lancashire got for a couple of catches, and the goalie, the back will point. Trying to strike in this morning session, but Holland and Ahmed, after a pretty steady start, at 25 minutes into the third day. Mahmood to Holland. Just taps it away into the offside where Hartley fields, and there's no run. There's no, we're not seeing any Luke Wells yet, but the encouraging signs this morning, and Wells is out there, and he was bowling actually this morning as well. So for the viewers and listeners who maybe not with us earlier on in the game yesterday, he took a horrible blow to his elbow and had to retire hurt. Came back out to bat a little later on. But didn't really take to the field too much yesterday. He's out there now, and he was bowling this morning. And here he is coming up from mid-wicket to field, and there is no run.
Morning to Bronte, who is listening to us on the Pembrokeshire coast today, and he says he's facing the typical supporter's dilemma about whether he should start listening, having not been within radio signal before, and thus risk hexing the Foxes, because they did pretty well when he was out of radio range, so he's not entirely sure whether he should be listening. But it's lovely on the Pembrokeshire coast, if the weather's like this.
It must be like this everywhere. I can't believe he's not. As Mahmood is in bowls, it's wide, carved away down to third man. Tumbling attempt to stop it by Balderson at backward point. But 4 more for Holland, and for Leicestershire 148 for 1, trailed by 115 runs now. Holland 21 and Ahmed on 74. So the over started with a 4 and finishes with a 4.
Well, there have been 4 4s in the last 2 overs. So what's the run rate now? 4.23. Anything over 4s is pretty good, isn't it? But Alex will want to get a little bit of control back on the scoreboard. Jennings adjusts his field. We've got Jones at sort of shortish extra, and there is a sort of covering extra cover not too far behind him as Hartley goes in and bowls a little bit short outside off stump. Ahmed goes back, chops it out to the sweeper on the offside in front of the new hotel. Are they both run by the same franchise?
They are.
They are. Okay, so well, I think we can say what they are, can't they? They're both Hilton hotels.
And they are connected. There's a little.
Oh, there's a little walkway.
Yep.
So, well, it makes sense, doesn't it? Really. Hartley in to Holland, who is thick inside edging one round the corner. Bohannon had gone back in too short leg. It runs down towards wideish long leg, who comes up to field. George Balderson, that is. And the single is taken and brings up the Leicestershire 150. From 212 balls, 150 for 1 off 35.2. Holland just quietly onto 22. Ahmed 75 on strike. Hartley is in, bowls to him. He leans forward, works it through the vacant mid-wicket area. Could be 2 there, you know. And they are going to turn for 2. And, well, that's a... shouldn't really be happening, you don't feel. But mid-on was sort of halfway back and had a long way to go. And deep backward square, ditto. Nobody at mid-wicket. And Ahmed could just work it to a conventional mid-wicket and take 2. Hartley is in again to him. Ahmed is forward, pushing it to the wider of the 2 sort of extra covers. Michael Jones, slightly shorter. It's an odd position. It's almost a sort of mid-off, isn't it? there for the lofted drive. Hartley is in, bowls, and he's not going to get across to that one as Ahmed drives it past him out towards Anderson Phillip. At widest long off and takes a single. Moves on to 78.
Yeah, quite positive. They've not been too many risks in this over, and they managed to keep the score ticking along pretty easily, haven't they? 5 off the over so far.
It's 21 off the last sort of, well, not quite 3 overs. Hartley bowls and Holland is forward, so 21 off 3 sevens is too fast, isn't it, from Jennings and Lancashire's point of view.
Oh. Did we mention this? You may have done, apologies. There's a 50 partnership there, isn't there?
I didn't, no. I mentioned the 150, but I didn't mention the 50 partnership, so apologies to the two back. It's not something at the top of the order they really get too excited about. Is it a 50 partnership, a 100 partnership? Yes.
51 off 91 deliveries.
So who are the Reds playing today?
Wolverhampton Wanderers.
They're pretty much safe now, aren't they? So it's a sort of bit of a...
It's a dead rubber.
Nothing game, really, isn't it?
Yeah, United with now to play for. They get in early, don't they? The merchandise sellers. I was driving past the other Old Trafford to here this morning, and it was just after kind of 8:30, and they're all set up. The stalls are set up, selling the flags and the scarves and the shirts.
The abomination that are half and half scarves.
Yeah, there was a few of them. Yeah, there's a few half and half.
Shocking. Long time since I've covered a game at Old Trafford. I'm trying to remember the last. Did them a few for a while. But that was a long, long time ago.
So quite a few Eric Cantona flags. I mean, goodness, talk about going back.
Last good player they had.
Well, that's a fair point. Here is Anderson Phillip over the wicket in balls, whipped away off the pads by Ahmed down towards deep backward square leg for a single. Moves to 79, 154 for 1.
I do remember the first time thinking, actually, this is different. This is a different Manchester United. You know, they've changed. They're normal now. And it was when they played, actually, funnily enough, at Leicester, and the Dutch guy was the manager.
Van Gaal.
Yes, Van Gaal, and I think it was a 2-2 draw, but they were sort of defensive, and you thought, hang on, this is Manchester United, but they look normal, and you suddenly realise they're a normal club now.
Here's Phillip in balls, that's defended by Holland, working the ball to the leg side. There's no run. 154 for 1. So the car parks will start to get busy, and we'll see people filing up from the tram stop, and
Lancashire make a bit of money out of that sort of car parks.
I presume so, yeah.
I think it's a useful source of income, really, being this close.
Bumble was saying the hotels are busy for the home games as well, so there's the hotels.
He told us what they charged.
Yeah.
A few mouths dropped open.
Yeah. I don't think they find it difficult to shift the rooms, though. Driven by Holland to mid-on, Mahmood Fields. There's no run.
Is that what they call dynamic pricing? Based on demand, isn't it?
Yeah,
but
yeah, definitely.
You sort of see the logic, but it's true.
At least a weekend away in the hotel. If you're a United fan, yeah, and watch football on the Sunday and a bit of cricket either side of it as well. There's a few people dotted out on the balcony in front of the... Oh, but both hotels, actually. Anderson Phillip in balls again, driven down towards. We have a third man in place, which is Harris. Single to Holland, moves to 23, 155 for 1. Yeah, you got this. If you're in the first hotel, the red hotel, then you have the sun in the morning on your balcony, and it'll swing round to the grey hotel a little bit later on this afternoon. But if you're on the balcony on the grey hotel, you're in shade at the minute, but it'll warm up later. Someone has draped their bath towel over the balcony. 155 for 1. Here's Phillip into Ahmed. 4-ball driven to mid-on where Mahmood Fields. There's no run.
Used to be the old press gallery up there, the Neville Cardus press gallery. Now down below us, behind the bowler's arm.
Yeah, the Red Rose Suite, the red brick building that was basically the last part of the ground to be removed from this, the development here. That second hotel was the last major work done to redevelop the ground. It's back of a length from Anderson Phillip, bang that in short, and Ahmed has nothing to do with it. Swades back and drops his hands and through to the keeper. There's no run. End of the over. 155 for one. Ahmed 79. Holland 23. Richard, I'll bring Callum in to join you for half an hour or so.
Thank you, Scott. I don't know if there's any further work in the immediate pipeline here at Old Trafford. I guess a lot of the resources are going into the development at Farrington up at Preston. We spoke about that yesterday. A second sort of ground for the club, and training facility and all sorts of bits and pieces. Morning, Callum.
Good morning. Oh. Good start for Leicestershire this morning.
Very.
Going over 4 and over still.
Very. As Tom Hartley will continue, in he goes and bowls to Holland, who goes back and punches it away, and that's going to go all the way. That's a beautiful piece of timing, because it didn't look for a moment as though it had quite enough legs to get to the ropes, but he managed to pierce the field just backward off point. And well, he too is playing with a sort of, almost from Lancashire's point of view, slightly ominous ease.
Yeah, he's timed that nicely. Just wasn't much of a bad ball from Tom Hartley. Just rocked back and, like I say, didn't put much effort into that. He's timed it nicely for 4.
Hartley is in. Holland goes back and punches again through the offside, this time more or less straight to the sweeper, and he jogs his single. So 5 from the first 2 balls of the over.
That's what Leicestershire are doing well, aren't they? They're scoring the boundaries either off the first ball, the last ball, or 3 over. As Lancashire feel like they're starting to build some pressure with a few dots, they get that boundary still off the over, so they're constantly keeping that pressure on Lancashire.
Hartley steps in. Bowls, forward goes Ahmed, back up the pitch goes the ball, and it's already resulted in a sort of slight spreading of the field, and one close catcher removed. Hurst looks, sort of gestures at the field. He doesn't look particularly happy, the wicket keeper. In goes Hartley, bowls, Ahmed goes back, cuts it away to the sweeper, so on the offside obviously, so just the single on that occasion. He and Ahmed had a little exchange of words yesterday that umpire Ashraf sort of had to calm things down a little bit, but he said something to Ahmed, and Ahmed wasn't backing down. Hartley is in to Holland, who's forward, playing the ball back up the pitch on the offside.
Ahmed seems like the kind of character that if you just say something to him, he just uses it in a very positive way, and he'll come back to bite you. Use it a bit of extra motivation.
Hartley gives that one a little bit of air. Holland is waiting for it, just plays it back up the pitch to the left arm spinner, and that is the end of the over. No obvious turn for him in that one. The memory of that ball that turned and beat Holland, what was it, 3 overs ago, beginning to fade. Already.
Yeah, nothing else has really turned off this Emirates Old Trafford surface so far. There's been no real signs of it deteriorating. I think it's going to be the best day for batting, certainly over these last 3 days.
Have you played here? Do you get to play here?
I played here once or twice when I was younger in district cricket and district finals, but I've not played at all since then. But it's normally just a surface that you just love to bat on and love to get yourself in. The odd one might do a little bit, as Anderson Phillip will continue, and that one shapes away a little bit loose from Rehan, but with the whiff that Anderson Phillip offered, Rehan Ahmed's not going to let that one go through to Matthias. The only loose shot we've seen this morning from Leicestershire, but Rehan Ahmed again still trying to be positive. I think, like, going back to the point of the field placements from Lancashire, we have seen a bit of ball following this morning. We've seen a couple of boundaries and slip catches come out immediately. Phillips in, and that's a beautiful shot from Rehan Ahmed. On top of the bounce, plays it through square cover. It's a beautiful shot. He doesn't have to run. Stands, holds the poles for anyone watching on Lancs TV. Make sure the photographer gets a sight of that one.
He does from time to time. Then there's a sort of little flourish, a little slow follow through, a little flick almost of the wrists.
It's a real good positive move this from Leicestershire, having Rehan Ahmed opening the batting with the way cricket is going in England these days, and in the red ball game, trying to be more positive with the England setup. And this is a really good move from Leicestershire. It's Philip in, tightens his lineup a bit more on the leg stump line as Rehan Ahmed plays that down to mid-on for no run.
Do you want to tell the Leicestershire listeners what your sort of background is, Callum, a little bit? So.
Yeah, so I'm the captain of the England Physical Disability Cricket teams, which has changed for this year. We're trialling something new, which is going to be an England mixed disability team. So we're going to bring 3 impairments together for the first time on the international stage. So that includes a learning disability and the hearing impairment, so the deaf side as well. So it's going to be an interesting summer as India come over for a tour. As Anderson Phillip is in, and Rehan Ahmed just tries to open the face, run it through the offside, but picks George Balderson out at point, and that's no run. Yeah, so that's going to be an interesting trial this summer. 3 impairments. Obviously, there's going to be some teething issues with, you bring in 3 different sort of communication groups. You've got
I'm wondering how that will
actually be a good
work
challenge
with the ball and.
Yeah, so it's going to be a really good challenge. We had our first fixture last week actually against Leicestershire Academy at Loughborough, which was a really good run out, especially for we've had training camps, but the pressure of an actual game and trying to communicate with the deaf lads and the learning disability lads as well, which was interesting. As Anderson Phillip hits a nice length, targeting the stumps again this time. Rehan Ahmed just plays it down to Josh Bohannon at mid-off for no run.
As captain, you're going to have to learn a bit of sign language as well, perhaps?
Yeah, so I've not been named officially as captain for this team yet.
Oh, okay.
I think the 3 captains of all 3 impairments are in the squad, so they're going through a bit of a process to make sure they do things the right way. So we haven't named an official captain yet, but it's something that as a group, we're trying to learn. I think it does take a couple of years, even with hard training, to learn British Sign Language. Anderson Phillip in, and that's a short delivery. Rehan Ahmed feels like he's missed out, but he just turns that away to the fine leg fielder, gets a single, keeps the strike for the next over. Leicestershire 166 for 1, Rehan Ahmed 85 and Holland 28. Yeah, it's something that we're certainly trying to learn, because we feel like it's going to be a big asset. The deaf players, so when they play deaf international cricket, they have to take their hearing aids out, so it's a level playing field for all of them.
Okay. As
some of the lads have partial hearing, and some of the lads are completely communication. There's nothing there. So I feel like that's going to be a rule that they're going to have to follow as well in this new format of mixed disability cricket. So the communication is going to be an interesting factor. I'm sure it'll offer it up some challenges.
Hartley is going to continue from the Anderson end into Rehan Ahmed, who's forward defending. 85 now to Ahmed, as Scott mentioned earlier. Just this one first-class century to Rehan Ahmed's name at the moment. He's got 9 50s, so he'll be very, very keen to go on to 3 figures. Hartley is in. Ahmed goes back and cuts it out to Luke Wells out there on the boundary in front of the second hotel, the Grey Hotel, and takes his single. No Leicestershire centuries so far this season, despite high scoring, and they're very keen. The coaching staff, obviously, that situation should change quickly. Bohannon goes in a backward short leg as Hartley bowls to Holland, who goes forward on off stump and plays the ball back up the pitch to the left armour.
It's always nice just to tick that first one off, isn't it? Get a centurion in the changing rooms, celebrate them little successes.
Lots and lots of 50s, but no three-figure scores yet. In goes Hartley, bowls, and Holland drives it comfortably, easily, out towards deep extra cover and takes a very straightforward 2. Jones couldn't get there. Diving across to his left, Wells has to run up the ropes, and I think from Jennings and Lancashire's point of view, it is worrying because it looks comfortable out there at the moment. I know it's the heavy roller's been on again, but even so.
There's more field changes again as well from Lancashire.
Yeah, very, very silly mid-off as Hartley is in. Holland's forward, pushing up the pitch on the onside.
They just need to try and strangle Leicestershire somehow, whether they go to, you know, an umbrella field and they just try and frustrate them with dot balls. You know, these two batters, Rehan Ahmed and Holland, look like they want to score pretty freely. So you've got to try and strangle them somehow and just try and force a mistake.
A little bit more control on the scoreboard. At the moment it's with Leicestershire as Hartley goes in and Holland is forward. Pat Ashraf came out and gave Tom Hartley a little word about stepping on the line after his previous delivery. And again he's sort of looking slightly askance at the pitch. Hartley walks away, head down. Much to ponder. 12 overs, none for 35 for him. 169 for 1 off 40. Leicestershire. Quite a lot of cricket left to play today. Another 93 overs.
Lancashire will be looking for some early wickets. So far they've not succeeded in that.
I had a list of all the updates I'm required to do this afternoon from BBC Radio Leicester. The last was 6:25 if still playing. I sent back, I said, I think we'll still be playing. I'm pretty sure we'll still be there. In fact, we could probably do you one at about 7:30 if you want.
Anderson Phillip will continue. Just a one slip in place. That just shapes away nicely, but Rehan Ahmed plenty of time just
thinking that how much time did he have there? Just waiting for it almost.
It's kind of like he knew it was just going to come there and he just literally just let it hit the bat. He looks very much in control. Rehan Ahmed for the Leicestershire listeners. It looks like he's very determined to make the 3 figures, and then he should be determined to make it a real biggie as well. There's no signs of any movement out there on this surface. It's certainly the best weather for batting. As Phillip is in, back of a length, and Holland just opens the face, as he's done pretty well in this innings so far. He scored beautifully through the offside, but doesn't beat the field. A couple of nice boundaries through the offside for Holland. Off Saqib Mahmood this morning. A couple off Tom Hartley as well. Two slips are in place for Holland. Phillip in and straightens his line, and Holland turns that away into the leg side. Will pick up an easy couple of runs. Takes him on to 32. It just all seems too easy for Leicestershire. It just seems very much like Lancashire just waiting for Leicestershire to give them something to cheer about. There's not much energy, there's not much liveliness from Lancashire.
Really. It
No.
doesn't feel that way.
Anderson Phillip with a shorter ball. He just beats Holland a little bit. He's just indicating that he might have just gripped in the surface. It looked like it looped through to Matty Hurst a little bit, yeah.
He had a pull at it, missed it. Hit him on the shoulder a bit, I think, or clipped the shoulders on its way through to Hurst.
Yeah, I think he was through that a little bit early, which is always a better sign for a batter. Don't mind getting beat if you're too early on the pull shot.
Luke Wells starting to warm up down there at deep square.
Yeah, he's just been pushed out as well after that short delivery from Phillip. Again, that's a short delivery again, but it's lucky not to be called wide, to be honest. Even in a 4-day game.
Spear down the leg side.
He's very aggressive in his ball. He's Anderson Phillip. He really runs in and really attacks. He'll certainly go for runs, but he'll try and create opportunities. He's not at the best of starts. He arrived a couple of days before a Northants fixture, but he had a good end to the year last year for Lancashire and decided to keep him on in 2025 as he's in again with a back of a length delivery, and Holland just looks like he expects that. Again, plenty of time just to tuck that away off his hip. Gets a single, keeps a strike. That takes the score on to 173 for 1. Run rate still 4.22. Lancashire was going at 2.7.
Well, they dragged it up to that, really. For the first half, it was under 2s, really.
It's been a bit of a trend for Lancashire as well. I was just looking at against Northants in the first innings, he went at 2.7 runs and over. Same with Leicestershire's first innings. In the second innings against Northants, he went at 2.3 and over. Obviously, context, they was trying to avoid defeat as well in that game, but
Hartley is in to Holland, a little bit short. He goes back, doesn't try and hit it too hard, just sort of guides it as much as cuts it out towards deep point where Wells is fielding, and jogs his single, moves on to 34. Milking really the bowling at the moment, Holland. Changing the field for Ahmed on 87 as Hartley is in, bowls to young Rahan, who is forward, defending down the pitch on the onside. John Turner, I think that is, with the numberless sweater on, as Hartley is in and bowls. That's slightly quicker delivery. Ahmed forward on off stump this time. Hartley himself fields in his follow through before the ball can reach Jones. Wells continues just to windmill his arms. Hartley in, bowls, forward goes Ahmed. Back up the pitch goes the ball. Long off is out, Phillip, hands plunged in pockets. Mid on, Harris is sort of halfway back. Hartley in, bowls, Ahmed is forward and just nurdling it out into the offside. Indicates with his right hand it might just have straightened a fraction on him.
yeah, he just looked a little bit slower from Tom Hartley, that delivery, compared to his couple of deliveries before.
Steps in and bowls. Back goes Ahmed, cuts off the stumps. Hartley would have you believe, but he's cut it for 4 behind point. Hartley's hands up into the air, but nicely played by Rahan Ahmed, who moves into the 90s onto 91. Like many short men, he doesn't cut and pull well, but he plays most shots pretty well. In the mood, and he clearly is in the mood today.
Yeah, he's cut that off the 4th stump line as well. He had no real right to get it to that backward point boundary, but the risk that Rahan Ahmed has got and the type of player that he is, he opens up pockets that not many people, not many batters can. Such a tricky customer to bowl at. Do you think he'll become more of a batter that offers overs and instead of a bowler that can bat?
We've been sort of saying that for a sort of maybe a couple of years, really. He sort of came onto the scene very much as a leg spinner, didn't he? But I always felt that the batting all-rounder was probably more where his future lay, and it's beginning to look that way more and more.
Anderson Phillips to continue. Straight delivery, and Holland just pushes it into the leg side, takes the easy single that Lancashire are offering him. They're batting really well as a pair as well, these two, and in a partnership. Holland's not taking loads of the strike, he's constantly getting his singles and getting Rahan Ahmed on the strike and scoring his boundaries as well. The same with Rahan Ahmed, he's not allowing Lancashire to get too many dot balls. They're rotating the strike nicely, both chipping in with the boundaries. Lancashire can't really get set and put any pressure on either of the batters so far, as Rahan Ahmed pulls that nicely to the deep square leg fielder, Luke Wells, who throws it back in. Rehan Ahmed takes the single. It's onto that in a flash as well. I think he was a little bit disappointed that he didn't find the boundary. Just seems a bag full of character, doesn't he, Rehan Ahmed? He's constantly practicing his shots at the non-striker's end. So we're seeing him in the warm-up. Before the start of play, he was practicing his reverse sweeps, his little laps. Philippine, full of length, just tries to catch Holland on the crease, but he just waits nicely and plays it through the onside for no run.
When I first saw him at the start of this season, I thought he looked a lot fitter as well. You know, he's clearly, one way or another, worked hard on his fitness over the winter. Perhaps carrying a pound or two extra towards the end of last season, but he's not now. And I think he looks kind of all the better for it. I mean, he's always been a sort of bundle of energy, really. But looks quite athletic now.
Philippine, again going to that short length delivery. Holland just ducks under that with plenty of time. Allows that through to Marius for no run.
He did get to bowl at his brother in one of the pre-season games, Farhan. Leicestershire played Notts.
Yep.
I think he had an over or two at him.
Who got the better of the battle?
I think both were so determined not to give anything away that it was something of a stalemate. It was like
on a shake of the hands.
When the Parkinsons are bowling at each other and things like, you know.
The bragging rights at the dinner table.
Good fun when that happened.
Philippine short ball again. It just seems like there's no real pace in them short balls. Not exactly flying through. Holland's got plenty of time just to duck underneath. I think it might be a plan that Lancashire might have to go to just to try and force a wicket, try and force a mistake.
Yeah, Leicestershire did it against Derbyshire. They got Ben Mike to go round the wicket and sort of bang it in at the sort of shoulder height, and a couple of the Derbyshire batsmen sort of took it as a personal challenge, and it was all very entertaining for a while, I have to say. It worked just about in the end.
Philippine, back of a length outside off. Holland pushes it through the offside, but finds Tom Hartley. And that's the end of the over. 180 for one Leicestershire. Rehan Ahmed 92 and Holland 35.
Possibly a bit early in the day, and indeed the innings to try that tactic. That said, 180 for 1 or 43. Much to ponder for Jennings. He's having a long chat to the experienced Marcus Harris now. Harris, of course, knows these Leicestershire batsmen very well, played alongside them for a season and a half, most of them really. Went to Gloucestershire for a season in between, now up here at Lancashire. Hartley's going to continue wheeling away.
It's going to go a different approach as well. Yeah. Hartley now.
It's going to go over to Ahmed, which will necessitate a change in the field to a certain extent. Backward point is sort of going back to almost a sort of short third man position. Wells is being summoned up from sweeper on the off side, strengthening the leg side field, so Jones goes across some extra cover to mid wicket. Wells goes to extra cover, and there is a deep mid wicket for the sort of very cow, as Phoebe said, that position. Deep mid wicket. Hartley is in, bowls, and forward goes Ahmed. It does straighten a fraction, I think. A little bit of bounce, but excuse me, from outside leg stump. He almost played it with his pad, really, just popped it back down the pitch. Hartley in, bowls. Ahmed again, sort of, the front foot goes out at a slight angle to meet the ball, drops it back down the pitch on the offside.
It's an interesting approach, because as a batter you feel like you shouldn't get out LBW, you shouldn't really get out bowled from this angle as well.
Hartley is in, forward goes Ahmed, slightly outside part of the bat, squirts it out to extra cover. There'll be some who say that's slightly negative, but it's they're trying to get a little bit of control back of the scoreboard as much as anything here, Lancashire. And
I think it's testing Rehan's approach and his patience, because like you say, as a batter, you shouldn't get out LBW with a left arm off spinner coming this angle.
And he's on 92. He's got a silly mid-off now as Hartley bowls, and reaching out to it, Ahmed sort of just nibbles at it a little bit defensively, and it trickles behind him to Hurst, a foot or so outside leg stump. Hartley bowls, forward goes Ahmed, plays it out towards a sort of short leg position. Bohannon hops across the pitch, lobs it back to Hartley. It's an interesting approach, and at the moment it's working, in that it's sort of just tying Ahmed down a touch as Hartley is in. Ahmed is forward, hits the pad, bounces out into the offside. What's the signal? I say hits the pad. Certainly did. Well, Batty was involved as well. No signal, and it was in the air through a sort of silly point position. Bohannon's at silly mid-off. Let's have a look. Just took a little inside edge onto the pad. And had there been a silly point, it'd have very much been in the game. There wasn't, so Ahmed picks up a slightly fortuitous single, but the approach sort of worked in that over for Hartley. Just the single from it. Ahmed on to 93, 181 for one.
Yeah, I really like that approach. Actually, from Lancashire, can be seen as a little bit defensive, but coming over the wicket to a right-hander as a left-arm off-spinner, especially bringing Josh Bohannon just in front of the bat on the offside, you're making Rehan Ahmed really be strong in his defence, and you're making him say, listen, if you don't want to spoon one up to that catcher, so you might have to play with hard hands a little bit more to get it past him, or go really soft hands, and then you bring a little bit of doubt into it, and that's where you bring your catchers in play. But you're also testing his patience, that he's not going to get out LBW, so will he just free up and try and attack that leg side? Will he go for a slog sweep or something, especially in the 90s? Just been delivered some cream eggs by Scott.
Happy Easter, folks.
John Turner replaces Anderson Phillip, and he's going to start with a boundary. Rehan Ahmed opening up his hands. It takes him one hit away from triple figures here at Emirates Old Trafford, and it'll be very much deserved.
I may nip ahead of you here.
Yep.
If that's all right, just in case. See if we can see him over the Leicestershire line. Field spread to try and stop him getting four here, but Ahmed on 97 as Turner is in, bowls to him, forces away through the offside. I don't think it's going to go. It will be cut off. Oh, it's going to go for... No, it isn't. The fielder misfields. It goes behind him, but he picks it up just inside the ropes. I thought for a minute Ahmed was going to go to his second first-class century with a misfield. He picks up two. It was always going to be two. I don't think it resulted in any extra runs, but now just one away from his century. Rehan Ahmed. Will the field come in? Will Jennings bother? Will Turner bother? Well, the sweeper's come in from the offside. Third man goes a little bit wider as a consequence. It is a sort of single saving field in a way. What Ahmed wants here is just a nice one on his legs. He can help around the corner to long leg and jog one. Turner on loan from Hampshire runs in, bowls to Ahmed, very straight. Ahmed is patient, he waits, leans forward, no big stride, just blocks it out into the offside, and there is no run. Looks around him, sees a point, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, shortish mid-wicket. Jones, square leg, long leg and third man as well, of course, as Jennings at slip. Turner in, bowls, Ahmed plays it firmly back to him, but straight to the right arm seamer, who sort of stops it in his follow through, doesn't field the ball cleanly, and lobs it to mid-on to do the polishing. Steve's been in touch from North Berwick Morning to you, happy Easter to you, enjoying the commentary as always. As a Lancashire fan, he says he's intrigued by the different coloured foxes on the players' caps and helmets. I'll tell you about that, Steve, in a moment. As in goes Turner, bowls to Ahmed, who plays it out towards point, takes a step down the wicket, sort of with right hand upwards, as if asking the question of Holland, but it was more or less straight to the fielder, Balderson, so no chance really of a single.
Yeah, no, he wants his 100, but I don't think Holland wants to sacrifice himself
no, he doesn't
just yet.
He was very much, would have been running to the danger end there, wouldn't he, Ian Holland? But Balderson would have only had the one stump to aim at, but a little bit risky, as in very risky indeed. Turner is in, bowls to Ahmed, who drives, and he's got that one through. He's got that one wide of mid-off. Bohannon picks up to his left, but that is Rehan Ahmed's second century. Pushed it wide of mid-off, ran and did so safely. Takes off his helmet, raises his bat by the blade to the delighted Leicestershire balcony. The crowd give him a generous round of applause. His 100 has come off 147 balls. He's hit 14 fours. He goes down on his knees momentarily, puts his helmet back on, gets a pat on the back from Ian Holland, but it's been an outstanding knock from a pretty outstanding young cricketer.
Yeah, it's a really good knock from Rehan Ahmed. A good mixture of attack and defence, and a lovely tempo as well, reaching it off 147 deliveries with 14 fours. A new role for Rehan Ahmed, and he looks to be flourishing in that new role as well when there's pressure on a certain England Test opener. Rehan Ahmed's maybe just throwing a bit of a name in the hat. Hartley continues over the wicket. This different approach. Jennings slip. Josh Bohannon at that silly mid-off. Just testing the patience here of Rehan Ahmed. Hartley, and then straight up. It's a plan that's worked, and it's a good plan from Lancashire. The first bit of positivity, you would say, from Lancashire this morning. Rehan Ahmed just plunges forward, and he just spoons that one up to Josh Bohannon. A tricky one with that plan of coming over the wicket, left arm off spin. He tried to open the face and run it past Josh Bohannon, but anyone on Lancs TV can see it just hits the top edge of the bat, and it's an easy catch for Josh Bohannon. Well deserved for Tom Hartley. He's stuck at it this morning so far, but the plaudits go to Rehan Ahmed. A beautiful innings, very much deserved the free figures, and he got there just before getting out, and that takes Leicestershire 188 for 2 and Lancashire's first wicket of the day.
Yeah, beautifully battered by Rehan Ahmed. I thought the way he came out yesterday and started so positively, you know, he played some of the most kind of flamboyant shots, but also as well managed to get Leicestershire off to such a good start, but then checked all that back, pulled it all back, played quite cautiously towards the end of yesterday, and then has played really, really well in the first hour this morning. It's a great relief for Lancashire, I'm sure, to have seen the back of him, but it's a very impressive century that by Ahmed. He's shown he's got a different size to his game, hasn't he?
Yeah, it certainly has, and like you say, it's that tempo change as well. He starts attacking, he gets the field spread, he gets the bowlers and the fielders on a defensive mindset, and then he just changes his approach himself and just starts to tick over, and that's what he's done this morning. He's hit his boundaries, but he's also just ticked over in between. He's only played one rash shot this morning, just flashing at a wide one.
Good reward for Hartley, isn't he? I think he's going to. I mean, he did this against Northamptonshire last week, didn't he? He did kind of plug away and batted very nicely, bowled very nicely, and he's got some reward there, hasn't he? Has Tom Hartley been for a long day, I reckon.
Yeah, he's bowled well so far this morning. He just starts with one on the legs of Hill, who turns that away into the leg side for no run. A good platform for Leicestershire though, 188 for 2, going at over 4 and over as Hartley in, targeting them stumps early. Got that short leg fielder in. Josh Bohannon under the helmet. Jennings in slip, and all the fielders are in now. No sweepers, no boundary men for Tom Hartley, and that one's again very much not even a half chance, but it's aerial in the leg side. Balderson does the fielding. Hill picks up a couple, gets off the mark.
Great to have the spinner in the game as well, isn't it? Because there's not been a lot happening for the seamers in this this first hour. It's in Mahmood and Anderson Phillip, and now John Turner.
In comes Hartley. Hill pushes that down the ground. Hartley just tumbles, and it's a dot ball. It's a good over from Hartley, picking up the wicket and the main wicket of Rehan Ahmed. You'll see highlights. Anyone on Lancs TV of Rehan Ahmed this morning, some of his boundaries just before reaching the 100. And then he got out shortly after to Tom Hartley. But a brilliant knock for Leicestershire.
Yeah, second first-class century for Riyad Ahmed. Presumably the first opening the batting. I think Richard said that his previous century came at maybe 6, I think he said.
Yeah, he was, I think last year and the year before, 6 or 7, wasn't he? Kind of that bowler that can offer quite a bit with the bat as well, lower down. But it's certainly working well for Leicestershire, this new role.
A breakthrough for Lancashire. Turner starts a fresh over. And Holland pushes away off the front foot and towards George Balderson, who's at cover point, and there is no run. Let's see if that breakthrough will certainly bring a little bit of energy into the Lancashire players. Much required. A task clearly in front of them here to try and see if they can take 8 more wickets on this third day. Defended by Holland into the offside, no run. But when you have your first hour of cricket this morning and the sun's shining, it's blue sky, there's not a great deal happening off the pitch, it's all quite quiet. Okay, lose a bit of that energy, a bit of that belief, don't you? That wicket will have helped no end.
Yeah, and they need to thrive off that now, don't they? They need to use that energy, and they need to try and go bang bang here, Lancashire, get themselves right back into this game. Leicestershire only trail by 73 with 8 first wicket.
Turner to Holland, that's defended back to the on loan Hampshire man, and there's no run.
8 first innings wickets in hand as well, so Leicestershire are in a very good position, but it's something that Lancashire are used to, these wickets. They don't offer much, you know. For the spin will take a lot of the control. The seamers will work in tandem, 4-5 over spells, short sharp bursts maybe, but they just need to be very consistent on the plans. And
Turner to Holland, pushed away into the offside, and Hartley's at cover to field, no run.
When it gets this flat and this, you know, there's no real life in the pitch for a bowler, you've got to just try and bore the batsman, try and frustrate them, try and take the runs out of the game, and just try and get the batters just to do something a little bit different out of the comfort zone. Whether you go to a lot of short length bowling and try and get them to play at one and spoon one up to the fielder.
Turner to Holland, leans back, tries to deflect the ball off the face of the bat. Popped a little bit on Holland, that. And just steers it away into the offside. Comes down the pitch as Ian Holland. Hill meets him as well. 190 for 2. 35 for Ian Holland. Got Turner into his first spell of the day. He sets off again, striding in. Balls once more driven again. And Hart is there at cover to field. And again, there is no run. That's the end of the over, actually. So a maiden for John Turner. 190 for 2 here at Emirates Old Trafford. Elsewhere in Division 1 of the County Championship. Everyone's playing now. There was a delay at Sussex, but they're underway there now. Everyone's in action. Games against Durham, Yorkshire, Essex, Worcestershire, Hampshire, Somerset, Sussex, Surrey, Warwickshire, Nottinghamshire, and the Division 1 games this week.
Then comes Hartley. Hill just playing forward into the offside for no run. Pews and hands from the Lancashire fielders. Just feel like they're in the game a little bit now. Tom Hartley just creating a little bit of pressure. He's getting into his work, into his 15th over of this first innings. And again, he just seems to have been settled in on the length there now to Hill. Just seems to have got his pace nicely here, Tom Hartley. Bowled a lot of overs in the previous fixture as well against Northants. Hill just playing that one into the leg side. Tight inner ring now from Lancashire. There's no fielders out on the boundary, trying to pile the pressure on the new man. Hartley and Hill just playing forward. Jennings just moves the man across now. Bohannon going into a silly mid-off on that offside. Again, it'll be similar to Rehan Ahmed. He'll have to check his defence here. And the catcher in front. And he just tucks that one off his legs. He thinks about a single, but George Balderson cuts that one off. Hartley again, 5 dots to start. Can they get out the over with a maiden or even a wicket? Hill just check drives to Harris, who does the fielding. That's a maiden from Tom Hartley. 190 for 2, Leicestershire.
It's back-to-back maidens as well, isn't it? It's just here, the Lancashire lads a little bit more chirpy now out there in the middle. Nice to prize out the wicket of Riyad Ahmed. Let's have a little look at what's happening elsewhere, shall we? Mention the Division 1 fixtures. Let's take you to the game involving Durham and Yorkshire, where Durham are 328 for 3. Emilio Gay, 131 not out. So they lead Yorkshire by 21 runs, Durham. Yorkshire all out for 307. Durham 328 for 3. Essex are playing Worcestershire this week. Essex leading by 265 runs over Worcestershire. They're 288 for 8 in their second innings as well. Hampshire 269 for 6 in reply to Somerset's 184 all out. So that's a lead of 85 for Hampshire at the Utilita Bowl. And 2 more games, we'll have a look at them in a moment as Turner sets off, bowls back of a length, it's pulled, it's in the air, and Mahmood takes the catch, and Holland departs. Mistiming the pull shot, top edge looped up towards Mahmood, sprinting to his right from mid-on. He takes the catch, and John Turner has his first wicket of the game. And Leicestershire lose a couple of quick wickets here, 190 for 3 now.
Yeah, a bit of pressure being put on from Lancashire, and it's good to see the John Turner running in with that extra energy. The quickest of the Lancashire bowlers on display, you would say, hits the surface. And there's been that plan used to Holland, and probably in the past 5 or 6 overs. Anderson Phillip started that plan, and John Turner's carried it on, and he's got his rewards. Probably a little bit outside off, probably just reaching for it a little bit. Holland, he probably frustrated that he's not just allowed that through to the wicket-keeper, but Lancashire get the reward, and they get the second wicket of the morning in quick succession.
Yeah, it's hard work from Turner, isn't it? Running in and banging it in like that on the pitch. It's not hugely responsive, but he's got his reward for it. This time pull shot, the thickish top edge, wasn't it? Went quite some way up. Mahmood having to dart away to his right to take the catch. So a couple of quick wickets here for Lancashire. The 2 batters that resumed this morning have both departed. Riyad Ahmed and now Ian Holland. So Peter Hanscom, the Leicestershire captain, comes out to join Lewis Hill. Let's go back to those Division 1 games. Sussex against Surrey on the south coast at Hove, where Surrey are 141 for 3. Don Sibley on 44, Ollie Pope on 56, trailed by 292 runs. And there's one other Division 1 game, which is Warwickshire-Nottinghamshire at Edgbaston. And Notts are 251 for 5. Hasib Hamid 93 not out. And they lead Warwickshire by 158 runs. We'll look at the Division 2 scores in a moment or two, but here is John Turner, wicket with the first ball of his 7th over. And now Hanscom, the new batter. One slip, third man, fine leg, deep square. Backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. That's off the back foot by Hanscom. He wants a single. He's been sent back. The throw comes towards the bowler's end. It's in the end, Balderson missing as Hill was sent back. He's a long way away. Is Balderson with the throw towards the bowler's end, which was the end to go to. If he hits from that distance, I think Hill is out. But he missed, and the ball batter's come down just to have a little word. But from a serene position where not a great deal was happening apart from the score ticking along, a couple of wickets go. There's a run-out chance here, and things can change pretty quickly, can't they? He's way out if he hits there, Balderson. It's Turner. And that's defended by Hanscom towards the leg side, and there is no run.
Yeah, I don't think Hill would have been gifting Hanscom a Easter egg if that fell. I think Hanscom at first was looking for the single and then sent Hill back. It's a big wicket though, this for Lancashire to get now.
Got our little Easter eggs, haven't we?
Yep, we certainly have.
Thank you.
Hand delivered by Scott Reed, the Easter Bunny.
Well, I'm definitely not the Easter Bunny. as Turner, he's in and balls, it's fallen, it's driven to mid-off. There's no run. Tanya from The Guardian.
Oh.
That's it's provided us with some little mini Easter eggs. Thank you, Tanya. Excellent live blog on The Guardian website, which Tanya is overseeing today. 190 for 3. I'm duty bound to say there's also an excellent live text commentary feed from the BBC Sport website and app as well. There's lots of ways to follow county cricket. 190 for 3. Here's Turner in and bowls forward again. Goes Hanscom defending, and there's no run. End of the over. A wicket maiden, is it? No. 1 ball left to go. As Turner wanders back to his mark. So Division 2 elsewhere. Derbyshire against Northamptonshire. With Northants 313 for 4. Luke Proctor reaching a century in reply to Derbyshire's 307 all out. There's Turner in again to complete the over now. It's worked down towards backward point by Hanscom. Just hurried up a fraction there by Turner. He's got his tail up here. That is a wicket maiden. Good stuff by John Turner. And Leicestershire are 190 for 3. Kent against Gloucestershire in Division 2. So Kent are 366 for 8. Ben Compton is 172 not out, replying to Gloucestershire's 472. So a good lead being built there by Kent. And Middlesex Glamorgan. Middlesex 452 for 7. Replying to Glamorgan's 199 all out. So a lead for Middlesex of 253 runs. You are up to date with what's happening elsewhere.
And here at Emirates Old Trafford, Tom Hartley's going to come back over the wicket to the right-handed Hill. He's played quite solidly in defence, but has shown a sign of hard hands, so Lancashire probably hoping to recreate the Rehan Ahmed wicket with Josh Bohannon catching it silly mid-off. Just a little bit too straight from Hartley there, and Hill turns that away into the leg side, takes a single. See the first sign of Hanscom against some spin. He'll come round the wicket. Tom Hartley now to the Australian. Josh Bohannon catching under the helmet on the leg side. Keaton Jennings in first slip. You get a man on the drive and Mike Jones, and then just a deep square. Hanscom just prods forward, plays it into the offside for no run. He has that quirky little bat lift, does Peter Hanscom. Just gets him into a position that he feels comfortable. That's Hartley in. Really settled in on a nice line of length here. There's Tom Hartley. Rehan Ahmed and Holland at the start of the day was hitting him off them lengths and frustrating Lancashire, but these 2 wickets in quick succession have allowed Lancashire just to settle, and Hartley fires that one in a bit quicker. Nearly catches Peter Hanscom out, but he gets enough bat on it into the offside for a single. Gets him off the mark. 192 for 3, Leicestershire. Creeping up to 200, trailing by 71.
Well, he's got 2 new batters here, hasn't he? Likely to bowl at. He's right in the game, isn't he? He's organising his field here. He's moving his men around the wicket, over the wicket, depending on whether it's Hill or Hanscom. And got a great opportunity here. Of a proper good bowl, hasn't he, for Lancashire?
Yeah, it just seems more urgency from Lancashire, and Hartley again probably frustrated with his line there. He's 2 straight to Hill, who turns that away again into the leg side, similar to the first delivery. Gets up, gets another single. Certainly more urgency and more positive energy from Lancashire out there in the field positions. P. Hanscom just tucks that away into the leg side, takes a single to his fellow Australian Marcus Harris. Gets a single, takes him on to 2. 194 for 3. Leicestershire after 50 overs.
Yeah, good start, Rehan Ahmed. Saul Bullinger, century partnership. Bullinger first to go. Ahmed getting to 3 figures, then departing and then quickly following in Holland for 35.
Just an opening partnership, it allows you to have a little stutter like this as well, doesn't it? When they counter-attack like that. Bullinger going just below 1 a ball. Rehan Ahmed was attacking as well yesterday at the start of the innings, so it just allows you to, you can have a little stutter, you're ahead of the game already.
Here's John Turner. Good spell this into to Hanscom. That's played off the back foot towards George Bonderson at point, and there's no addition to the score. 194 for 3 into his 4th over, 1 for 7 from his previous 3 in this spell from the Brian Statham end for John Turner.
Looks like he's on good rhythm, doesn't he? Looks like he's bowling with good pace, hitting the pitch hard.
In again, full ball, and Hanscom defends, and there's no run. We spoke to him last week after the Northamptonshire game, and the game last week was his first class match since last year when Hampshire came here in a game. He got wickets in the match, and Hampshire won. And he said it obviously going to take a bit of time for him to get back into his rhythm. Really, he's bowled with a red ball since then, and wasn't quite up to full speed, he was saying. Looks good here. It's left by Hanscom. It just sneaks away past the edge of the bat and the off stump and through to the keeper. Feels like this bat might well be his strongest spell so far since he's joined the club. Running in pretty hard here and bowling quickly.
Yeah, he was used similar last year. I remember that game as well when Hampshire visited Emirates Old Trafford. He was used in 4 or 5 over spells where he was brought on just to bowl quick. He had obviously Abbas and Abbott in front of him as well.
Into Hanscom, that's defended off the inner half of the bat. It ricochets away to mid-wicket. And there's no run. He got 3 for in that match, didn't he, for Hampshire? I think he got 3 in the first innings and we could have 2 in the second as well. think with Abbas leaving and Barker's not been available, the chances would have been there for him actually, but not the case. So coming to Lancashire for these couple of games. Forward in defence, Hanscom. And there's no run.
Yeah, they've got the highly rated, is it Sonny Baker down there as well now, whose name's floating around quite a lot now for a potential England player in the future. I think he's might be resting this week.
Well, 94 for 3. Turner over the wicket. Ball's gone for the Yorker to Hanscom. Digs it out, but it was lasering in on the pads. It was straight, and it was dug out nicely by Hanscom. It's the end of the over. 194 for 3, trailed by 69. Yeah, they've got Abbott, Wheel, Hampton, and Fuller. There's a seam attack this week of Hampshire. Brad Wheel, Kyle Abbott, James Fuller, Brett Hampton. Quite like the loan system for that. Gets them out and about. Gets a chance for John Turner to play some red ball cricket.
Yeah, like you say, it's been a long while since he has bowled in red ball cricket as well. So it'll certainly be good for him in his progression, his development. Certainly someone who's highly thought of in the white ball game with his extra pace. Bit of a delay here. I think there might be a couple of elements maybe being brought on to the field. Lancashire just trying to pounce on this pressure they're putting on, this little tight squeeze. He's dropped something, Mike Jones, but I don't think he's realised. You'll find out in a minute. There he has.
Yep, helmet for Mike Jones. So there's a short leg, which is Josh Bahan, and Jones going in at silly point. Jennings at slip. Lancashire sensing a chance here with 40 minutes left of the morning session.
Hartley continuing over the wicket to the right-handed Hill. It's a bit of a tighter line. Good from Jennings as well. Just bringing Turner up on this leg side. He's on the 45. That's going to be Hartley's probably bad ball, you would think, where Hill tucks it away. Probably wants to be further up as well. You don't want him getting that easy single there. Trying to keep him on strike. As Hill tucks that away nicely against the spin. Into the leg side, we'll pick up a couple. No real signs of any spin, but you've always got to be cautious. You always feel like you're in the game as a bowling side when you see a batter playing against a spin. And that's what Lancashire will want to see here. Hartley bowls. Ooh, that's just played into the leg side, just bouncing just in front of Josh Bohannon. Silly short leg. Hartley bowls and Hill nicely forward, covering any signs of spin and making sure it's not aerial in defence. Nice soft hands. Just got to be patient here, Hill. Get through this little period. He sweeps, and he sweeps nicely. Over pitch from Tom Hartley. Not targeting the stump, so it gives Hill that freedom just to attack. And he plays it really nicely, gets it really fine, but he splits Turner at 45 and George Balderson at a really wide square leg position. And he picks up a boundary, takes him on to double figures, takes Hill on to 10, and it brings a 200 up for Leicestershire. 200 for 3 in the 52nd over. Again, sweeping straight to Turner this time on the 45, no reward this time. 200 for 3 Leicestershire, Hill on 10 and Hanscom on 2.
Cheers, Callum. bring Richard back in. Just a reminder that we've got a slightly extended day today, so lunch will be at 1:10. So about 40 minutes to go before lunch break. We've got 104 overs, making up for time lost on the first day. Tea will be at 4 o'clock. So plenty of cricket to go. We've got 81 overs left. 200 for 3. Hill on 10. Hanscom on 2. And Turner is in some nice rhythm here. 4 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 7. It's a terrific spell from the Hampshire man. It starts with a short ball, so Hanscom gets him ducking underneath that and through to the keeper, Marty Hurst. In addition to the score, Richard Ray's back alongside him.
You're talking about the sort of loan system in Hampshire. As I mentioned yesterday, Leicestershire had Scott Curry last season. He had a really good season with both ball and indeed ultimately bat. Still isn't in the... He went back to Hampshire, but still isn't in the red ball side, so I wonder if he's eyeing a return.
Turner strides in balls, goes for a foot-length delivery this time. Forward goes Hanscom. Defends, no run.
Hill will be busy. Hanscom will play the way Hanscom always plays, very sort of patiently, and if he stays in, will sort of gradually accelerate. They've both been in decent form this season. Hill 96 against Glamorgan, 24 and 41 against Derbyshire. Hanscom 63 against Glamorgan, then 63 and 20 against Derbyshire. So 3 starts in 3 innings for both, really.
He's on 2, waiting for Turner, who's in again. Plays forward, defends, bounces out towards Hartley, comes up from cover to field, no run.
Just having to start afresh, so to speak, this partnership after the partnership of, what was it, 86 for the second wicket between Rehan Ahmed and Ian Holland.
200 for 3. Yeah, Lancashire sense maybe just a little opportunity here in this spell going up to lunch. And he's neatly in behind it and defends. No fuss about that from Peter Hanscom. Just off the back foot and drops it into the offside.
It's probably the best way to describe Peter, really. It's describe his batting anyway. It's just a sort of unfussy, not particularly sort of necessarily stylish, but economical, unfussy, and effective. Famous last words, but
whipped away to the leg side where Mahmood fields at mid-on and there's no run. They can push him for that fuller length Turner. Hanscom trying to find a gap to the leg side. And there's no run, 200 for 3. Trail by 63. There's Turner to complete his over. His back of a length, it pushes Hanscom onto the back foot and it's defended away to point, and again there's no run, but good bounce there did Turner, pushing Hanscom back and up onto his toes to defend it. Another maiden.
Good little spell, isn't it, from him?
Yeah, 5 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 7. The Turner spell here from the Brian Statham end. It's a lovely day at Emirates Old Trafford. I can barely see a cloud, really. Just a few light clouds maybe heading out towards the city centre to the right of screen for viewers on the live stream. But lovely picture, blue sky and sunshine. And barely a breath of wind, actually.
Many of the Lancashire players with those very smart, if you like that sort of thing, reflective sunglasses, and Hartley actually bowling in his, and he's going to stay over to Hill, who will sweep. He likes to sweep, as you've seen. Change in the field. Turner comes a little closer. Saqib Mahmood goes back to deep backward point, almost wide third man, as in goes the bowler, and forward goes Hill, just dabbing it down to Bahanan. That short leg, also got a very silly mid-off and a slip. Bowles sweeps and connects nicely down towards long leg. Turner's watching as it goes down there. Hartley's hands started to go into the air, but Hill connected nicely, picks up a single, moves on to 11, brings Hanscom back down on strike. Just 2 runs from his first 21 balls, but he won't be worried about that at all, I promise you, Peter Hanscom. Short leg's gone out now as in goes Hartley. Bowles to Hanscom, who pushes it past Bohannon, who's moved across to Silimidov, who's gone to a sort of backward point position in that Luke Wells, who was warming up earlier, wasn't he? But hasn't been called on yet. Hartley is in. Hanscom drives past Bohannon, who did take evasive action, understandably. Can't get it past Anderson.
Yeah, I saw him bowling this morning, and the players were warming up.
Hartley just steps into the crease and bowls. Again, Hanscom's driving, thought about one, but Philip, misfields, gives away a single. Just took his eyes off it, don't know, just slightly lazy, and as he ran on to the ball, went through his hands, on for another 5 yards or so, and Hanscom takes 1. Hartley stays round to Hill, having started over to him. In he goes and bowls. Hill is beaten, and the ball slides past both bat and off stump. So again, encouragement for Tom Hartley. Last ball of the over, though. 1 for 55 from 19 for him. Doing a good job for his side. Hill sheds a sweater and then pulls his shirt up over his chest pad. He had it on between, interestingly. Haven't seen that before. Bearded at the moment is Lewis John Hill.
Full Sunday name there.
34 now, Hilly.
Turner's spell has come to an end. 5 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 7. Applying pressure from the Brian Statham end, with Hartley twirling away from the Anderson end, and it will be George Balderson to come into the attack.
Waiting for these Man United fans to appear, but I think there are 1 or 2 red shirts, but I think they're Lancashire shirts by and large over there. 2 o'clock kickoff, did you say?
Yeah,
2 o'clock.
I went for a cup of tea before, and you could see the tram stop, and there were plenty of fans all piling off the trams. And it's Balderson to Hanscom. That's nudged away off his pads through square leg. And Hanscom moves to 4. 203 for 3. Brings Hill on strike. Yeah, a few more cars in the car park here, and people walking across the behind the pavilion, heading towards the Old Trafford. With the addition of the Grey Hotel, you can't see Brian Statham Way, which leads up from the tram stop. But before that was built, you could see that, and you could see hundreds and hundreds of people filing up from the trams. Driven by Hill, but to mid-off where Bohannon fields, and there is no run. 203 for 3. Trailed by 60. So Balderson with his first bowling of the day, this, isn't it? He bowled 5 overs yesterday. First time we've seen him today. Driven from full length delivery by Balderson to mid-on, where Mahmood comes round to field. There's no run. 203 for 3. Josh Bohannon and Sakib Mahmood. A little natter and waiting for Balderson to get back to his mark. And a good season last year with the ball. George Balderson. 36 wickets for Lancashire last year. It's turned to mid-on where Mahmood fields, and there's no run. 36 wickets at an average of 30. Bowled well for Lancashire.
It's been a good 45 minutes for them, really. I think obviously picking up the 2 wickets helps, but they've sort of got a little bit of control back. First 45 minutes looked very comfortable for Rehan Ahmed and Ian Holland as they extended Leicestershire's first innings, but come back well, the home side.
Yeah. Punched to Mahmood at mid-on by Hill. And there's no run. Yes, it was kind of serene progress this morning, wasn't it? That first 45 minutes or so, it was just nice and steady, just ticking things over. No real dangers, nothing that seemed to concern the 2 batters at all. Not much in the sense of kind of jeopardy or threat. And then, as ever, you get a wicket and something happens. You take 2 quick ones and things change. That's pushed again down the ground by Hill. He's picked out Mahmood again, and there is no run. So a single coming off Balderson's first over of the day. 203 for 3. So 60 behind with 20 minutes, 25 minutes or so until lunch.
I didn't finish answering Stephen's question. Steve emailed richardray23@gmail.com. As a Lancashire fan, being intrigued by the different coloured foxes on the helmets of the Leicestershire players' caps and helmets. I presume the gold fox is for a capped player, correct? But has it always been this way, as I've never noticed this before? I can only say it's been this way since I started commentating on the foxes 11 years or so ago, Steve. Whether it goes right back to the start of the club, I'm not sure. Perhaps Leicestershire supporters can tell me. Hartley is in and bowls. Hanscom is forward, killing the ball down into the hands on the bounce of Bahanan at the silliest of mid-offs. Keaton Jennings tells his long leg something. There's gestures exchanged, but nobody moves, so no change as a result. Hartley is in. Hanscom is forward. He's going to be in the game there. Balderson has to come loping up from that wide long leg position. The gold fox is also usually worn by, well, international. If an international player comes to the club, usually I always used to think they were automatically sort of capped, given a full cap, so to speak. Not always sure that's been the case in recent years. In goes Hartley, bowls. Hill sweeps fine. Balderson should get there. Does. Puts in the slide. You heard the squawk of no from Lewis Hill, seeing the ball in the hands of Balderson down there, almost at fine leg as opposed to long leg. Single taken. Hill on to 12. Hartley just blows on his left hand before very deliberately gripping the ball, and in bowls, driven back past him by Hanscom, but this time Anderson Phillip makes no mistake at that mid-off position. It's slightly deep, but not too deep there. Hartley, shirt hanging out of the front of his trousers, is stepping past the umpire and bowling. Hanscom forward. Down into the pitch goes the ball, taken one-handed by Bahanan. Reaching to his right, silly mid-off. Over rate is actually -1 at the moment, but the number of overs that have been bowled by Hartley in this session might result in that being altered during the interval. In he goes, bowls. Hanscom drives. He's got that one wide of Jones. Still be just the single because the sweeper on the offside boundary, Saqib Mahmood, is easily, sufficiently quickly onto the ball to prevent a second, but Hanscom keeps a strike. He moves on to 6. Hill has 12. 206 for 3. The partnership for the fourth wicket just beginning to build after those 2 wickets fell in the space of 2 runs half an hour or so ago.
Yeah, century partnership for the first wicket, 102 between Ahmed and Budinger, 86 between Ahmed and Holland. And as Richard was saying, early signs of something developing here, but very early signs. Lancashire trying to keep the pressure on here. End the session well. 20 minutes until lunch, and Balderson to continue. We've got two fielders on the leg side close in. So there's a short straight mid-on, which is Marcus Harris, and his left boot is maybe 12 inches away from the strip. And there's a short mid-wicket as well. Forward goes Hanscom in defence, just pushes away into the offside, and there's no run. So Harris in that position, short and straight on the leg side, and then Wells is a short mid-wicket. Michael Jones stood by the square leg umpire. Fine leg below the hotel, mid-on, mid-off, cover and backward point. Gently played off the front foot by Hanscom. No addition to the score as Hartley comes forward to field. He's had a lengthy spell, Tom Hartley. He's bowled 14 overs on the spin through the course of this morning session. 1 for 49.
Rather depressing messaging arrives to the effect that the weather for tomorrow, quote, looks awful.
Oh dear.
So how much cricket we're going to get tomorrow, not sure.
Jones fielding at square leg as Hanscom tucked it off his pads to the leg side.
But we'll enjoy this while we can.
Well, it's lovely.
Sight.
Yeah, can't possibly imagine it raining now, can you?
We're like goldfish, our memories are very short. Allegedly. Don't know how they tell with, I suppose. Horrible experiments.
Balderson to Hanscom, clipping the way to the leg side. They've hurried through for a quick single there. Got past Wells, and Jones having to come round from square leg to complete the fielding. Timed single.
Wells wisely stayed down there just in case Jones let fly. He's been hit hard on one arm. It might have been the other that would have been absorbing that one. He's laughing about it now.
Yes, he was in the wars a bit yesterday, wasn't he, Wells? Good that he's out there. And he's slowly going to stoop down low to field this ball from mid-wicket. Lobs it back to George Balderson. 207 for 3. Ball remaining of the over. Deficit of 56. I can hear another tram rolling in towards the station. It's a bit full of Man United supporters all. There we go for viewers on Lancashire TV. It's just arrived right on time at the Old Trafford tram stop. We're filing up the road towards the other ground. There's runs here, or a run for Hill. To shovel it away towards square leg for a single. Moves to 13.
They all arrived from Piccadilly Station, haven't they?
Yeah, that's yeah, come up on the train. Cheeky you are, cheeky. 208 for 3. End of the over. Trailed by 76.
In fairness, Callum does sound like a Mancunian, so assume he's a local.
I think, yeah, he's Wigan lad, I think, Callum, that area. Salford originally. But,
looks like Hartley's going to go through the session then, potentially. Bowled without a break from the Anderson end, and will continue to do so to Lewis Hill. Slightly open stance for Hill as Hartley is in. Hill drives pleasantly, but straight back down the pitch. Hartley fields to his follow-through. Hanscom throws his bat back into the crease. Not literally, of course. Throws his sort of body holding the bat back into the crease, just in case. Hartley bowls outside off stump. There's room, a little bit of width for Hill to go back and cut his favourite shot. And he does. There is the sweeper out there, of course. Mahmood, so just the single to Hill. Moves on to 14. 209 for 3. 54 behind on first innings. Leicestershire's Hartley is in and finds the outside edge of Hanscom's bat, almost a leading edge. He was looking to turn that one. It did straighten on him and it flew off in the air through just in front of point. Safely, but slightly fortuitously, and there is no run. And having seen that happen, Jennings and Bohannon decide that Bohannon should retreat slightly to shortish extra cover, and that one is slightly fuller, reaching out in front of him. Hanscom does whip it away to mid-wicket. In fact, he got it on the full, I think, just about, and managed to get enough on it to cross the ropes. The outfield is lush but quick, and he picks up 4, his first boundary. Peter Hanscom moves on to 11 into double figures for the Australian.
First boundary for a while, isn't it?
It does feel that way, yeah, it is. 1 each to Hill and Hanscom now. Hartley bowls, Hanscom is forward, pushing the ball to Bohannon. That shortish extra position, no run.
51st over, the last boundary.
It's now the 58th as Hartley is in, Hanscom is forward. So again, that just testimony really testifies how well these two, Hartley and at the other end, well, Turner and now Balderson, have just wrested a little bit of control back into the game for Lancashire and for Keaton Jennings. Still lots of work to do there. They have picked up their first bowling bonus point to add to their batting bonus point. They'll have ambitions for a lot more, as of course will Leicestershire for batting bonus points. 2-1-3 for 3 off 58. 16 minutes until we can go and see what they've kindly prepared us for lunch downstairs.
Lamb shank.
Right. Sounds sort of vaguely Easterish, doesn't it? A sort of Sunday lunch lamb shank.
Mustard mashed potatoes.
Bad news for the lamb.
Short ball by Balderson down the leg side, back called a wide by Ian Blackwell. Vegetarian options are available as well. 214 for 3. So one slip is Keaton Jennings, and then there's a long leg and a deep square leg. Still got Marcus Harris in this position at short and straight mid-on, just a few inches away from the pitch. And here he is coming forward to field, Harris. He's played off the front foot by Hill, and then Wells is at mid-wicket. Moon's at mid-on. Bohannon's at mid-off.
Once again, Wells bowls a couple of looseners. Is he hinting, or do you think he's had the word?
Just give Tom Hartley maybe a little bit of a breather before lunch, possibly. Yep. Balderson to Hill. That's turned to mid-wicket. Give Wells fields, and there's no run. Yeah, definitely, isn't he? Wells now limbering up.
Yeah, he's going to get 2, perhaps, from the Anderson end, something like that.
15 overs Tom Hartley's bowled in this morning session from the top end. Just dropped away by Hill towards cover, no run. So maybe a little pre-lunch break for Hartley. 15 overs, 1 made and 1 for 54 since we got underway. Just after 11 o'clock we had a slight issue with the heavy roller. It looked like it broke down. It had to be towed off.
That could have been an issue, couldn't it? You'd have to get the whole crowd to shove it off.
Balderson to Hill. That's cut down to third man for 4 by Lewis Hill. He moves on to 18, 218 for 3. Yeah, so it's about 2 or 3 minutes past 11 when we got underway by the time the replacement roller had meandered its way out and done its business. It was a very Sunday morning feel to it.
It was. It was indeed. Bank holiday weekend sort of feel.
Absolutely, yeah. 2:18 for 3. Balderson to Hill. That's just nudged off the front foot. Worked across his pad out towards the leg side where Wells scoops the ball up.
Using his feet now, Hill. Just trying to put Balderson off his length a little bit. Because he's been allowed to sort of hit his marks, hasn't he, in this little spell, Balderson. And he's into his rhythm now. Line and length, line and length.
Short this time. And, Hill gets underneath it, and that is the end of the over. 218 for 3. Hill on 18, Hanscom on 11. Lancashire's bowlers used in this innings. Mahmood 12 overs, 1 for 57. Balderson 8 for 28. Turner 9 overs, 1 for 24, but a very good spell this morning. Phillip 9 overs for 43. Tom Hartley's lengthy spell is bowled unchanged from the Anderson end in the morning session. 15 over spell comes to an end. He's been replaced. 2 wickets to fall today. Riyad Ahmed and Son and Ian Holland to Leicestershire wickets, and Hill and Hanscom together trying to get Leicestershire towards the lunch break. And this is a good sight, because when Luke Wells left the field yesterday, having been hit on the elbow with the ball, clearly in a lot of pain and discomfort. Not sure how bad it was, but the fact he's back out yesterday, and he came back out to bat, of course, and now has a chance to bowl, is great news to see.
That left arm quite heavily bandaged. Blows on his right hand, grasps the ball, bounces in and bowls outside off stump, a little bit wide, almost a half volley, and Hanscom didn't try and overhit it, steered it out to deep extra cover, and it takes one. There is the sweeper out there, very tall man, Luke Wells. Head pretty much completely shorn. So I remember when he started, it was fair. In he goes and bowls fullish again outside off stump. Hill this time drawn into the drive, but doesn't get it past Anderson Phillip at that mid-off position. Worth the experiment, would you say? I mean, why not?
Yeah, certainly. He's become a much better than a part-time spinner, as Luke Wells.
In he goes, bowls. That's just nibbled around the corner, or attempted to be nibbled around the corner. I'm not sure how much he got on it. Plenty of pad was involved as well from Lewis. Hill, in fact, it was all pad, says umpire Ashraf, waiting for the ball to be returned to Matty Hurst before raising his left knee to the scorers. 220 for 3, partnership up to 30 now, just beginning to rebuild these two. They'll want to get to the close though, or to lunch before, without being parted. Wells is in, Hanscom is turning it past short leg, then having done so, he sort of watched the ball for a while before setting off for the obvious single.
Yeah, he won't build the constant pressure that a frontline spinner will build, but in white ball cricket it's quite hard to score off because of the pace he bowls at, the height he releases it, so his bad balls are quite hard to get hold of, especially with 5 men out on the boundary.
Comes in and bowls very wide, and it's there to be driven away, but Hill can't get it past Jones. Missed out a little bit there. It was full and wide, and he could have opened it shoulders. Made sure he got on top of the bounce, but because he didn't steer it wide of Jones. Wells is in bowl, just nibbled towards short leg, should be one and is a comfortable one. Hurst came running out from behind the stumps to that sort of short leg, short mid-wicket position, picked up, turned and threw the ball at the stumps at the bowler's end, but Hill had made his ground. Keeps the strike, 2-2 for 3, Hill 19, Peter Hanscom 13.
And we'll see a bit of Wells and Hartley together after the lunch break. I think they might do the bulk of the bowling in the afternoon session.
Glorious out there. We can go out on the balcony. If somebody will open the door, it's locked behind us. So
not many times it gets a chance to
anybody
get
around
out on the balcony.
Exactly, yes.
Not in Manchester anyway. Keeper up to the stumps now for George Balderson. I think that's a good move.
Yeah, he has been using his feet, or starting to. Lewis Hill.
Just try and trap Lewis Hill on the crease a little bit, try and bring the LBW into play a little bit more. Balderson can pitch it up that little bit more as well. In comes Balderson, attacking them stumps straight away, but Hill just back foot punches that one into the offside. Doesn't get a run. We've got a slip catcher in Jennings. We've got a man, Marcus Harris, on the on drive, very straight mid on. You got a catch in mid wicket in Tom Hartley, I think it is. Oh no, Luke Wells, sorry. Luke Wells, and a catch in mid wicket as well. So clear sign that Balderson's going to attack the stumps and make sure Hill's playing as he does, and that one's too straight. And he's going to pick up a 4, I think. Yeah, just get to 4. Henderson Phillip tries to cut it off, but this outfield boundary is flying. With the sun that we've had, the recent weather, once you time it on this outfield, it tends to run away to the boundary. Good shot from Hill, but a bit of a freebie from George Balderson. And Hill took it nicely. It's the right idea though. He's going to try and stay pretty straight with his field, attack the stumps. Again, he does there, and a little bit of bounce. And he might pick up 2, maybe even 3. Hanscom thinks about it, but it's a good piece of fielding. I think it might be Charlie Bernard, the subfielder, is it down there?
He was shedding all sorts as he went in for the slide there.
Yeah,
I think it was sunglasses and a cap, and I think the sunglasses sort of came apart a little bit, I think, as well. I think they all sort of click back together, but
another couple for Hill there, down to the third man boundary, and that one's for.
That's a gift.
That one is more comfortably played. Cut away nicely through the offside for Hill, and again, like you say, it's a gift from George Balderson. Width, keeper up, no third man. It's just inviting Hill to slash at that one.
It's a funny thing, some bowlers don't like it too much. He was in such a good rhythm, and then the keeper stood up. Some bowlers don't quite like that. They think that, you know, that it's not like an insult or something, but it seems to sort of affect them slightly.
Yeah, they often drag the length back probably too far sometimes, and Balderson's in again. The keeper goes back, and then he's on that line and length again, getting Hill driving, which would have been the plan originally with Matthias up to the stumps, but Kevin was saying he's just not executed it very well with the keeper up. I think it is Charlie Bernard who's at the third man boundary, the subfielder. Balderson attacking the pads. Hill will feel like he's missed out there on at least a run. It's the end of the over, 232 for 3.
Did pick up 10 runs in the over though. Move on to 29. What's this session as a whole then? 112 for 2. Sort of balanced, but Leicestershire probably 60-40, something like that.
Yeah, still feel Leicestershire will be the happier of the two teams.
Oh, definitely at the
going
moment.
Into the lunch break.
That's for sure. Yeah, definitely.
Lancashire, you felt like needed probably a 4 or 5 wicket stint in this lunch break to really get themselves back into the game.
Wells is in, bowls to Hanscom, who just reaches out, calmly pushes it towards point. Fielder's just a little backward of point, so comfortable single as long as both went together, and they did. Hanscom on to 14. Is that young Mr. Barnard? Leg slip behind Hill as Wells is in. He goes back to the slightly short of a length ball. Plays it firmly out into the offside, but Jones fields.
You can just feel that release of pressure, can't you, a little bit, that Lancashire had. Just feels like it's just releasing a little bit, and Leicestershire again getting on top.
Wells in, Bowles, Hill nibbles him around the corner. Down towards Balderson, takes the comfortable single, moves on to 30. 2:34 for 3. But this is, when the batters, as long as they do, they will do this. They will sort of build their partnerships. Bohannon goes to short leg from leg slip. Hanscom waits, turns it around the corner where Bohannon was and takes one. Might be a second, turns, but no, it's already in the hands of Balderson and a decent throw, albeit slightly low. Means that Hanscom has to settle for his single. If he gets through these next two quickly, he might just squeeze another over. Leicester might not want that. Wells is in and Bowles. Hill is forward. Back up pitch goes the ball.
Not too sure I do with the smell of that food.
I know, it's I've been salivating since it arrived. Wells in, Bowles, Hill goes back, just nibbles it around the corner again and takes the single. Wells has his hands on his head. Umpire Blackwell walks sedately towards the stumps. It's still showing 13:09. I think we're going to have one more. He arrives at the stumps, turns, and we are going to have one more. And Hartley's going to have a go from this end, the Statham, and see if he gets a little bit more joy out of the pitch.
Yeah, test the look last over before lunch. See if they can take the 4th wicket, a third of the morning. Hill and Hanscom have batted really well in this stint. They've soaked up the pressure that Lancashire was putting on. Once these two come together, Lancashire was going through a good little period, but they've got through that, and they'll be hoping to get through this over and then come back out after lunch and keep batting for the rest of the afternoon. As Hartley in, back of a length, and Hill cuts that nicely, and he doesn't have to run for them. He waits for it. A lot slower from Hartley, but back of a length, offering width. And Hill just opens that offside up nicely through backward point and picks up another 4.
Very much his favourite shot. Seen him get out to it a few times, but he's played it well this season. He's got on top of the bounce.
Oh, the Leicestershire batters this morning have played beautifully through the offside and that backward point region. As Hartley bowls and Hill just prods forward for no run.
50 partnership already, suddenly almost, for the 4th wicket.
Hartley in, Hill just allowing that one through to Matthias with the gloves. A few oohs and ahs, but a good leave in the end. Hill forward, defending. Hartley picking up the ball. 2 balls left before lunch on day 3 here at Emirates Old Trafford. Hartley bowls. Back of a length, and Hill just rocks back, punches away to George Baldus on the deep cover boundary, gets a single. Peter Hanscom has just one delivery to see off to lunch for Leicestershire, and they'll be the happier of the 2 teams still, as long as they don't lose a wicket. This delivery, and he doesn't. Similar to Hill, he rocks back on the back foot, punches it out to George Balderson, takes a single off the last ball, and that's 6 off the over for Leicestershire. The last over before lunch, 242 for 3, Leicestershire. The highlight of the morning is Rehan Ahmed getting to 3 figures, 100 and out for Rehan Ahmed. Bowled nicely by Tom Hartley to a very specific plan over the wicket, caught by Josh Bohannon at a silly mid-off. But 2 wickets for Lancashire this morning. but it's certainly, you would say, Leicestershire's morning still.
Yeah, 122 for 2 in the session. And yeah, as you say, probably 75-25, something like that in Leicestershire's favour. It all means that they trail now by just 21 runs on first innings going into the afternoon session on the third day. Be interesting to see what their approach is, given the forecast for tomorrow. I don't think it's going to change too much. They'll continue to accumulate, try and get maximum batting bonus points, which would sort of guarantee them 16 from the game, if tomorrow is something of a write-off. But plenty of cricket to be played. We'll be back with you, BBC Radio's Manchester, Lancashire and Leicester, of course on Lancs TV and all the various websites as well, via the ECB website, YouTube. You can find us all over. But for the moment, we're going to go and find our Easter Sunday lunch, and I'm sure you're going to do the same. And we'll be back with you at Old Trafford in around about 35 minutes' time.
Hello and welcome along to another edition of Beyond the Boundary. This week I've got with me a man who's no stranger to Emirates Old Trafford, former director of cricket here at Lancashire. It's Ashley Giles. Ashley, good day to you, and it's really good that you've taken time out to come and say hello to us. Do you still have good feelings about the old place?
Absolutely. It's always a pleasure to come back to Emirates Old Trafford, to Lancashire. Actually, my wife and I often talk about my time here, which is only 2 years, but 2 really important years in my career. But my wife, Stina, always comments that I was incredibly well looked after here, really well looked after and welcomed by everyone at the club. So really fond memories, of working with everyone from, you guys who were on the board, right through all the coaching staff and the players. And it was also a great privilege. It's a fabulous ground, fabulous history. And I feel really privileged, as I say, to have worked with 2 of the biggest clubs in the country in Warwickshire and Lancashire.
Yeah, I mean, your time here came after a spell with England as one-day international coach. And I think at the time you were very much of the mind that you didn't want to just coach. You wanted to try and step up and move into a sort of directorship type role. Would that be true?
Absolutely, yeah, spot on. And at the same time, I started a master's course, a degree course in sport directorship here in Manchester. I've always wanted to sort of broaden my horizons or push my boundaries as to what I could do and my experiences. I love coaching. I still love coaching. And in many ways, that's the bit I missed and miss, is that one-to-one connection you get with a player on sort of taking him on that journey from A to B, or a team from A to B. Clearly, when you make that step to directorship, you are slightly more removed, and you've got to be more removed because your role is different. It's more strategic. It's more broad. But and Lancashire was certainly a good learning curve for that for me, because I was both coach and also stepping into the boardroom.
I was going to say that it was an important step for you because you were ostensibly still doing a fair amount of coaching. So there was still that one-to-one and team liaison type role. And I think you probably, I don't think it'd be exaggerating to say that you laid the foundations along with Glenn Chappell of this current squad. Although you look back to 2015, there are very few players that played in the T20 final that are still here now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I did see it was important transition years, I think, for Lancashire, and we both worked through that in bringing some of these young players through, giving them opportunities, as well as making sure you looked after those very solid citizens you have in a dressing room, and some of them are still playing. I mean, Crofty's still out there, which is extraordinary.
It is.
Great credit to him as
and playing as well as ever this summer.
But yeah, I really enjoyed that, and actually when I look back, because my first role at Warwickshire was both sort of coach and director, and that was a similar role to I had here. And in many ways, they're the most enjoyable because you get the best of both. It's very challenging, and in the modern world, with the amount of cricket we're playing in the different competitions, very difficult. But I did enjoy that role.
And when you were in that role, at that time, we're going back 7-8 years now, how important was it to you to develop the next layer of talent, if you like, to look at the way the academy and the age group structure was set up?
Yeah, it always has been, and was, and is still. I think that's the fundamental bit of our cricket, both our clubs and internationally. We've got to be, in an ideal world, looking at a strategy that's long term, that's sustainable over a long period. I've always tried to, and probably maybe sometimes to my detriment, move away from quick fixes and winning tomorrow. Sometimes you have to do that. You have to be aware of that. It's still not always possible. But I've always wanted to, I'd rather build over years than months, because I think that's better from a sort of legacy piece, to leave something behind. Even if when you're gone, that structure remains and grows. And hopefully Lancashire's got a bit of that. I hope, and I certainly think, looking at the Warwickshire squad as well, that I went back to, I suppose what we did, myself and Jim Troughton, and then now Paul Farbrace coming in, have built a squad that has had success and hopefully will over a long period.
Well, I think you're quite right with Warwickshire, but I think you're also right with that Lancashire have done that, and that it's been a club policy to develop academy and their own talent, and that's self-evident when you look at the sides that are playing now. But when you were in charge, I think probably the two standouts that came through in your time here were Liam Livingstone and Hasib Hamid.
Yeah, and both fantastic players.
You sort of you championed Liam a little bit, didn't you? You got him into the side, and batted him lower middle order initially,
and in a very different role. And Hass was is a different customer altogether. Yeah. But I hope one of the things I did, because Lancashire has got such a wide net of talent and available talent.
It's a huge area, isn't it?
A huge area.
The whole of the Northwest.
And there's a huge amount of talent that's always come through your academies and youth systems. It's almost creating the opportunity for that talent. And so I think Liam was a good example where, yes, when he first came in the side, he batted 7 and got runs. But I think in good sides or in mature sides, you allow yourself to do that, is to play a player that you might not be sure about, but actually it should be the senior players around him that pick up the slack. And if he does well, it's a bonus. But if he doesn't, he'll learn and he'll grow from that. But you're not expecting someone to come in and smash it up from ball one.
That's the ideal scenario, isn't it? To fit your 1 or 2 highly talented youngsters into a framework that contains some solid senior professionals.
Absolutely. That's the difference between mature and immature teams. It's not them as personalities, it's them as a group. The amount of cricket they've played. And my experiences, even going back as a player at Warwickshire in the early 90s, were exactly the same. That I was able to go into a team that had success, that knew its game, and not feel the pressure of having to get 5 wickets every time I bowled or runs. But if I did, it was a bonus. But I was learning from the best as well. It was, I think they're the best environments to work in.
Plenty of commentators, the public, supporters say, well, you've got to give the youngsters a chance. But you can't give them all a chance at the same time, because that just leads to inexperience and not almost inevitably, but very often failure.
Absolutely. You can ruin them. You can burn youngsters, and getting that timing right. So sometimes you put people in. I think back then, even Saqib was another example who we played, but always with the mind, well, you might have to pull them out. They might not be quite ready, but you want to. I'd rather err on the side of giving them an opportunity to pull them back than never knowing, just sitting on the sidelines. But it's got to be in a controlled way that doesn't, as I say, and you said, burn them.
Do you think our county system, from a county perspective, allows the development of talent to come through sufficiently. And I'm not necessarily pointing this towards England.
Yeah.
Whilst everybody probably admits that the county system is there to try and provide England players of the future, it would have to do that. Would be part of it, but it has to stand on its own 2 feet as well, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. So,
and is it set up to do that now?
Well, if I just talk about that, I think you know, I always saw my role as a head coach, director of cricket, and I think you did as two-pronged. You know, you absolutely have responsibility to try and win things for that county. That's why you're there, and that's what you're being paid for. But we also have responsibility to try and produce England cricketers, and you've got to try and move these two things along together, which isn't always possible. And there are times when the short-term pressures become really big. And so the choices between playing a young player, giving him opportunities, giving him time, perhaps, are somewhat conflicted by winning tomorrow. And I think many of the counties have faced that problem. Many of the directors of cricket have faced that problem. And in a system that has promotion, relegation, not saying that's right or wrong. We're not going to get into that debate, I don't think. But it can place those pressures.
Well, there are so many different variables and systems that are promoted, proposed, talked about in terms of divisional cricket for the county championship, whether it should be 3 6s, 10 and 8 as we've got now, or 12 and 6, or whatever. I mean, you can talk, and we've been talking about this in my lifetime in cricket, sort of 45 years, never come to perhaps a satisfactory conclusion. But having said that, you're probably ideally positioned now and placed, having spent enough time in the county game and having an elevated position in England, within the England setup, to realise that there is always going to be a bit of a conflict between county and England.
Always.
And I'm not sure how you can get over that.
Well, yeah, and I'm not sure, but I made the point during the winter, which I don't mind repeating, is that there's got to be, both sides have got to come together on this. There's got to be collaboration on what the best thing for the English game as a whole is. At the moment, I'm not sure those things are aligned. We're obviously playing a lot of cricket, a lot of different formats of cricket, and I think we've got to, I mean, ultimately for championship cricket, which is what we're here for, which I'm watching today, which is great, because we're watching two good teams on a good pitch at a great ground. You know, it's really, really going to be, it's tough cricket. I think we've got to find a way to play more championship cricket spread through the summer. You know, we, again, probably spend an hour or 2 hours working out how we might do that, but we've got to find a way to do that.
Well, I hear what you say, and I'm encouraged by the county cricket that I've seen already this summer. We've been blessed with a dryish April. And the only thing that I will say that you would perhaps need that we haven't had so far is a bit more pace in the pitches. I think the pitch has been pretty good generally, runs scored, and it's hard work for bowlers to take 20 wickets in a match.
Yeah.
So you've just said it. We're Lancashire, Warwickshire, 1 and 2 in the county championship last year on a test match pitch, basically. This is the sort of cricket that the selectors should be looking at and making decisions from, in my view.
Yeah.
Would you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely. This feels to me to be the top, and this wouldn't be the only game in the country, but this is the sort of top end of cricket. I think your point around pitches is a good one, the pacing pitches. And I think if we spread 4-day cricket throughout the summer a bit more, we'd have more variance or variation in that, and you'd probably have more pace later in the year. There's no doubt the weather actually in April is pretty good.
Generally.
It's generally pretty good. And we've got some very good groundsmen who can prepare very good pitches. But they're still going to lack some pace at this. You know, you'd have to be a magician to get them rock hard and flying through at this point. And we know, well, what you want to do is play on varying pitches in varying conditions. But at the very top end, yeah, you want some pace and some carry, and guys who can bend their backs, being rewarded for doing that over long periods on generally good wickets, good surfaces.
If you had a magic wand, and you've already said we need to try and play more 4-day cricket in the summer. I think there are 5 games actually in June and July this year, which is not bad, better than it has been. But if you had a magic wand, would you continue with all forms of the game that there are now? I think it's a given that we've got to carry on with 100 because you know the amount of money and time and effort and marketing and that has gone into that. I think I'm answering my own question. I think T20 cricket's essential for the counties, and we've got to play 4-day cricket. So we've got to try and fit it all in.
Absolutely.
And that's the eternal question.
It is, and then 50-over cricket. You know, we've got a World Cup coming up next year. We're world champions, and whilst in this current generation it won't have such an impact, but if we're continuing to play World Cups that are 50 overs, and you know there is a chance some of the next generation of players won't even play 50-over cricket, and you know I know that the way we set up for our 50-over cricket, which is fantastic, is more suited to the shorter format anyway. But I suppose if I had a magic wand, what would I do? I'd still find a way to play a more consistent, you know, championship cricket through the summer.
So blocks, basically.
But well, yeah, but I would, you know, and this is me talking, I would think about, you know, how we could do the T20 slightly differently. It's a very good competition. The quality of cricket's good. But could we play that? I know it goes against this, you know, what we moved to in not swapping formats all the time. But maybe a more appointment to view once a week, Friday or Saturday night.
Let's just make it clear here. There's no agenda in this discussion. This is Paul and Ashley having a chat. So it's personal views. It's interesting what you say about 50-over cricket, because one of your the finer achievements, I think, in recent years was to be head of England cricket when we won the World Cup in 2019. And you talk about 50-over cricket. I remember covering the 2015 World Cup out in Australia and New Zealand. And prior to that, it was thought and mooted that this might be the last World Cup of 50-over cricket.
Yeah.
And it was New Zealand coming along and McCullum playing the way he did and challenging the norms of 50-over that reinvigorated the game, which was great.
Yeah.
And that probably sparked England, because we'd been perennial failures from way back in the 70s. We'd never won it. So it's time we did, and we did. So basically, did that consume your thoughts in your England role at the time?
Well, year one, certainly. That was my first year in the job, was leading into the World Cup. And you know, most of that preparation had been done by Strauss, Morgan, Bayliss leading into that. But I felt great pressure in getting that over the line. You know, we went into that as favourites. There was a period through that tournament where we looked like we may not even make semi-finals. And so, you know, my job then is almost just trying to support, pull everyone together, make sure we're staying on track, which I know, you know, Owen Morgan and well, Owen's going to do. Trev was still very relaxed, but my job is to
always appeared very
that.
relaxed, Trevor.
Yeah, incredible. And I think that sort of came to head before the India group game at Edgbaston, and I think the guys sat down and said, you know, what are we worried about here? You know, we know there's the expectation. We know we all have those personal worries about what might not happen, and we've been on that journey. Let's just play the way we've been playing and go out and play with that confidence and in an aggressive way, and can't fault them. It's obviously a bit twitchy, and looking at strategy, you know, that strategy that was probably over 5 years in the making, or 4 years in the making, we still only won on the last ball of the tournament of a super over.
On a countback.
On a countback. So that's how tight it is. So that had to be the strategy, and it, you know, but whatever. I guess I'm not going to say too much about it. Whatever one hand gives, you lose something.
Well, I was going to come on to a more general point, really, about prioritising, whether you're in charge of a county or you're in charge of an international team. There is so much cricket played.
Yeah.
There are so many different tournaments, so many different series, so many different forms of the game, that the hardest thing, I think, must be to treat each game, match, series with equanimity.
Yeah.
It's impossible because you have to have a priority at some point.
Yeah, so firstly, from a county point of view, and this is just my experience again, would be to, we start every season with the high hopes, we challenge for everything. And then I think as the season ebbs and flows, sometimes you're surprised. So for us, when I was at Warwickshire, the 11 season, the way playing championship cricket, finished runners-up to you guys, to Lancs, and then 1 in 12, was a bit of a surprise the way we took this uptick. But our white ball cricket dropped off. I think the way, us winning T20 in 15 here, we struggled through some of the group stages, but peaked at the right time. And you sort of put your foot on the throat. With England, absolutely, we've had to, Test cricket, however we've played, whatever results have been like, there's always been one of our priorities. It's just the conditions we faced on and off the field with COVID and everything else, and the opposition we faced on the field have been really challenging. But certainly in white ball cricket, after the 19 World Cup, we made the choice with 2 T20 World Cups coming up to make that switch to prioritise T20 cricket, to be able to challenge for a T20 World Cup or a World Cup. We knew we wanted to go into it as best in the world. So whereas I think when I came on, we were 3rd in the world in T20 cricket, 3rd or 4th. We got ourselves to number 1 in the world, got in a good position. Our 50 over went from 1st in the world to 2nd in the world, but that was a strategic decision that we didn't have a 50 over World Cup for a few years. Focus on T20, and so we're happy with that. And barring a couple of overs that went wrong in the UAE, we played some really good cricket in that World Cup and could have been double white ball champions. But so in that terms, there's a lot of thought goes into the prioritisation.
Do you think that in England we have this? It's a preoccupation, but do we have too much emphasis on Australia and the Ashes? Or is it right to do that?
It's clearly an emotional series, a very important series. And
you played in one of the best Ashes series of all time in 2005. And,
it has.
I played in '81.
Yeah.
So both iconic series
amazing.
in a way.
And huge historical importance. But because of that, they almost become watershed moments. The fallout from the last series. Again, we won't go into too much, but generally happens around World Cups and Ashes because they're deemed as the most important thing. There's emotion, there's the history, etc., etc. And now we live in an environment that is just craves 24-hour news, and sometimes there's got to be change. There's something's got to happen, but there is a lot of importance placed in those series. And I think going back to something we talked about just a minute ago, it's becoming more and more difficult. I think in any sport, and cricket, and particularly county cricket, was probably immune from that a few years ago, to set your target about building long term. I've got a 5-year plan. Well, you might not get 5 years. You've got to win next year. Instant
success.
And that leads you to making some decisions that maybe you wouldn't in other cases.
That's an interesting point. I mean, the public demands success. Players want success. They're not in the game a long time, are they? They don't want to be necessarily part of a side that's going to win in 5 years because they might not be playing then.
Yeah.
So it's a very difficult balancing act. Having said all that, you put yourself, I think, where you wanted to be. Your aim through your formative years at Warwickshire, then as an England one-day coach, and then with Lancashire and then Warwickshire, you wanted to be at the top of the tree.
Yeah.
You won't have any regrets about that, even though things perhaps haven't worked out quite as well as you would have liked.
Absolutely. I've always set about what, and again, where you look at where you come from, your journey in cricket, all the things you've achieved. I look at mine. I still feel very privileged to have worked in the environments I've worked in and do the jobs I've done. And I wanted to work at that level, of course. The last 2 or 3 years have been the most challenging because of some of these circumstances we talked about, particularly with COVID, and challenging not just for me, but for everyone involved in that system, whether it be, the board, chief exec level, the coaches, players, everyone. It's been incredibly challenging, and at the county level as well. But no regrets. I think I'm sort of 3 months down the line of coming out of that role now. It's I've actually had a nice chance to reflect, and I feel fresher for it. I think there's some challenging times ahead for everyone still, but it's I love cricket. It's an amazing environment to work in, but we'll see what the future has in store.
So having been at the top of the tree in terms of coaching director of cricket work,
yeah,
what does the future hold for Ashley Giles? Does he want to try and continue in that? Does he want to move into perhaps another sport? Or would you be happy perhaps getting back to grassroots and saying, I'm just a coach now. I'd like to have another go at coaching.
Yeah, well, I think that's the process I'm still going through at the moment, which is great.
Yeah.
I've got some time to do that thinking, but when I reflect, I have done all of those roles. I've been a head coach, I've been a director of cricket, I've been the sort of national selector, I've been a one-day international coach, I've been the more director suit sort of role, and MD. So I have a lot of experience across cricket. Cricket is, the world's a massive place. The cricket world's quite small. It's the sort of, it always reminds me of going to Lord's for the test match. You always see the same faces, don't you? The same characters wherever you turn. That's what the cricket world's a bit like. So the moment, I certainly haven't fallen out of love with cricket. As I just said, I love cricket. So it could be cricket, could be going into form management, coaching. I'm pretty much open at the moment, but I'm also open to looking outside the box and working across sports, across countries, because ultimately the things we work with, Walt, are the fundamental thing is good people, structures, strategy. But I think the people thing's the most important thing. You get the right people around you, you've got a chance.
Ashley, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to chat to you for half an hour or so. We could probably have gone on for hours and hours and hours, but I'm glad to see you have come out of your England experience okay, and you're looking refreshed. And who knows what the future holds.
Thank you very much.
So thanks, Ashley, and we'll see you again soon on Beyond the Boundary.
Two names rich in history, Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, Partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Two names rich in history: Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Hello and welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford after the lunch break. And we're going to see something a little bit different. Josh Bohannon is going to start us up after lunch. Leicestershire restarts on 242 for 3. Hill on 36 and Hanscom on 16. Scott Reed alongside of it.
Good afternoon.
Josh Bohannon to get us started after lunch. Hanscom plays that nicely through the covers for a single. Something a little bit different.
Yes. He bowled a bit the other week, didn't he?
Yeah, was it against Novant or was it against...
Middlesex, can't remember now.
Yep. So in he comes, Bohannon and Hill driving uppishly, but avoids any danger. Gets the single, goes to Anderson Phillips left. He has to run round, do the fielding.
Yeah, Middlesex, he bowled 3 overs in the second innings at Lord's, which I think was his.
Bohannon, oh! There's a little bit of excitement out there. It goes through to Keaton Jennings. I don't know if it's just gone on with the arm or if it's come out the footholes and diverted to Jennings, but Bohannon in. Hanscom again playing that nicely through the cover region where Luke Wells is sweeping. Goes for a single. Just gentle off breaks from Josh Bohannon. He's in and bowls, and Hill just punching down the ground, but Bohannon sweeps round, cuts the one off.
It's just the 4th time that Bohannon has bowled in a first-class game in the last 4 years.
Bohannon in, Hill turning that away off his pads to the leg side sweeper. It's a single off that, 4 off. Josh Bohannon's over. 246 for 3. Well, it was an edge as well.
Yeah,
just didn't carry. Might have bought him another over, that.
He saw that. Remember when he first came into Lancashire's team, so it was in 2018. He did bowl quite a bit. He bowled a bit of medium pace, didn't he? I think.
Yeah, I thought it was. Yeah, him and Jennings. Jennings used to bowl some medium pace.
He did, yeah. When's the last time Jennings bowled?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I remember when Lancs was it. I don't think it was last year. I think it was the year before when they experimented with George Bell at Southport and Birkdale. I think it was me, you, and Kevin James. I think it was against Hampshire.
That was it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bit of off-spin from Bell.
I think he actually got a wicket as well.
Did he?
I'm sure he got one. It was coming out really nicely. I remember in the warm-up, and I thought, oh, he must be getting a chunk, and he ended up bowling a few overs that day as well.
It will be Anderson Phillip from the Brian Statham end. Yeah, Bell's not been involved in the first couple of rounds of games.
Yeah, seen he was in the runs for second 11 in the week.
Here comes Anderson Phillip bowls. That's worked away by Hill out to the square leg for a single. It must have been the year before.
Was it 2023?
2023.
Yeah.
That was I remember that week. It was a really hot week, wasn't it? We had 4 days.
We had no shade either. It was right in the sunshine.
Yeah. Baking hot for foot. The ice creams got delivered. Remember the ice creams being delivered? Well, that got Kevin excited, that, didn't it? When is it Luke Wood went round for some ice creams or something, and there's Anderson Phillip in balls to Hanscom. That's worked towards mid-wicket. There's no run.
I think Kevin was making some gentle, kind complaints about how some Lancashire players kept walking past with ice creams, and then 2 got delivered.
Yeah, he got himself all hot and bothered about that, didn't he? Luke Wood went round to get some ice creams. Yeah, a hot day in Southport, 4-day game in Southport. Been a good venue, that, for first-class cricket. Enjoy going to Southport. We're back at Blackpool this summer for 4 days. There's Phillip to Hanscom. Plays it late, just trying to run it down to third man. Picks out Jennings, who moves a pace of 2 to his right at slip to field the ball, and there's no run.
Got that scorecard up, and George Bell did take a wicket.
Nice.
And it's not a bad one. Liam Dawson caught Phil Salt. I remember Phil Salt made a brilliant 100 in that game as well.
247 for 3. This is 16 behind Leicestershire as we start the afternoon session. There's Phillip over the wicket, balls, Hanscom drives. And Hartley fields at cover, no run. 247 for 3. So Hartley had a lengthy spell from the James Anderson end in the morning session. He's bowled 15 overs through the morning, or pretty much all the morning. He was replaced just before lunch.
He was only really replaced just to test the arm, wasn't he, just before lunch as well.
Yep. Phillip again, balls once more, pushed away by Hanscom. Bouncing its way out towards Balderson at backward point. And there's no addition to the score. We had a little bit of Luke Wells before the lunch interval, a couple of overs from Wells. One ball left of the over. Anderson Phillip, he can't get his hands deeper into his pocket, can he?
I reckon he's got a couple of hand warmers in there.
He was like that last weekend, and it was like 17 degrees. We thought it was quite lovely, but not for Anderson. No, he was chilly last weekend as well. Balls, it's a lovely shot. 4 runs for Hanscom, cut away through the offside, races out through the point boundary. And 4 runs for Peter Hanscom. He moves to 22. It's the end of the over as well. 251 for 3.
Yeah, a shot like that just shows how good this surface is to bat on. Just ever so slightly back of a length. Hanscom just waits for it. Plenty of time. Cuts it away nicely. Through the point region for 4.
You mentioned George Bell there. He was temporarily on as a 12th man there, because Josh Bohannon was off the field to bring out some pads and the helmet. He's not going to bowl a second one, isn't Bohannon? It'll be Tom Hartley.
Yeah, I think Tom Hartley will try and settle in again for a long spell in this afternoon session from the James Anderson end. Sir James Anderson now. He's going to come over the wicket to the right-handed Hill. It's going to go to a very similar plan and line, length, field placements to Rehan Ahmed, and the dismissal that he well worked with Rehan Ahmed, and that's clipped nicely from Hill. He should pick up a couple. He might think about a third. Harris has to put a dive in, but he does well. Slides just before the boundary up, cuts the 3 off. A nice couple for Hill, taking him into the 40s. He's batted nicely so far. He soaked up some pressure in that morning session when Lancashire just got 2 quick wickets. Hartley in, and Hill sweeps nicely, aggressively, but straight to George Balderson on the deep square. More like a fine leg boundary to the spinner. Wait, quite a bit down the leg side from Tom Hartley, allowing Hill just to sweep hard at that one. Hanscom playing that one nicely into the leg side. There's no close field up. Mike Jones the closest at a mid wicket. Rotates the strike nicely. But yeah, Hill soaked up some pressure and now he's just starting to go through the gears a little bit. 42 off 62. Took no real risk either. He tries to sweep there. More or less a Yorker length delivery. Signalled a wide. And I'm very I think there's a little bit of confusion out there as to why that is a wide. He seems to have swept that and only just missed the stumps. We'll have to see a replay of that as Hill punches that one out to the deep mid-wicket boundary. Over pitch from Hartley. Yeah, there's a little bit of confusion. The previous delivery, a few oohs and ahs from the behind the stumps with Hurst and Jennings. Hartley into Hanscom. Again, played nicely through the leg side. Plenty of time. Just rocks on the back foot. Tucks it away nicely off his legs. Gets a single. Just frustrating the Lancashire spinner. No dot balls in this over. And there certainly won't be as well as Hill rotates the strike again into the leg side. It's a good over for Leicestershire. 259 for 3 off 66 overs. Hill on 44 off 64 with 5 fours, and Hanscom, the Australian, the skipper, on 24 off 53. Just a 2 fours so far. Jennings just having a discussion with Ashraf, the umpire. Just talking about that wide decision in the previous over. They need wickets here, Lancashire. Need to try and get some energy again back into this innings. Try and get some positivity, some attacking intent. Anderson Phillip is the man trusted to do that from the Brian Statham end. It's just over pitched and Hill drives it nicely to Saki Mahmood at mid-on, who's looks like the man in charge of trying to polish this ball up as much as he can, try and get something, try and get some movement with this ball. Feels like it might get to that stage where Lancashire start asking about the shape of the ball. You often see it in cricket now. The ball doesn't do much when they get asked. As Hill tucks that away nicely off his legs. Aerial for a little while, but never in the reach of the fielder. Gets a single.
Well, they've got to start here, haven't they, these two now? This is a good base. They've put on 69 runs so far for this wicket. After that little wobble, the 2 quick wickets, Riyad Ahmed and then Ian Holland, they managed to find another partnership in a terrific position here, the Foxes.
Phillip in, and that's 4 runs. Beautiful shot from Peter Hanscom. Again, showing how much time he's got on this surface here at Emirates Old Trafford. He just rocks back, transfers his weight, and he doesn't really put anything into it. He just lets it hit the middle of his bat. It's a punch, if anything. It's a beautiful shot for 4.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? You say he's got so much time. The way that the day started, the second over of the match, Mahmood bowling to Ahmed, And he just leant into one and punched it through the covers. Absolutely timed it beautifully, but didn't have to go after it, didn't force it. And you've got so much time on this pitch, haven't you, to try and play it, to play your shots there, and easy paced.
That 4 takes Leicestershire into a lead now as well, as they take a single to the leg side, but it was 50-50. You thought there might have been a chance created, but Mike Jones just on the heels, maybe in the mid-wicket. Hanscom doing what he does well, just constantly rotating the strike. Trying to not get too many dot balls, trying to keep the pressure on the Lancashire attack, try and frustrate them.
Yeah, it's been a feature of the 3 partnerships in this innings so far. Ahmed and Budinger, Ahmed and Holland, and now these 2. Just the boundaries, they've managed to keep things just ticking over with the rotating the strike.
Phillip in. Hill just on the back foot a little bit there to a fuller length delivery. Keeps it out, 45 to his name so far. He'll look to reach an half century, and then he'll think about maybe even a 3-figure score.
Yeah, a couple of 50s for him last season for Lewis Hill. Top score of 92 last year.
Played well so far.
Yes.
Lead of 2 for Leicestershire. As Anderson Phillip goes to that back of a length delivery, Hill just ducks under, that allows it through to Matty Hurst. 265 for 3. Leicestershire.
I was chatting to Richard yesterday about Lewis Hill. I was reading an article, I think it was in the Cricketer magazine, about how he wanted to step back from captaincy, and he was quite open about how it affected him, his game, and also actually affected him physically, kind of mentally as well. The demands of being of captaincy, and maybe that little bit of freedom, having stepped back from that role, and seeing him flourish a little bit more with the bat. Obviously had his struggles last season, 400 runs, averaging just 20. But well, he's got a terrific pitch to bat on here, hasn't he? A lovely day, and he's nicely set. Hanscom, a new skipper, is on strike. Here's Hartley. It's turned out through the leg side by Hanscom, just drags the ball out through square leg. Comes back for 2. Moves on to 31, 267 for 3.
Yeah, it's a role that you don't often realise what goes into it unless you're around an elite environment. You know, you as a skipper, you're involved in more or less every meeting. You have a meeting with management, analysts, team selections.
It's Hartley. And turned to square leg again by Hanscom, just for a single this time. 32 not out, 268 for 3.
You know, it's a challenge to try and switch off sometimes. You're constantly trying to set the standards and lead from the front and set the sort of the tone of the group, and set what sort of standards and leadership rules and all that you go by as a squad.
He was on strike, 45 not out, plays forward in defence, no run.
The big challenge is just switching off away from cricket and taking that sort of captain's hat off and allowing yourself that time just to relax and, you know, be that sort of normal cricketer.
Nice defended by Hill, slightly close face of the bat. Trying to work it to the leg side, it just deflects back down towards Hartley, no run. 268 for 3. Need of 5 for Leicestershire. Here's Hartley. Left arm spin around the wicket, forward again, defending. And there's no run. I suppose if you blend all that into, if a team's struggling and not winning as well, they can almost kind of compound those pressures and the stresses that the job has. As Hartley is into Hill, it's a nice ball that beats him, and through to the keeper. It's the end of the over, probing away. Tom Hartley from the Anderson end, 268 for 3, lead by 5.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't help when the results of the side are more negative than positive. Obviously, you've got your media commitments as well. You're doing interviews. You're being dragged left, right and centre. Being dragged left, right and centre. And as skipper, you always feel like everything falls on your shoulders. Leading the side, you feel like you're the one being judged and zoned in on the most. It's a big battle now for Lancashire. Every run that Leicestershire get, Lancashire know they have to get that run and then the extra bit more to try and create their own lead as well. So it's going to be a real mental battle for Lancashire out there. They need to try and stay upbeat. They need to try and stay positive. They need to try and create a little bit of something as Saki Mahmood comes into the attack. That's just a gentle loosener on the pads of Peter Hanscom, who tucks it away nicely to the long leg fielder. Gets a single.
2 overs from Anderson Phillip after lunch. Being replaced by Saki Mahmood.
Just a one slip for Saki Mahmood. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. That's down the leg side. There's a shout to catch it, but there's no noise. Goes through to Matthias. Hill will feel like he's missed out there.
Just 2 games for Mahmood last season. I was saying to Richard before, this is just his 6th game in 2.5 years in first-class cricket. With that double stress fracture he had in successive seasons.
Frustrating for both Saki Mahmood and Lancashire with them injuries, as that one's back of a length down the leg side as Hill just turns on that one, gets a single to Anderson Phillip at the long leg boundary.
Well stocked in the bowling department, Lancashire. If you look at some of the lads that are not involved, even with Henderson unavailable, he's not quite ready yet, Jimmy Anderson. But you look at some of the lads that they've not picked up. I mean, Bailey and Williams. I wonder when the last time Lancashire played when at least when both of them didn't feature. It doesn't happen too often. I mean, at least one play.
In comes Mahmood, bit of a tighter line. Hanscom just shuffles back in the crease and turns it away off his pads. He looks very strong through that leg side region. Yeah, it's probably only a year or 2 ago you're talking about Will Williams and Tom Bailey being one of the best opening bowler partnerships in the country. The movement they get with that new ball. But you just feel like Lancashire are just lacking that point of difference in the bowling attack. Someone left arm maybe, or someone with that real X factor pace. A bit of a mystery spinner. You just feel like there's something lacking just from this bowling attack as Hill turns it away into the leg side. 4 singles through that leg side region for Leicestershire in this over. Mahmood just not quite finding his lines in this first over after lunch.
I think Josh Boyden, Ollie Sutton, Mitchell Stanley, Jack Blatherwick all playing in the second 11. Of course, Tom Aspinwall, and then Bailey, and then Williams.
In comes Mahmood again on that leg side. Hanscom just says, yes, thank you, I'll have another easy single. That's 5 singles through the leg side off that first Saki Mahmood over after lunch.
Just looking at the second 11 fixture from earlier this week. Jack Blatherwick 4 for 84 in the first innings. A couple of wickets for Ollie Sutton. He bowled at Lords, his debut at Lords in the first game of the season. And Charlie Barnard, left arm spinner, picked up 6 wickets.
Yeah, he nearly took Lancashire to victory in that second 11 clash. Derbyshire just gain over the road late on.
It's Hartley to Hanscom. It's pushed away into the offside. There's no run. Mahmood comes round from backward point to field. As bright and as clear a day as we've had so far in this match, with Leicestershire enjoying the conditions so far. Hanscom defends out towards the leg side again. There's no run. He's on 35, 273 for 3. Hartley, sunglasses on, slipping place in Jennings, forward again. This will be a quick single, this. He's just nudged it away into the offside. That's good running. Hanscom and Hill, both on their little thumbs up as well, not surprised. Both on the same wavelength there. Little push and go. Takes the score on to 274 for 3. And Anderson Phillip, who was at the long off boundary, jogging back up, so there's a mid off and a mid on. There's Hartley. He's in again to Hill. Sends Hanscom back this time. As Mahmood comes round from backward point to field. And again, there's no run. He's on 47. Lewis Hill. Lead of 11 for Leicestershire. Hartley twirling back in, balls again, forward again. Hill. And Bohannon, short cover fields. And there's no run. We've got a deep cover and deep backward square leg, the two Lancashire fielders on the boundary. Final ball of the over. Off the back foot. And that'll bring the man on the cover boundary into play. Luke Wells. Single for Hill. Takes him to 48. 275 for 3. Lead by 12. 70 overs gone, so 10 overs remaining until Lancashire do have the option of a second new ball.
Yeah, you think they'll take it straight away with this. Old ball not really doing anything. The wicket is flat. This old ball showing no signs of swinging still. Might look for a bit of reverse swing, but even at 70 overs old, you're not going to get much net on this flat Old Trafford surface. 275 for 3 as Saki Mahmood will continue. He's into Hill. Again, on the pads of the right-hander. Runs on 48. Probably feels like, again, he missed out on a run or a couple of runs. Saki Mahmood just not finding his line. Just going too straight to both the Leicestershire batters here. Like how positive the Leicestershire batters have been, both in defence and attack. Even in defence, they're trying to rotate the strike. They're trying to just nurdle it into gaps and keep the scoreboard ticking. They're going at 3.92 and over with no real signs of any over-aggression as Hill just leans on that one, plays it into the offside for no run. There's no signs of any over-aggression. There's no big shots or...
No, it's not been risky, has it?
No, they took no risk at all. It's probably the one shot that stands out. It's probably Rehan Ahmed just chasing after a wide one that he missed out on. But other than that, Leicestershire have found it very easy to find the boundaries. They've been patient, but they've also forced Lancashire's hand by constantly rotating the strike and getting Lancashire frustrated and going searching for it. Saki Mahmood a little bit straight at that time. Hill tucks that away into mid-wicket, no run.
You know, they've certainly enjoyed probably the better of the conditions to bat, but that's still, you have to make the most of that, don't you? And they came out with real positivity yesterday. And when you met such a good start, I mean, they were 100 on the board in the blink of an eye. You're kind of ahead of the game there, aren't you? And you've been able to build some good partnerships. The other one here.
And comes Mahmood. Better line, better length. Hill confidently behind it. yeah, it just allows for them quieter periods, doesn't it? It allows for a little bit of pressure from the opposition. It allows you just to soak it up. You don't really have to give in to that pressure because you're still ahead of the game. As was discussing before, Lancashire, the first innings against Northants in the last fixture, they went at 2.7 runs and over. In the first innings here, they went at 2.7 as well. It's probably just lacking that attacking intent. And you don't have to be attacking in terms of T20 cricket. You don't have to go basball in it. As Hill tucks that into mid-wicket for no run. You just have to be positive and just try and be busy. Try and create runs by just hitting it into areas, hitting it into gaps. But you can also be positive in defence, and maybe that's just something that Lancashire need to try and enforce when they come to bat in the second innings.
Well, they'd be hoping this conditions will be a lot different. I mean, the morning session on day one was pretty tricky.
Yeah, a little bit more grass on it, wasn't there, than the Northants wicket as well. Attacking them stumps with that final delivery of the over. It's a maiden. 275 for 3 with Hill on 48 and Hanscom on 36.
Division 1 of the Rothesay County Championship. Durham against Yorkshire. Durham 422 for 8 to lead Yorkshire by 115 runs. Essex, Worcestershire at Chelmsford. Worcestershire are 26 for 2 in their second innings. So they've been set a target of 295 to win. Essex looking for 8 wickets to wrap up victory on the third day there. Somerset are batting again against Hampshire, the 20 without loss, trailed by 132 runs at the utility ball. Hartley's in to start a fresh over. Forward goes Hanscom. No addition to the score. Two of the Division 1 games taking place, Sussex, Surrey and Warwickshire against Nottinghamshire. Hartley, meanwhile, here at Emirates Old Trafford. He's in to Hanscom. That's played forward to Bohannon. And again, there's no run. 36 to Peter Hanscom. 275 for 3. Hartley in and bowling. Carefully negotiated again by Hanscom, getting right forward and defending. Just drops the ball away to cover. Bohannon comes up with a shin guards onto field. Hands on his knees now as he waits for Hartley, who's in and bowling. Forward again, here's Hanscom. Ball runs away into the offside. Michael Jones is there quickly. Gives it back to Bohannon. He'll hand it back to Hartley. And Hartley set to come in once more. The pavilion behind him, and the flag's just fluttering a little bit more now after lunch. As Hanscom plays forward again in defence. And again, there's no run. One ball left of the over. A lead of 12 for Leicestershire. Hartley sets off. He's in and bowling forward. Goes Hanscom, and that's nudged away into the offside. 3-point Wells comes up to complete the fielding. And there's one run. 276 for 3. Just check back into those games in Division 1 again, where Surrey are playing Sussex. This is the defending champions. Plenty of runs in this game. Sussex making 435 in their first innings. Ben Folkes and Dan Lawrence are batting for Surrey, who were 245 for 3 in reply, so 190 behind. And Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire. Now Warwickshire were 93 all out. Looks like Notts have just lost a wicket there. Yeah, Tong the man out. So they're 9 down, 357 for 9, but Hasib Hamid is the batter at the non-strikers end. He is unbeaten on 132, looking to carry his bat. Hasib Hamid.
Saki Mahmood to continue from the Brian Statham end as Hanscom solidly in behind that into the offside for no run.
Pretty sure he did that at least once for Lancashire. Century carried his bat, maybe even against Yorkshire in a game here, going back probably 2017, maybe something like that. Bizarre game, that edge pass, isn't it? With Warwickshire 90 all out and then not piling on the runs.
Substantial lead as well. Going into day 4 tomorrow as Hanscom tucks that away off his hip. Just a little bit too straight from Mahmood. Takes the lead to 14 for Leicestershire. .277 for 3. Just this one slip, point cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket for Mahmood. As Hill just tries to run that off the face, but goes straight to the point fielder, George Balderson. Hill just 2 runs off his half century.
Last week, scores of 24 and 41 for Hill in the game against Derbyshire, which finished in a draw. Hanscom got 20 in the second innings and 63 in the first.
That's tucked away nicely for Hill, but we'll find the deep square fielder in Luke Wells. Just picks up a single, takes him on to 49. After 2 starts in the last fixture, Hill will be open to get over the line, make a half century, and then try and look to double that up later on in the day.
Yep, had 1 centurion. Riyad Ahmed reaching 3 figures today. He was 61 not out, I think, overnight.
Mahmood in. Oh, back of the length, and that's cut nicely from Hanscom, and I think it'll be 4. It is. It runs away nicely across this Emirates Old Trafford outfield, and he's scored nicely through that region all day. Again, he's just allowing the ball to come through to him. Hits it virtually behind him, behind his body more or less. He's playing it that late, and he just opens his hands up, which he's done nicely against the seam and the spin today. And he finds the point boundary that takes him into the 40s, 42 now for the Australian. Mahmood in, straighter, fuller, getting Hanscom to lean onto that front foot. The dot ball to end the over, 282 for 3 Leicestershire, and Hill on 49 and Hanscom on 42.
Yeah, almost, thanks Callum, almost half his runs have come square, either just behind or just a fraction in front of square. Peter Hanscom, most profitable region for him in this innings of 42. Just have a look at some of the Division 2 games. We've got Northamptonshire at Derbyshire this week. Northants 473 for 7, lead by 166 in that fixture. Gloucestershire are at Kent, and Gloucestershire's second innings 68 without loss, so lead Kent by 147. And Glamorgan are at Middlesex. As Hartley's in and bowling forward, goes Hill in defence, and there's no run. Glamorgan into their second innings at Lords. They are 49 for no wicket, and they trail by 222 runs. Is how it's all shaping up in Division 2. Here's Hartley, and there goes Hill forward and playing the ball back to Hartley off his own bowling. There's no run. 2-8-2 for 3. So lead of 19. And Hill is a run away from a half-century. Defends his next delivery from Tom Hartley. Bahanan comes up from cover to field. And the ball back to Lancashire's tall left-arm spinner. There's the pavilion behind him. And he's in and bowling. And off the front foot jabs the ball away. And again, there's no run. Richard Ray's rejoined me in the commentary box.
Yeah, looking good for the Foxes. Just building steadily, using their experience, these two, milking the bowling. Old ball now.
Here comes Hartley again. Back goes Hill. Single takes him to 50. The back foot cutting out towards the point boundary for a very no-nonsense, calm, effective, efficient, risk-free half-century. 50 from 91.
Second of the season, made 96 in his first innings at Glamorgan, then ran himself out. I'll come back to that.
Okay. Hanscom's on strike for the final ball of the over. And he defends. Lead of 20 for Leicestershire, 283 for 3.
Hit it not quite straight to mid-off where Sam North East was fielding, but he took him on, dived, and photographic evidence and indeed replays confirmed him to have made his ground, actually. But he was given out by a retreating umpire, retreating from the stumps going backwards, and he was a little bit unlucky. But when I said, well, did you need to take that risk? You know, it was fairly straightforward for you. And he said, yeah, you've got to put the fielders under pressure. You know, and he wasn't going to change because of that. So he was unlucky to miss out at Sophia Gardens. And he'll be very keen to go on here and sort of convert this half-century into a three-figure score. Is that Mr. Bahanan divesting himself at long last of his pads, which he's worn all day?
Does, yeah, he likes to take his trousers off.
He's going to have a bowl, that's why. Had one over, post-lunch. I was going to say, Luke Wells has come up on the board. It is Luke Wells.
No,
it isn't. It's Bahanan, I'm right, aren't I?
Yes.
Yes. I was going to say, it's a good foot short to him. So I didn't think I was seeing things. They're both similarly challenged in terms of their hirsuteness, or lack thereof. I think it's a deliberate thing, isn't it? They've shaved it all off. In goes Bahanan and bowls, tosses it up. It's a little bit of a half volley, driven away by Hill, but Turner manages to scramble across from wide mid-off to field, cut it off and keep it to 1. Leicestershire boys walking round the boundary at the moment. I can see Josh Hull, Harry Swindles. What's Harry doing here? I wonder. Backup wicket keeper. In goes Bahanan, a little bit wide and late as ever. Hanscom just dabs it down towards third man and takes 2. It just sort of accelerates really gradually, Peter Hanscom, but I've seen so many innings like this now, so he'll be 3 or 4 off 20-odd balls and, you know, just finding his way, and then suddenly he'll look up and he'll be 40-odd off 70, and, you know, sort of, then he'll be 70 off 90 or something. In goes Bahanan, and Hanscom just goes back, turns it around the corner, jogs the single. Nothing there for the Lancashire bowlers. It is, as I've said, an old ball now. But well, the lead now 24 with 7 first innings wickets in hand, all of which can bat, if you know what I mean. Bahanan in, forward goes Hill, defending out into the offside, and there's no run. Sol Budinger down there. Quite see who's there under the woolly hat, the bobble hat. Might be Roman. As Bahanan bowls, tosses it up, but just overdoes it slightly, and Hill with insouciant ease just leans forward, clips it through the vacant mid-on area down to long on, and walks his single. Bahanan's going to have a go round the wicket, try anything. Try and push it across Hanscom, who turns his bat sideways on momentarily, then he gets in position, very wide outside off stump, and has nothing to do with it. Lets it go through, Peter Hanscom. He remains on 45, Hill 54. 52, 288 for 3. So Partnership now 98 for the 4th wicket.
He had a great year last year, didn't he, Peter Hanscom? Yeah. Just under 900 runs, averaging 75. 3 centuries, 650s, top score of 139 not out.
They are wonderfully consistent. These sort of top Australians, like Hanscom, like Marcus Harris. You know what you're going to get. He's had his bad seasons.
It's Hartley to continue. Hill going back and working it with a bit of bottom hand to the leg side up towards mid-on. There's no run.
He had a pretty miserable time at Middlesex, didn't he, when he captained there for a season?
Yeah. That's a while back.
Didn't score many runs.
It's Hartley to Hill. And his runs down to fine leg here. And we'll shuffle back for 2. You might think of 3. Yeah, Balderson's got a lot of ground to get across, and that's good running. Hill and Hanscom have run 3. And Leicestershire lead now by 28 at 291 for 3. Balderson's at deep backward square legs with a lot of grass to make up, and that's the century partnership as well. 101 added between Hill and Hanscom. 291 for 3. Hartley to Hanscom, going back, cuts the ball out to point for a single.
He never sort of seems to try and overhit it as well. You know, he's content to take one if there's a sweeper, and he doesn't think he can get it either. You know, if it would be slightly risky to try and work it either side of him, then he doesn't mind sort of hitting it straight to him.
Comes Hartley forward, goes Hill. Defends, no run.
He'd rather have one than sort of risk a tiny amount trying to get forward. It's a
Hartley twirls in again. Defended back to him by Hill. I'm sure it's a combination of the older ball and now a reasonably docile pitch and good conditions, but they've made it look so unhurried, haven't they? So simple, really. He was pushed away by Hill into the offside, no run. It's built calmly, and they've set the scoreboard ticking over. They can't really think of any chances. There's been nothing risky. It's just been a very sedate but assured partnership, and so far that reflects the innings for Leicestershire.
It does. Neither of them are given a chance, have they? I haven't got a note of one anyway. Buddington gave a couple yesterday. Made the occasional flirt with one, but Hill and Hanscom have just ground it down. And I think Hanscom would be happy to use that sort of verb. You know, he likes to grind them down. Yeah, they like that.
Well, and these two are Lancashire can take a new ball, aren't they, in 4 overs time? So these two are in now. They're nicely set to try and deal with that as well. I'm going to be giving anything away before Lancashire have the chance of a new ball, and they'll get probably Turner or Balderson in or Mahmood in with it.
Yeah, to come, Louis Kimber will come in next. He can obviously hit a long ball. He struggled a little bit at the start of the season, but he can be extremely destructive, as he famously was last season at Sussex. Almost pulling off the most astonishing win I think I would have ever seen, really. Ridiculous innings. Then Ben Cox will be busy. Van Beek hits a long ball. Ben's, Green and Mike, both very effective hitters, and Scriven, sort of a bit like Hill, busy at the crease and very effective, and he too has scored a lot of runs already this season, so plenty of batting to come for the Foxes. They lead by 29, 57 overs remain to be bowled today. Bohannon is in outside off stump. Back goes Hanscom, steering to shortish third man. Lots of oohs and ahs. Hit it fairly cleanly, steered it fairly cleanly, but more or less straight to the fielder. Bohannon is in, turned off middle and leg by Hanscom. Jogs the single because it's going out towards mid-wicket. Wells bounces towards the ball, full of enthusiasm as ever. Bowles, that's a better line, off stump line. Big yo from Keaton Jennings behind the stumps, as I thought it was going to be pad first or something. Would have hit him outside the line, but it did get his back to it first. Bohannon is in again, Hill is forward. Ooh, a little bit edgy that, because he pushed at it slightly wide and it hit quite high up in the bat. Flew through gully. Don't think it would have been a chance to even a shortish gully, but it's a slightly false shot, ran it down towards short third. Bohannon bowls, little bit short, Hill goes back, but can only turn it to mid-wicket, where Wells is the fielder. Looking round, all the Lancashire players with their caps on. There's Bohannon bowls, forward goes Hill, drops it out into the offside. He wants a single. Hanscom is not interested. Decent over from Bohannon. You heard the well bowled, almost slightly surprised. Well bowled, said I think it was Jennings out there. Good over. Bohannon 3 overs for 10 runs. 293 for 3. A second batting bonus point coming into view for the Foxes.
He doesn't bowl much, Josh Bohannon. Really, it was just his 4th time in 4 years that he's bowled in county championship cricket for Lancashire, so it's
might get a few overs. Well, what is it? Maybe one more.
Yeah.
As the new ball approaches. It's all very quiet across the way. Nothing happening at footy ground.
Oh, it is, isn't it? Yeah. It's driven away. Beats the dive of Wells at cover. Hanscom gets a single, moves to 48, 294 for 3. You can
no joy from Callum alongside, and no sort of whoops of pleasure. No, he shakes his head grimly.
It's still 0-0, is it then? Oh, okay.
That's good for Man United, isn't it? 0-0 these days.
Yeah, you can normally hear a cheer should
they get anywhere near the goal.
Yeah, if anyone bothers scoring. It's worked quickly towards mid-on by Hill. He'll scamper through for a quick single as well. Takes him to 56, not out.
Did you see, I don't know which team it was in Germany, but they hadn't scored for I don't know how many games it was, and all the fans behind one of the goals came in with huge arrows, and each time they got anywhere near, they all ran one side or the other with these arrows pointing at. It's a fantastic. Check it out on YouTube. It is hysterically funny.
Hanscom defends away to cover no run. I'm not.
Apparently the players were not amused, but
didn't take
the
it
rest
well,
of the world
it?
was.
Yeah.
The rest of the world was highly amused.
That's
It's
terrific.
fantastic. I'll get it for you.
Like these huge arrows.
Yeah,
pointed
literally.
To the goal. Hartley to Hanscom, forward in defence, and there's no run. That is terrific. You can't.
It's taking sarcasm to a new level,
yeah,
isn't it?
Brilliant.
Really.
Superb. 295 for 3. Hanscom 48. Hartley twirls in, bowls. That's quicker. And that's off the back foot. And guided out towards the point boundary where Jones comes up to field. Hanscom gets a single, so he's trying to join Hill. And by reaching a half century, he's 49 not out now, so he's not too far away. 296 for 3. Lead of 37. Correction, 33. Final ball of the over, Hill defends. And there's no run. That's the end of the 78th over. 296 for 3. Lead of
the fans of Magdeburg, bless them.
Oh, that is terrific. It's like a couple of hundred supporters, all with arrows pointing towards the goal. Oh, that's brilliant. That's fantastic.
I love that. But I'm sure Manchester United supporters are not at the moment having to do quite the same. Scoring goals doesn't seem to be an issue. Conceding them, that perhaps is a problem. Josh Bohannon from the Statham end is into Peter Hanscom, who leans forward. You heard the very Australian no as he turned it towards mid-wicket, but saw that George Bell, who's on the field, was quickly on to it at mid-wicket. 296 for 3. Bohannon in, bowls a little bit wide, rather slap driven. We had to reach for it a little bit there, did Hanscom, and as a consequence didn't really time it, and it ran along the ground all the way to Turner at mid-off. Bohannon in. It's a good line on off stump, and forward went Hanscom respectfully. Not taking any chances. He remains on 49. Looking for a third half century of the season. Bohannon is in, Hanscom is forward, again on off stump. Holds the pose for a minute, just checks he's lining everything up okay. Turner just beginning to do a few stretches at mid-off. New ball in the offing as in goes Bohannon, bowls outside off stump. And Hanscom, not to be tempted, lets it go through.
Yeah, looks like John Turner will have the chance to take the new ball.
Bohannon in, bowls fullish, but all Hanscom deigns to do is just sort of block it out into the off side. And, well, there were one or two opportunities perhaps to take the single he needed for his 50, but as I say, Hanscom not a man to be rushed. 296 for 3, the lead is 33 now. 7 first innings wickets in hand. Partnership is, what, 116 now? And as I say, they'll certainly want maximum batting bonus points, I think, before even thinking about giving out, to be quite honest.
Yeah, and why not? And, probably not even a consideration at the minute, isn't it? Just bat the day. Forecast is, if it's dodgy for tomorrow, then Leicestershire have enjoyed a couple of good days. Batting bonus points, 8 for your draw as well. It's not a bad week. Let's turn to the leg side by Hill, no run.
Question, too much of a reward really for the draw? 8 points?
I think
16, so. I tend to agree, to be honest. I think 6 was a bit better.
Hartley to Hill, forward in defence, and there's no run.
So it kind of guarantees teams won't take too many chances in the first half of the season anyway. Might come a point where they've nothing to lose, but not yet.
Hartley to Hill, that's whipped away to the leg side, up towards wide mid-on, and there's no run. Yeah, I never think it looks, considered nothing against Leicestershire, but I never think it looks great when a team that's played 2 and won 2 isn't top, and a team that's played 2 and won 1 is. It's up towards mid-on, no run.
They haven't picked up many bonus points, have they, Kent? It's an odd one.
Yeah, they've not got a single batting bonus point, no.
But they've won 2 games.
Good case for getting rid of bonus points. Hartley in, forward again goes Hill. There's no run.
Well, our colleague Dave Fletcher from BBC Radio Derby will tell you that if you did do away with bonus points and went back over the last however long and said, I think it's 2 points for a win, 1 point for a draw, no points for the defeat.
People from LBW there. Hartley spinning round as Hill gets forward, asking whether it was pad first. A bit of bat on that, I suspect, first off Hill. I'm sure I heard that on the effects mic. So back on the replay here.
I think it was looked like inside edge onto the pad.
Yep. Not out, but end of the over, 296 for 3.
Yeah, if you take away the bonus points and then work it out on a win, draw, loss basis on that 2-1-0, then nothing actually changes. The positions are almost completely the same over the seasons. So they haven't really made sort of any difference in terms of winning divisions or getting promotions, things like that.
I think there's a really good conversation about that, yeah. But I mean, just to simplify it, just have points for a win, whatever for a draw, nothing if you get beat, and that's your point system.
New ball time.
Yep. Will be Saqib Mahmood to take it from the Statham end.
He bowled a couple of odd overs after lunch, didn't he, really? Just leg stump line that Leicestershire just worked away. Is it me from this end? Or
it is, yeah.
It is. So he's got 2 slips. He's got a nice new ball in his hand, and he's going to be bowling to Peter Hanscom. Bowls a little bit short, dropped down at his feet by Hanscom. And he looks down quickly to make sure he isn't going to roll back on the stumps. Then he says to Matty Hurst, do you want me to pick that up? Hurst says, go on then. He picks it up and lobs it to the Wiganer. Matty Hurst, Billings near Wigan. He went to school in Wigan. Presumably a fan of the Warriors. Kind of compulsory if you come from Wigan. Really, but, and why not?
Yeah.
You know,
You've got to pay your council tax and you've got to support the Warriors. Yeah.
Great club. Mahmood is in bowls. A tempter, full wide, swinging away. Hanscom, as we've seen, is disinclined to be tempted. He remains on 49. He's been on that for a good few balls, I think. 7 or 8, I would guess. Flags hanging fairly limp atop the pavilion.
Yeah, there's not been much breeze today, is it? Very still day and a lovely Sunday.
If you get in the sun, it's very pleasant. And out of that slight breeze, Mahmood is in bowls, straight on off stump. Hanscom forward, solidly. Runs it out to Bahanan at mid-off. No run. It just started to sort of get the run rate going upwards again. 3.68 it is now, but the last few overs, Hanscom hasn't exactly gone into his shell. He never really does, but he's been careful as he approaches a small personal landmark. Alfonso Thomas is having a walk around at the moment. I want him to get on with it a bit. Mahmood is in full, and that is the 54 Hanscom because it was too full. Middle and leg, Hanscom waited for it, and a lovely mellow sound from the bat as he just turned his wrists on it and clipped it out to deep mid-wicket for 4. So he, like Hill earlier, goes past his 50, and also at the same time brings up the Leicestershire 300, gives them another batting bonus point.
Yeah, the things we said about Hill's half century could really replicate for Hanscom, couldn't you? This been very effective and calm and well measured half century.
94 balls for Hanscom as Mahmood is in 2 here, the Australian again, and he'll be cross about that because he missed out a bit. It was short and wide, didn't really get up too much, and rather hit it into the ground, steered it to point instead of past point. Yep, 94 balls and 5 fours for Hanscom, 91 balls and 5 fours for Hill. Slightly different styles, but not that different, and in their own way, on a day like this, equally effective. Thomas has found someone he knows to have a chat to. Marcus Harris down there at third man. In goes Mahmood, and bowled, clipped down to fine leg for 4 by Hanscom. And shoulders slump a little bit from Saqib. He hasn't been great today. And takes his sweater and cap, giving away a 4 off the last ball. Obviously always disappointing, but wasn't a great ball either, and kind of got what it deserved. 304 for 3 Hanscom, 57 Hill 56. The highlights of Hanscom's innings being shown on Lancs TV. Again, there's never a great big follow through, is there? It's all
He's strong square, isn't it? There's a lot of runs
very.
square of the record. Yeah.
He plays so late, as Callum was pointing out, but reducing that big sort of flamboyant follow through, or just kind of reduces the risk a bit, gives him that little bit extra time, and uses the pace of the ball very well.
Well, these two have quickly kind of judged the pace of the pitch, haven't they, as well, and they've taken a little bit of time to settle in and to get used to that. Been terrific. Good partnership here, and Leicestershire in a very strong position, 41 in front now, 7 wickets remaining. Will be bowled with a new ball from the Anderson end. Seen too many shots like that. Hill looking to drive, the ball deflects off a thick inside edge down to fine leg where Mahmood fields.
They will have to pick it up slightly if they do want maximum batting bonus points. 110 overs. 30 away, or sort of, sorry, 29 away now, less one delivery. Still need another 145 runs. 5 and over, isn't it?
Two steps waiting, Balderson to Hanscom. It's a defender, George Bell at backward point, fielding. Loses his sunglasses, which perched on the back of his cap. Jones at first slip and Jennings at second. Third man in place, John Turner, and then cover point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg and fine leg. And it's Balderson to Hanscom, and that's left through to Matthew Hurst. There's no run. John Turner chatting to a couple of the Leicestershire players on the third man boundary. There's Josh Hull, one of them.
Yep, looks like Tom Scriven and Big Josh.
Watching Balderson come in to Hanscom. Let's play defensively up towards mid-on. And Marcus Harris fields, and there's no run.
It always amuses me watching him, thinking that sort of 2 years ago he was bowling in schools cricket. That sort of think of the schools batsman must have been screaming in at 90 miles an hour. That it's not what Mummy and Daddy signed me up for.
Here comes Balderson again to Hanscom. Has played that late, works it down to third man where it's fielded by Turner.
He was at Stamford School, like Zach Chappell. Produced a few cricketers of late. Dean Headley was the cricket master for a while, formerly of Kent and England. The famous cricketing family. West Indies cricketing family. Not sure who he's currently, actually.
Balderson to complete his first over with the new ball off the back foot and punched away into the offside. Luke Wells chasing after it. Gets to it, hurtles the throw in towards Hurst. And that is the end of the over. So 82 gone of Leicestershire's first innings. 3 wickets to fall, 2 today, which was Rain Ahmed for 100, got to 100, then got out. Holland also departing, top edging a pull shot off Turner. But Hill and Hanscom, after 2 quick wickets fell in the morning session, have put together a very accomplished partnership here, which has pushed Leicestershire 45 runs in front and still with 7 wickets remaining.
Saqib will continue from the Statham end in a moment when the field sorts itself out. Turner is going to run from mid-wicket down to long leg, and Jones, Hartley is going to run across to mid-on in the end, so a bit of a gap at mid-wicket. In goes Saqib and bowls, outswinger that does beat the bat for the first time this afternoon, I think. Peter Hanscom was drawn into having a little feel for that one.
Not been many that have beaten the bat today.
I'm trying to think of another one this afternoon, and
no, I can't.
I genuinely can't post lunch. So 1 or 2 this morning, but not many. First this afternoon, Lewis Hill has a chat to Ian Blackwell. 34 now, Hilly. Our careers have sort of coincided. His has been a bit more stellar. In goes Saqib and bowls down the leg side, full-ish. Thought he was going to tickle that down to fine leg. Actually, probably got a little bit too much on it, Hanscom, and it rolls out towards square leg, so he takes 1. He hit the winning runs at Essex when Leicestershire ended that sort of almost 3-season winless run. That was my 2nd year. was a mere boy then, a mere boy. Saqib in, bowl, drops a touch short, Hill up on his toes, just drops it out towards short mid-wicket and takes the single, the ball glinting in the Manchester sun. It is still got its gold symbol and lettering on, still obviously on the Dukes, the kookaburras we don't use till they're all together, aren't they? It's
July fixes, I think.
I think it's the
June and July fixes.
late summer.
Yeah.
Before we give them a go.
Yeah. Started with those kookaburra balls last year, didn't we? There's a lot of runs, a lot of draws.
Mahmood is in, drops short again. Hans can just go back and turn it to mid-wicket and take the single, and it's very straightforward with that field. Wrong line if he's going to have this field, but something's got to change from Lancashire's point of view. Deep, well, the leg side sweepers come in, Wells, but Saqib turns, runs in, bowls. That's better. A little bit of extra bounce as well. Squares Hills up. A little bit of a perhaps an anger or annoyance. A little bit extra in the delivery. A little bit of zip. Bounced up. Hit Hill. I thought on the hand. Perhaps right hand. He's just shaking it off a little bit. But Hanscom says just take a moment. Take a moment. Hill indicates just above the wrist, perhaps on his right forearm. Seems to be all right. He's not calling for any help or indeed taking the glove off. But that was better from Saqib.
Yep. Well, it's just quickened him up a little bit, didn't it? Lancashire needs something with this new ball.
Nip. Can he finish the over in the same way? Charges in and bowls. No, he can't. It's down the leg side, but he flings himself off his feet in doing so. He was trying. He looks down a little bit ruefully. There was somebody sort of shouted, I think it was Bannon at mid-on, but didn't get anything on it, Hill, as he continues just to shake off his right hand. 311 for 3. Leicestershire lead by 48 with those 7 first innings wickets still very much in hand.
Yeah, there's plenty of laps around the pitch, aren't there? The Leicestershire lads are doing another lap around the pitch. There's
anti-clockwise, you'll note.
Yes.
It's not a thing in club cricket, really, is it? You just kind of wonder where you want, really. Josh Hull, looking very young, isn't he, Josh, there? Tom Scriven alongside him. England's Josh Hull.
There's Balderson to Hanscom, who plays forward in defence. There is no run, so he's just not quite kind of ready to play this week then.
No, he did bowl 8 to 10 overs in the second team game against Worcester earlier last week, I suppose.
Okay.
But they don't feel at the moment he's quite got it in him to go through a championship game.
Balderson to Hanscom, that's defended. There's no run.
It may also be, to a certain extent, being dictated, of course, by England as well.
True, yeah.
To what extent he can bowl, which games he should bowl in, etc., etc. But I know on a personal basis he's desperate to play some cricket. He'd like nothing better. And they will have to rotate in due course.
Balderson to Hanscom. Defends off the inner half of the bat. Deflects down to Mahmood at fine leg for a single. Takes him to 61, 312 for 3.
They have week 6 off, Leicestershire, so go to Bristol next week and then Northamptonshire at home, so it may well be one of those.
Yeah, it's quite a tough start, though, isn't it, to have five on the spin.
Indeed.
Yeah, they need to use all bowling, especially bowling, bowlers in options. You need your Plenty of numbers. 4 Gengas, Hill this time. In addition to the score.
Well, Wright has picked up an injury. Last time out. Second innings against Glamorgan, I should say. Picked up a leg injury, so... And at 39, going on 40 now, Chris Wright. How many overs they'll get out of him this season remains to be seen.
Balderson to Hill. Clip down to fine leg where Mahmood fields. Hill moves on to 61, 313 for 3 now. Lead of 50.
There's also Roman Walker, who's fit and available, bowled well in pre-season, picked up a few wickets in the warm-up games.
Final ball of the over. Balderson to Hanscom. That's turned out towards the leg side. And there's no run. It completes the over. 84 gone of Leicestershire's first innings. 313 for 3. Hanscom 61 and Hill on 61. Bright blue skies above us here at Emirates Old Trafford. A lovely day if you're sat out in the garden, or if you're listening to us actually inside the ground, you can get earpieces to listen to the commentary inside the.
Well, like the snooker,
ground.
those sort of things.
Yeah,
oh,
yeah,
nice.
You can, yeah. Listen to a bit of cricket commentary if you're inside Emirates Old Trafford, and you can pick them up from the club shop, I think.
The other thing they haven't done this season, Leicester, is sort of pick a frontline spinner, unless Rehan Ahmed sort of counts as one. He sort of does. Scott is going to have a little break as Saqib goes in and bowls. Again, that little bit of lift in towards the body, but it's a bit too leg side, like some of his bowling has been post-lunch, and Hill can get up and just work it around the corner, get up on his toes, work it around down to Turner and take one. There's been too much of that for me post-lunch. The lines have been a bit wrong.
Yeah, he straps at all as he post-lunch. He's been very leg side, even with the new ball. He's been very back of a length, not really giving it that chance to swing. He's beat the outside edge once, but you're not really seeing any signs of major movement with this new ball yet either.
Mahmood is in, bowls full, looking for the Yorker, clipped out towards mid-wicket by Peter Hanscom, but too close to mid-wicket. Okay, well that's in. We were saying, or I was saying, that Fletch from BBC Radio Derby had worked out that 2 points for a win, 1 point for a draw, and nothing for a defeat wouldn't have changed anything at all really over the recent years. Well, Lancashire County Cricket Club have pointed out quietly that they wouldn't have been relegated had that system been in place last year, so it does change it a bit. In goes Mahmood and bowls. That's a better delivery. And Hanscom, Lancashire County Cricket Club members group, I hasten to add, not LCC, who are above such things. Above such things. Apologies to both. Defended by Hanscom. That was a better delivery from Mahmood, or it felt as though it was. Just how many overs is he up to now?
Much better line and length, wasn't it, that delivery? Just catching Hanscom on the crease a little bit as well, who tends to sit on his back foot more of a back foot player.
Bowls to him, tucks him up again. Saqib, Hanscom staying deep, looking to work it on the leg side. Doesn't get really much on it. Ooh, a bit of a roar from across, is it Sir Matt Busby way? No, that's right on the other side, isn't it, of the ground?
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
This is Brian Statham way, is that what Scott said? Yeah. And that road between us and the town hall, it's probably Trafford Road or something.
Trafford Road, yeah.
The town hall towers sort of bigger version of the pavilion towers to a certain extent. In goes Sakib, and Bold drops a little bit short, straight, and up on his toes. Hanscom defends it out into the offside.
Again, it just feels like it's too short. You feel like
that is
just want it up a couple of extra feet. You got the new ball. Try and get Hanscom driving through them covers. Of course, he's on 61. He's got his eye in. You know, it's hard to get someone out when he's in like this. The class of Peter Hanscom, but you've got to put it in the areas where it's going to challenge him a little bit more. He's comfortable back of a length. You know, it's not causing him any issues. Get it up, get the ball trying to swing and get them slips in play.
Sakib is in again, it's too short. Hanscom can go back and work it through mid-wicket. Will just be one as Hartley puts in the slide back and then picks up left-handed, of course, and throws in. So Hanscom keeps the strike. He has been out twice for 63 this season, curiously. He's on 62 now, so perhaps it'll become a
dealing evens now.
An unlucky figure for him.
And skip 63. He's batted beautifully so far, hasn't he? He's played with plenty of time. You can always, the better players always look like they've got that extra second to judge
very
the
late, doesn't he?
Yeah.
As you've been saying, but he never tries to overhit it. Really, there's no great backlift or big follow through.
I've noticed that he opens his hands up really well just to pace the offside as well. He's done it against Tom Hartley quite a bit, but he just opens the face of his bat just to guide the ball. As Balderson attacks the stumps, and Hanscom flicks it away to the long leg boundary for a single. Takes him onto the dreaded 63 for Peter Hanscom this year.
Still 0-0?
Yes, I think it is. It's a 6-pointer at the bottom of the table this game today. It's a good job the other three teams that came up are no good.
Across the road at the moment.
As Balderson in, attacking the stumps, much better length and line with the new ball. Hill just plays from the crease for no run.
I'd like to think Sol Buddinger's chucking a sort of rugby ball around, but I fear it might be an Australian football sort of, because they use a sort of rugby, slightly smaller rugby.
Yeah, the
balls,
Aussie rules
don't they?
type,
The Aussie
is it?
rules thing.
As in comes Balderson and just finds the inside edge of Hill, but there's a few oohs and ahs, but he's playing it still pretty comfortably.
Mark Cosgrove sort of introduced one to the dressing room when he was captaining the Foxes. Not sure, looks fairly full-sized actually.
Yeah, I think I was giving it a good kick around this morning. Lancashire are more the football type, the old football tennis in the warm-up. As Balderson in, and that's drove handsomely from Hill, but he hits the Lancashire vice-captain at mid-off, Josh Bohannon.
Yorkshire warm up with the odd game of touch rugby league, don't they, sometimes? I've seen them do it. Yeah. Like how Lancashire warm up footy.
Old football and cricket warm-ups.
They do love them,
it's a
don't
big
they?
debate, isn't it? It's
They
caused
do
a few
love 'em.
injuries and stories over times. As Balderson bustles in. Short ball that you don't see from George Balderson too often. Raf, the umpire, just calling it one for the over. .62 Hill, 63 Hanscom, a lead of 53. Just haven't seen really to get out of third or fourth gear with the Leicestershire lot, but that's flicked from Hill. Out of fashion from this innings a little bit, you would say. He shifted the gears quickly during that 5 seconds. A bit of a sort of a T20 shot, just came out of the blue.
Yeah.
But he got a couple of runs for that. Takes Leicestershire 318 for 3. But like you say, Leicestershire have been so so calm and composed during this innings. You haven't got out of third, fourth gear at all, and they're scoring at a healthy 3.7. It's been at 4 runs and over for most of the innings.
It has. But if this is what they're going to do and keep batting throughout today, bearing in mind the focus, then they've got to get those maximum batting bonus points. So you can see why Hill is starting to not fret a bit, but just look to increase it a bit, because there's, well, not some what is it, 34 overs now until the bonus points run out, so to speak, and they've got a fair few runs still to score. Saqib is in and bowls to Peter Hanscom. Fullish on off stump, jammed rather than driven back down the pitch, and Saqib sort of stops it with his left foot. Body language looks a tad resigned. It kind of always has, hasn't it, the way he walks back to his mark.
Yeah, he certainly just ambles in, as does Saqib Mahmood. It's all kind of in the shoulder in that last gather, just as he gets to the crease. He never really sprints in. It all just comes from the last couple of steps.
In he goes. Bowls, that's a better line and length. And Hanscom leaning forward. Blocks it back down the pitch to the former England international, I think we have to say now. Don't think he's got any real ambitions for a recall. Possibly, you never know.
Yeah, maybe white ball cricket, certainly with the new era that's going to start soon under Harry Brook.
Yeah, how old is he now, Saqib?
I think he's around 28, 29. Saqib Mahmood.
Bowls outside off stump, steered by Hanscom out to the sweeper on the point boundary, just in front of point, and it takes one. Just seems to have been around for longer. February 25th, 1997. 28 then, yeah, you're right.
I think he'll certainly have aspirations to get back into the white ball sides for England, and you know, there's certainly some spots to take in that ODI team and the T20 team.
And he goes and bowls on off stump, not quite getting to the pitch of it, and had to check his shot a little bit. Hill, it hit quite high up on the bat and was in the air for a few feet en route into the covers. So better from Saqib.
Probably where he's had most of his success in the game is bowling with a white ball and being pretty destructive up top, and then being a good death bowler as well with the Yorker and the heavy length that he can bowl.
He's quoted as saying he still has ambitions to play red ball cricket for England again, as well as white ball. So why not? And he goes. Bowls, fullish, Hill drives, gets on top of the bounce this time, but again he's cross with himself because he can't get it through the covers where Philip is the fielder. So he signed a new 3-year white ball contract, but the deal allows for the possibility of 4-day cricket if circumstances allow, which obviously they have done here. What if he's paid by the red ball match then? How that works.
Yeah,
financially.
With all them contracts these days, there's a lot of white ball only contracts, isn't there? All that malarkey and stuff. A lot more of them coming into the game now.
In he goes. Bowls to Hill, who goes back and defends on off stump. Head nicely over the ball as he blocks it out into the offside. Philip picks up end of a better over, I think, from Saqib. Saqib Mahmood, 19 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 82. His figures: Leicestershire 319 for 3, lead by 56.
Yeah, I reckon that could be Saqib Mahmood's maybe last over in that spell. Not really offering any threat with that new ball. There's no signs of any movement. I think Jennings has just given the signal to Turner. John Turner limbering up now in the covers. You'll offer a little bit of extra pace, but Balderson is going to continue from the James Anderson end. As he hits a nice line and length, as he so often does. Hanscom just playing forward into the offside for no run. Of course, the Sir James Anderson now. Lancashire will be open to have Anderson for the next fixture if all goes well. Balderson in, and Hanscom drives that nicely to mid-off, but times it too well and doesn't quite find the gap.
And it would be fair to say that he'd make a difference, wouldn't it? I mean, that's a statement of the bleeding obvious, isn't it? But it just does feel as though just lacks something.
Balderson in, Hanscom covering all the stumps, playing nicely back down the ground. Balderson picks it up on his follow through. Yeah, it just seems like Lancashire are just missing that extra bit of X factor in this lineup. They've got the likes of Bailey, Williams, Balderson, all very similar pace around the 80 miles per hour mark. Swing it a little bit, but once the ball stops swinging, you know, they're not offering too much in terms of pace. And as Hanscom clips that off his legs down to the fine leg boundary for a single.
I was struck by the difference with the Leicestershire seam attack, who I know conditions were different on the first 2 days to a certain extent, but also towards the end of the second day, they swung it consistently, Scriven in particular, but Holland and got a little bit of seam movement throughout, really, which we haven't seen.
Balderson in, and Hill's played that, and he should be out. He has. He's gone for a pull shot. Wasn't quite short enough from first impression, and he's top-edged it straight up in the air, and it's caught by Mike Jones at mid-wicket. He looked just to be going through the gears in them last 2 or 3 overs. He looked just to try and up the ante a little bit, just try and shift the run rate on. Like Richard was saying, go for them batting bonus points. Maybe that's what was in the back of his mind, but he just tries to hit one over the top of mid-wicket, but again, it just didn't look short enough for him to get his hands through the ball. He finds the top edge, and that's the 4th wicket for Lancashire and the 1st for George Balderson.
Partnership 140. Well bowled, George Balderson. Had plenty of time to think about that, Michael Jones. I mean, it was a straightforward catch, but it was in the air. Hill had turned and begun to walk for the pavilion and stopped and watched, but one of those that you do not want to drop for sure, but you do have a good bit of time to think about it. So, well, another Leicestershire batsman gets past 50, but doesn't go on. And Ahmed has managed that so far this season. How good are you on birds?
Oh, no.
Pied wagtail?
That means nothing to me.
No, it's a bit of a guess on my part as well, but I tell you, Tanya from the Guardian might know downstairs, because her husband, Andy Wilson, formerly of the Guardian, now at the Rugby Football League. He's a very keen ornithologist, and would have immediately identified, I'm sure. Louis Kimber comes to the crease. Now, as I say, Louis in need of some runs, really. He brings his occasional off spin, and more than occasional, really. He's had a decent bowl so far this season, but he's in the side primarily as a destructive batsman, and so he really could do with some runs.
Balderson into 2 slips in a gully. Ooh, that one just comes back off the pitch a little bit. Offers no. Shot does Kimber. There's no real threat of losing a wicket there either after a few oohs and ahs from the Lancashire slip fielders, but just signs of a little bit of movement there from George Balderson after a good over. took the 4th wicket for Lancashire, the first for him in this game. And that's 320 for 4 for Leicestershire with a lead of 57.
Yeah. Made 5 and 2 against Derbyshire. Louis playing Glamorgan, but he's sort of 6 innings really before that, towards the end of last season. 4 innings with single figures as well. I know it's a big difference, isn't it, with the close season in between. He had a good time in Australia, I know that, but he just could do with a nice knock here. Conditions are in his favour, coming in at 320 for 4. In goes Turner and bowls short. Little short-armed pull and good work by Jones. Keeps Hanscom down at the striker's end. Didn't quite get it. Q-ended it a bit, didn't he? And it sounded like a bit of a Q-ender.
Yeah, didn't look to get up as much as what Hanscom might have first thought. But he had to really dip his body into that pull shot.
Turner bowls. A little bit of width for Hanscom. He likes it there, and he just gets up and rides it out towards the backward point, who doesn't do the wicketkeeper any favours with his throw, which makes Hurst run out and try and take it on the bounce, but he doesn't make a fuss about it. No pointed looks, as I can think of some keepers who might do. Hanscom moves on to 66. Brings Kimber down on strike. Always bats in a sweater, whatever their conditions. Waits with bat raised. Turner is in. Bowls to him. That's a lovely shot. It was a bit of a gift to him. It was a leg stump half volley. Just waited for it, and a lovely mellow sound of ball on bat. And Turner cross with himself. It was a bit of a gift to get it away, and Kimber duly did. Just waited for it and turned the wrists on it, clipped it away through mid-wicket for 4. Nice shot.
Yeah, he's not going to miss out on that, especially against a new hard ball. He ran through the single, but I don't think he ever really had to run with the timing of that shot.
Turner is in. That's a better line and length on off stump. Kimber, a tall man, leans forward, blocks it out to point. There's no run.
It's a nice set-up innings for Kimber. If he needs runs and he's attacking, this is a perfect setup. 325 for 4. There's no pressure on him at all. The field, the opposition are flat. They're desperate for some wickets, but there's not much pressure.
Other than the fact he hasn't scored many runs of late.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It's a sort of personal thing. Turner is in, bowls to him. He drives and he gets it through. Phillips' dive not convincing, and that is going to cross the ropes at extra cover for 4.
Yeah, another nicely timed shot. Probably tried to hit it a little bit straighter than where the ball actually ended up. Probably more of a thickish outside edge, but still always in control of the shot. Like you say, it's a good setup this for Kimber. He can just freely open his arms, and he knows once he hits 1 or 2 boundaries, Lancashire again will go on the defensive, so it suits his style of play.
Turner is in, bowls to him. He drops it off the back foot out towards Phillip, but no chance of a quick single. Well, you're right, because they did it straight away. The sweeper went straight back to the point boundary, leaving point free. Balderson, I think it was, who retreated because he's now coming up from the point boundary to hand his cap to umpire Ashraf. 329 for 4. 89 overs have gone, so just 21 remain for Leicestershire to get. Maybe that they have to settle for 4 batting bonus points. Not easy to get a 5.
You have to go at a decent rate, don't you, throughout the innings. Balderson to continue. Peter Hanscom just batting outside the crease to Balderson, just taking a gentle step down. After that, I think Matthias has called for the helmet, the Lancashire wicketkeeper. And we've seen it earlier on in the day when Matthias came up to the stumps. George Balderson was hitting a lovely line of length with the keeper back. And then he just started to drag his length further and further back, didn't he? And it just started to suit the Leicestershire batters. Whereas you want to stick on that line of length and just try and trap Peter Hanscom here. That'll be the plan. Try and trap him in the crease. Try and dart one back into the pads and potentially bring LBW into play. Hanscom just plays forward into the offside for no run.
Tea at 4, remember? Because of the extra overs that are being bowled today, the extra 8 overs, so lunch 10 past 1, tea at 4, as it was yesterday.
Balderson 2 slips, Jennings and Wells await. Oh, and Hanscom just plays a false shot, probably the first of his innings so far, just leaves the hand outside the line of off stump, just wafting at one, trying to run it off the face. Got that deep point fielder out, thinking there's an easy one, even a 4 if he picks either side of the fielder, of the pace of this outfield.
They put Wells in at sort of third slip almost.
Balderson in, a lot tighter line, attacking that off stump. Hanscom just plays forward, back past the bowler for no run. Yeah, Jennings and Wells first and third slip. They more or less cover second as well with the leverage they've got. Tall men.
See in the close-up that Hurst and Hanscom chuntering away to each other. Might be just about what's for tea, but
Balderson in, and Hanscom plays that nicely in front of the deep point fielder. He thinks of Tui in front of the new hotel. Does the fielding, keeps it to a couple of runs. Just timed nicely again from Peter Hanscom. He's not really free flowed for any of his shots, has he? Just times it for 4. You don't see a free flowing bat swing from him. No. He doesn't need to. He's just got beautiful timing to how late he plays the ball. Balderson in back of a length, and Hanscom tries to pace the offside field. George Bell, the subfielder, cuts it off. I think he might be on for Josh Bohannon at the moment. Oh no, Josh Bohannon is still on the field actually. 331 for 4 Leicestershire. After 90 overs, it's been Leicestershire's day. Still, run rate 3.68 and over for most of the morning session. And yesterday they was going at over 4 and over. Put the lead by 68 currently. 6 first innings wickets still intact. Hanscom 68 in Kimber, and 8 not out. Two boundaries so far for Leicestershire's number 6. Richard says needs some runs. Well, can't be better set up for him. Pressure off, field spread, a new ball which isn't really swinging. Turner in. Kimber plays it into the leg side. They think about a single, but George Bell cuts it off.
Biggest surprise was Lewis Hill's dismissal there. He's kind of given that away a bit there, isn't he? I thought it was absolutely nailed on for 3 figures.
Yeah, he went from gear 2 and 3 just to 5 very quickly.
Yeah.
As in comes Turner, fuller of a length, trying to search for that Yorker. As again, George Bell busy since he's been on the field as the subfielder. Cuts it off, and it's going to be very quiet across the road now.
Is it finished yet?
As Wolverhampton have gone 1-0 up in the 6-pointer.
Oh, blimey!
I know.
That's
10 minutes remain.
Oh my word. The battle at the bottom.
In comes Turner, and he bowled him straight through Kimber. Just an half volley, if anything. And he's just thrown his hands at it, trying to hit it back down the ground. But it's just gone straight through the Leicestershire batter. And John Turner has picked up a wicket. He's picked up Lancashire's 5th. Just gone straight through him, no feet movement at all. It was quite full. But you feel as a batter you shouldn't really miss out on a delivery like that. That's Turner's 2nd. He's probably been the pick of the bowlers for Lancashire.
I think he has, hasn't he? I thought the spell this morning he bowled was excellent. He was, for me, kind of the pick of the lot in the morning session. And he's done well, hasn't he? He's kept, he's running well here for Lancashire. Picked up a couple of wickets. And that one felt pretty good. As well, rattles onto the stumps. Kimber can be a very dangerous batter, and with such a good base, for him to have come out to bat on, he could have done some serious damage for Leicestershire. And they're edging towards tea, but I've lost a couple of wickets. Hanscom's still going, but Hill and Kimber following pretty quickly after each other. Lead of 68, mind you. Yeah. Still with the 5 wickets remaining.
Yeah, you felt like that was a perfect scenario, don't you, for someone like Kimber, who plays so freely, who can be so destructive. I know he's out of form and he's searching for runs, but there was no pressure at all.
Perfect time to bat, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But I think Turner's done well here for
he has.
For Lancashire. It's been a tough day in the field for Lancashire and their bowlers, and Turner's spell this morning when it produced the wicket. He got Holland, didn't he, with that mistimed pull shot. Came in a spell where he bowled very well from the Statham end, and this has been good stuff from the on Hampshire man. 2 for 33.
Just offering Lancashire that extra little bit of pace. When that ball's not swinging, Turner can just offer that little bit of difference. Ball's back of a length, Cox solidly behind that one. Plays it into the onside for no run.
The partnership between Hill and Hanscom was worth 130 runs. They were steering in on a record, actually. Fell short in the end.
Turner, 2 slips. It's full left delivery. Oh, and it's just chipped straight over the bowler. Josh Bohannon had half a chance, but didn't quite make it. It's a leading edge. It's a full toss in the end. He's gone searching for that Yorker. If you've seen on the Lancs TV replay, it's carried some distance, but it's fell probably just 2 yards short of Josh Bohannon running round from mid-on. That's nearly a 3rd wicket for Turner. As he comes back of a length. Cox solidly behind that, playing it into the offside for no run. Well, end of a good over.
It is, isn't it? Yeah, end of a good over from John Turner. Wickets have been hard to come by today. That's the top edge pull, which was reward for Mahmood. Hartley prizing out Ahmed. Holland departing again. Mahmood with the catch. Balderson in on the action as well. Jones dismissing, taking the catch to remove Lewis Hill, and the last wicket to fall. Kimber bowl by Turner, but it has been hard going for the Lancashire bowlers. Of tough day out in the field. 3-3-1 for 5. As Balderson sets off again from the Anderson end. It's worked out towards mid-wicket, where Paul Jones feels there's no run. The fourth wicket record partnership for Leicestershire against Lancashire was 156. So it was between Balderston and Tolchard in Liverpool in 1973. So they survives another game. With Hill and Hanscom putting on 130 for the fourth wicket. We've got about 20 minutes remaining of the afternoon session. As that's defended by Hanscom up to mid-wicket. There's no run. Have you had your cream egg yet?
Yeah, and then I got given a second one.
Oh,
which I took.
Obviously, yeah, you can't say
Didn't deny it.
Yeah.
I wanted to, but.
And have you tucked into that already?
No,
Right.
that'll be a later on
That'll
treat.
be later
just
on
as
treat, yep.
Just as I need a bit of a pick me up.
Yeah. Just as it gets round to 7 o'clock tonight.
Some of the Lancashire bowlers might be running up for one.
Balderson to Hanscom. That's driven out towards deep back point where Hartley fields. Single for Hanscom. So he's on to 69 now, isn't he? 332 for 5. Brings Ben Cox on strike. Yeah, plenty of cream eggs knocking around the media centre today. And you just can't resist them. Well, I can't anyway. I can't.
Surprised you just don't sell them all year round, aren't you? Just like everyone loves them, don't they? Not many people that dislike them. I'm glad they don't.
Prefer a mini egg.
Oh yeah.
Yes. Balderson to Cox. That's the back foot and off the inside edge. Streaky single for Cox. He's off the mark with that. 333 for 5.
Have you had a mini egg bar?
I didn't know that was a thing.
Oh, they're sharer bars, but they're not sharer bars.
Oh, that sounds sensational.
Oh, they're unbelievable. Yeah.
A mini egg bar.
Yep.
Oh, that's calm.
Yeah,
that's not good.
You need to get yourself to the shop, Scott.
That's going to be a downward spiral if you start on that path. 3 for 5. Balderson to Hanscom. Driven on the bounce to cover where Bell fields and there's no run. So it's the actual kind of sugary shell around the chocolate. It's just like a mini.
No, so it's just little mini eggs within a full bar of effectively dairy milk, I suppose.
Right. Oh my word! Right.
I think it's the same brand, Cadbury's, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
So, oh yeah.
I didn't even know they were a thing.
I bet you wish I didn't tell you now as well.
I wish you hadn't. No. Forward again goes Hanscom and defends. As Bell comes bouncing up from cover to field. End of the over. 3 for 5. So that's a lead of 70 for Leicestershire, with Cox on 1 and Hanscom on 69 not out. We got left today, so yeah, 41 overs left today. Look, tea will be at 4 o'clock. So we're 15 minutes away from tea, so we're going to have quite a decent evening session again.
Yeah, I think we'll see a little bit more spin, won't we, in the evening? The way it's fell. Lancashire were just kind of waiting for the new ball. Obviously, as any attack would do, it gets handed to the seamers. As in comes Turner. Cox plays that off his leg down to Tom Hartley at fine leg. Gets a single. Yeah, so probably see more spin after the tea break, which should quicken up the over rate for Lancashire. 3-3-4 for 5. Leicestershire lead by 71. The weather not looking too promising tomorrow. So it might be a case of bonus points here for Leicestershire. Just keeping an eye on them bonus points and try and rack up the batting points. As Hanscom just opens the face on that one. Again, plenty of time. Gets a single down to Harris, who's hasn't been close to the the changing rooms at all. He's been situated down at the pavilion end most of the day. It's Turner, Fuller. Cox drives it nicely. On drive to Josh Bohannon at mid-on. Two for 35 off his. This is going to be his 12th over. Turner, the Hampshire loanee.
If you both on a new camera, be my guest.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot from Cox. He rises onto his back foot. Ever so slightly back of a length from Turner. Ever so slight bit of width. And Cox rises nicely, stands tall, punches it through the offside elegantly. And they don't really have to run, they meet in the middle. Touch gloves. And there's a beautiful shot for 4 from Cox.
Wasn't it? Plenty of time to play that. And striking it beautifully away off the back foot through extra cover. Some good looking shots today by the...
Timed it nicely, haven't they, the Leicestershire batters? They haven't overhit anything.
It's defended away into the offside by Cox for no run. Yeah, Richard made the point, didn't he? That they've not, which I think was a good observation. They've not gone after anything, have they?
The two that they have, they've lost wickets, haven't they?
They have.
Pull shots.
Yeah.
Yeah. The two that they've kind of shifted the gears into a bit more of an attacking approach, that's when they've lost their wickets.
Yeah, Ian Holland and Lewis Hill this time in aggressive pull shots, and Turner's in. That's just dabbed away by Cox. And there's no run. It's the end of the over, but when they've just kind of played calmly without kind of trying to force it. They've timed the ball beautifully for the most part, and they've ran well. I mean, Leicestershire have shown Lancashire how to do it really. 3-3, 9 for 5.
They have. They've batted superbly. The wicket's flat, and the outfield's very quick, and they've just took that to their advantage. They've picked up the boundaries, not searched for them at all. They've waited for them to come. Just played strong, elegant shots, but in between they've just been positive in defence and keep rotating the strike, keep noodling it into little gaps, which have been offered from the Lancashire field. There's been, fielders spread out on the boundaries for most of the day as Balderson continues from the James Anderson end, and that's pulled handsomely from Hanscombe. That's a beautiful shot in front of the mid-wicket fielder. He's got onto that in a flash. Ever so slightly short of a length from George Balderson. You wouldn't exactly say it was a short ball, but the Australian pounces on that. It's a beautiful shot for 4.
Yeah, thunderous pull shot. Well in front of square on the leg side. He's looking good, Hanscombe.
Takes him on to 74 with that boundary, and now he just allows that one to run off the face of his bat down to Tom Hartley at the deep point boundary. Takes a single. Good cricket from the skipper. Boundary followed by a single.
Well, they're well on course to pick up extra batting points at 350. 400 is within range pretty comfortably for them as well within the time frame. If that's the plan going into today for Leicestershire, then all so far is going to plan.
Balderson into Cox, who just plays forward to mid-off for no run. Yeah, it looks like the way they're just setting up, doesn't it? Bonus points in terms of batting.
Yep, third batting bonus points just around the corner, and the 4th within reach.
Two slips away for Cox as he's punching off the back foot. Balderson just back of a length.
And with the way that we discussed this before in Richard, the way that the point system's set up as well. I mean, it's from Leicestershire's point of view, it's a perfectly good way to go about it, isn't it? I mean, get your bowling bonus points, try and rack up at what you can batting wise. You're going to get 8 for a draw here, especially there's a bit of weather around and the pitch is quite flat. And scoring draw, but keep Leicestershire, probably keep them top.
As Balderson tries a short ball, Cox just stands tall, allows it to fly over his head to Matthias with the gloves. It's called 1 for the over from Ashraf, the umpire. Yeah, it kind of suits sort of rain-affected games, doesn't it, you'd think, because you can try and get extra points with your batting points. You can try and build your points up that way, but then you just want more wins, don't you, and produce that exciting cricket. As Cox tries to punch that through the offside, Tom Hartley diving, does the fielding, stops the run. Yeah, there's been a discussion for a long time over the point system and if it works, and could we have a point system which produces more positive cricket, more positive results, sort of more maybe 50-50 pitches in terms of balance of bat and ball. I think it was a few years ago Lancashire finished quite high up the table with plenty of draws.
Yeah, well,
I think it might have been 2-3 years ago, maybe.
Well, Glenn Chappell's final year as head coach, I think they finished 5th. But in terms of victories, as Turner comes in and bowls, let's work to the onside, there's no run. I think they won as many games last season as they did that season, and last season they were relegated. But they just, like you said, they just drew. They just were difficult to beat.
Yeah.
Picked up. They sure they didn't lose games, got the bonus points, and I think they finished 5th in Glenn's last season. And then the following season, you win as many games and go down. Turner brings Hanscom forward and defends. And there's no run. 344 for 5, so we're edging towards tea. Well, we're going to have 2, aren't we? If I complete this one from Turner, and then there'll be time for another one from George Balderson. Hanscom has given absolutely nothing away. I can't think of a chance. 75, it's Turner. Again, solid onto the front foot in defence. And the ball rolls up towards Anderson Phillip, who's at mid-off. There's no run.
The only thing, no delivery I can think of was his play and miss against Balderson around 3 or 4 overs ago, when he just kind of just lazily left his hands outside the line of off stump, and it kind of looked like he was close to nicking it, but even then I still don't think he was that close to giving his wicket away.
Back of a length and pulled by Hanscom. In complete control of the pull shot. Cutting out towards Wells on the square leg boundary for a single. Takes him to 76 not out. 345 for 5. Gets Cox on strike. We're going to have a second slip in place. Oh, it's George Bell. Second slip. So Bell at first slip, Jennings at second slip. Turner from the Statham end and bowls forward in defence. Goes Cox. And there's no one. He's bowled well from this end, John Turner.
Yeah, he has. Been the pick of the bowlers for Lancashire by far. Pick of the seamers. Tom Hartley's bowled pretty well today as well, especially in the morning session when Ahmed and Holland was playing quite positively.
345 for 5. Look at the width there, it's carved away down to third man. The dive comes in on the boundary, but it's gone for 4. I think that's Marcus Harris. That's at third man boundary, but 4 runs for Cox. Down to third man, flashed away off the bat. But batting, well, third batting bonus point is just a run away. 349 for 5. The lead moves on to 86. Cox on 10, Hanscom on 76, with 3 minutes away from tea. So time for some spin. Tom Hartley's going to come back.
Yeah, the unwritten rule, 1 over of spin just before the tea break. Man just running on all the pads for Josh Bohannon.
Struggled with these, didn't he, the other week? It took a bit. But I think the issue was trying to get the trouser over the pad, wasn't it? Ooh.
Well, he's run the pads on. Ah, he's got the wrong helmet. I was going to say he's just ran the helmet off, but I'd have been very surprised if he went in without an helmet, just the pads. The helmet is coming back on. I think it might have been the wrong one at first.
Once he's all strapped up and ready to go, he'll be in position. Oh, he's not even going to. He's not even fielding there.
It's last week all over again. Hartley in. Hanscom plays that nicely, just takes a little step down the pitch to meet it on the full, and all he does is just time it, punches it, whips it through mid-wicket, and it's a beautiful shot from Peter Hanscom. He just looks so chilled, so elegant. He just looks like he's in such a good area, good zone. He just looks like he's making batting very easy out there and showing the Lancashire team how to go about your business on this wicket. Hartley in, full of a length again. Hanscom just plays forward, back down the ground for no run.
It's a lovely shot, isn't it?
Yeah, just so calm and elegant from the Australian.
Josh Barnes had the pads on. He's fielded at cover, now he's fielded at surefire leg.
Saving the one with the pads on. Hartley in. Hanscom
here we go.
Takes advantage of them field changes, just punches it into the onside, gets a single.
He's in close now.
Yeah, he is where he's in business. Yeah. Pads on, helmet on. Just going to go in on the leg side under the helmet to Cox.
Stay out of the striking line when Hanscom's on strike.
Yeah, wise.
Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely. Oh, he got a horrible blow, didn't he? On was that was that last week, or was it yesterday? I can't remember. I think it was yesterday. He got hit on the chest.
That's Hartley in, over pitched again. Cox can just get a big stride in, smother any signs of spin.
Yeah, he was at short leg, and he got walloped right on the shoulder. Sweep shot right onto his shoulder yesterday.
Hartley straight at that time. Cox again playing forward with a big stride.
I think it was the very next delivery. He went to sweep again and he juggled it. It was Ahmed. And he juggled it a couple of times. I think he had three goes at it. And it was the very next ball.
You don't get many thank yous in a position like that either, do you? For the job that you're trying to do, as Tom Hartley beats the outside edge. We've seen that a couple of times today, but not enough. And that's the end of the session. Leicestershire 355 for 5. Peter Hanscom 81 not out of 143 deliveries. Cox alongside him 10 not out as well, but it's been Leicestershire's session again.
It has that, yeah. It's a healthy looking scorecard for Leicestershire. Hanscom looks beautifully set to go on and potentially reach 3 figures and 81, but Hills 64, Holland's 35 either side of last night and this morning, and Riyad Ahmed's century make it look a pretty healthy card, that, for Leicestershire. Lancashire's bowlers have toiled away. A couple of wickets for John Turner, maybe the pick of Lancashire's seamers today, 1 each for Mahmood, Balderson and Hartley. And there we are, tea on day 3 at Emirates Old Trafford. 354 for 5. That's a lead of 91 runs. Time for a cup of tea. We'll catch you in 20 minutes.
So today was the first game of the pre-season tour out in Bangalore. It was hard getting back into the swing of things, getting back into waking up early. Again, this is the first game of the season for us as well. But yeah, I think it went really well.
The Lancashire Cricket Pre-Season Tour 2024 was a daunting task because we had never done anything like that before. That being said, it changed the way that we broadcast the rest of the season. Any of the outgrounds, we would only use minimal camera crew and the rest of the team would stay back at our home in Emirates Old Trafford.
I think it's great for us at Badger and Coombs to be covering the Lancashire Cricket Pre-Season Tour because not only do we get to cover the men's games, but we also get to cover the women's games. And we get to put that into a digital space that's accessible for anybody who can watch it, fans of the club, people who are fans of the women's team, but also that up-and-coming talent or young women who are interested in cricket and want to get into women's sport.
We've come so far from just providing a service for members who couldn't physically attend because of COVID to something that's so much bigger than that now, and we have a partnership with Badger and Coombs that is innovative, problem solving, and when you're in that space of pushing boundaries and trying to keep pushing the service level, why wouldn't we ask you to come and help us to do remote broadcasts from here in 2 different countries? Why not?
We are here at the Emirates 7 Stadium in Dubai, and it's an amazing place. Quite lucky to be here, actually. The facilities are fantastic. There's some rugby pitches over there, but we're here in the middle of the 3 ovals that are here, and our team is just setting up the cameras now in the engineering station here. Back at EOT, Josh and the guys are getting ready for doing some line tests and stuff like that, which is just so incredibly quick and easy. We've got this High Vision 460, a High Vision 380, a Pro 380 and a Pro 460, plus an Air 320 as well, which we're using for the program feed, actually sending the program mix back. But in essence, we don't really need that. We could actually not need Katie here to an extent where all those individual feeds can go back to EOT and they can be mixing them there.
Okay, Frankie. On the wide shot, I'm going to hand it over to you for directing now.
Thanks, Katie. Going to come to camera 1 first.
The beauty of it is, though, that it runs on a protocol called SST, which kind of bonds together all connections, so we can have a bit of Wi-Fi, a bit of 4G, a bit of 5G, and an Ethernet connection, and it treats that all as one connection. We can send cameras, we can send our audio, we can send our talk back, and our return feeds can come back the other way. So it's like creating this big sturdy pipe back to EOT. And ultimately what we want to get to is that we could have those rig times and all those kind of things, reduce the rig day. We wouldn't need rig days anymore. The cameras would turn up in the morning, they'd pull them out of the boot of the car, they'd plug them in, and they'd be good to go. It's just like news gathering. How quickly the news gathering happens, it's the same sort of system. Tomorrow, the guys will get in dead early at EOT. We'll do a couple of quick tests first, and then our first game is at 10 o'clock in the morning here in Dubai. So we've got a little bit of pre-show to do, and we've kind of been collecting a little bit of content today at training just to play out beforehand. We'll be putting some microphones on some of the players, and they'll get to talk back to the commentators in the studio at Emirates Old Trafford. They'll be able to have a conversation in the outfield during the game. As time goes on through the season, we'll be bringing fans who are watching the game at home to talk to the players in the outfield and vice versa. So that engagement of bringing the fans closer to the game and all that sort of stuff is what we're aiming to achieve.
So Lancashire win the toss and bat out in Dubai against the UAE women, which will be coming your way in around about 10 minutes time.
We talk about Badger and Coombs being a production company, but we are digital creatives, and we are becoming far more digital integrators in the projects that we do. So we don't just come here to live stream the game of cricket. What we're actually doing is we're supporting the analysts, we're supporting the cricket department, we're supporting the coaches, we're supporting all those elements. If you look at women's cricket and maybe look at women's rugby, the audience isn't there for women's rugby on Sky Sports and on TNT Sports yet. And I say yet because what we have in regards to our technology is we have the opportunity to grow that audience at a price point, at an entry point level that doesn't cost a fortune.
I think one of the barriers has been the historic view that Sky have two big OB trucks and it cost £80,000 to tend them to a ground. But technology has moved on so fast now that you don't need an OB truck at a ground. We've proven it with Sky or drop-in commentators and pick up the Lancs TV feed, the Badgers feed, for a county championship game that we're providing.
You could live stream every single one of your games, put it through a marketing exercise, grow the audience, and then take it to TNT Sports.
So actually, we should be broadcasting more women's T20 games. So even if they're not on Sky, we should find a way of being able to encourage Sky to go, well, we do it in the men's county championship, actually. So are there some games where you don't bring some OB trucks down, but you drop in some commentators like you do with the men's county championship? And I think that's the thing that we have to keep talking about.
When I started doing my degree 9 years ago now, this is not where I thought I would be at all. I always wanted to just operate cameras, but then the environment at Badger and Coombs, growth environment, allowed me to try a lot of different things. Managed to try my hand at directing, and I think because I had an understanding of what the camera operators had to do, I had a better perspective on directing. From there, I've just kind of grown over the years as the kind of sport's grown as well, you know. Women's sport, especially women's cricket, hasn't been broadcast digitally for that long, and I feel like my growth is aligned with the online growth of women's sport.
It's a great space for things to be broadcast, especially the level of sport that's more accessible. You know, you can watch the Olympics, but there's many stepping stones before you get to the Olympic or Paralympic Games. And being able to see those stepping stones in the digital space on a YouTube channel regularly and tap in and out, listen to the commentary, having high quality commentary makes such a huge difference. And I think that's one of the reasons why what Lancs TV does is it provides that, and it gives the county's foundation programme, the academy and all of the youngsters that are beneath that, the opportunity to see where they are really very likely to be headed.
You can't see it, you can't be it. It's great to see women doing every part of the process, you know. It's all right broadcasting women's cricket and saying, no, now you can see you can be a cricketer, which is fantastic. Then also it opens up those opportunities for all the other roles around it as well, things that people might not have ever thought of as possible for a career. I was about 12, 13 before I realised, wait a minute, people get paid to make TV shows, that's fantastic.
The future of media consumption behaviour and the habits that are forming over the next 5 to 10 years, it makes perfect sense to employ a company like Badger and Coombs, because these people are living and breathing that way. And I think if you want to then exploit that and be ahead of that curve, like Lancashire Cricket have done and have chosen to do, is that you will invest into operating with Badger and Coombs. I think it's a no-brainer really, and we are very passionate about being involved with any organisations that want to be involved with us, and we take on board their objectives. We kind of meld ourselves into the organisations that we work with. It creates a great relationship, and it creates a fantastic opportunity for growth and partnership.
Two names rich in history. Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, a partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Two names rich in history, Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, a partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Of the Rothesay County Championship Division 2 match between Lancashire and Leicestershire. Leicestershire about to resume their first innings reply to Lancashire's first innings of 263, and they are in a pretty decent position. They're 354 for 5, leading by 91, and we still have 37 overs left to be bowled tonight. So by the end of tonight, what will their lead be? Something you would imagine in the region of 210, maybe 200, maybe 220. I think their first priority will be to try and get as close to 450 in 110 overs as they possibly can, and which could
be quite
Callum, make this entertaining.
Yeah,
entertaining next hour.
Could be one of the most entertaining sessions of the day.
Which gives them 14 overs to score 96 runs.
They've got the freedom to do it, haven't they, as well? There's no point holding back. You've already got the lead of 91, so, you know, even if you fail at getting another 100, you still think that lead's going to bolster up to 150. You're still in an absolute cruising position. You're still well ahead of the game, so this really could be, you know, see ball, hit ball for Leicestershire and just all-out attack. So it could be very entertaining for Leicestershire supporters.
Let us hope so. BBC Manchester and Lancashire, and of course BBC Radio Leicester, I should say, and Lancs TV bringing you the ball-by-ball commentary, available on so many outlets, mainly Tinterweb. Watching the gloomy Manchester United supporters filter out of footballing Old Trafford and back to their cars, a few perhaps into the ground, to see if Lancashire can strike back this evening. Anderson Phillip is going to try and lead the way for the Red Rose in that respect. He's going to open the bowling this evening from the Brian Statham end, and he's going to be bowling to Peter Hanscom, Leicestershire skipper, on 81. In he goes, bowls a little bit short, but it's straight enough, and Hanscom on the back foot just turns his wrists on the defensive push, runs it out to Tom Hartley, who stretches at mid-wicket, anticipating a little bit of bowling. The breeze that had sort of dropped just is returning a little bit from the east. It might be a coolish evening. He managed to get out at all, Callum, was it?
No, I haven't yet, actually. I haven't, but it certainly still looks a a nice evening, like you say. It might start coming a little bit fresh when you're out on that sun now.
Philip is in and bowls slightly fuller, back almost on his stumps, his handscomb, just dabbing it out into the offside. Takes a step forward, but at the same time you heard the call of no. Ben Cox likewise retreated into his ground. He's been in decent nick with the bat this season, Ben, as has Peter, as have all the Leicestershire players, with the unfortunate exception of Louis Kimber, who, as I say, is yet just to get going so far this season. Lewis Hill walking around the ground at the moment. Philip is in and bowls. Hanscom takes his bottom hand off the bat as again deep in his crease to a ball that wasn't of such a short length. Just hits him perhaps top part of his pad, maybe even the thigh pad. Bounces out into the leg side. Philip, as is his wont, walks back to his mark with his hands plunged in his pockets. It's an unfortunate sort of impression that it gives, really. We know it's just because it's cold, but I can think of one former Leicestershire captain as Philip is in and bowls, nicely turned off his legs, but again can't get it past mid-wicket. Hartley makes the stop and there's no run. Ramnaresh Sarwan used to wander out into the middle with his hands plunged deep in his pockets, however hot the day was, and in the end it used to annoy Leicestershire members and watchers.
I reckon he's just set off a new pair of hand warmers after tea. The afternoon session ones would have lost the temperature, will be cold by now, so I reckon he's just set off.
Never actually used those or tried them. I don't know. You have to keep
They don't last very long,
no.
yeah.
In he goes and bowls on off stump. Hanscom, as ever, both feet in his crease, just dabs it out into the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, looks like he's just gonna, well, who knows how he's gonna play the rest of the overs, but he might just be looking to get through this first over after tea, just get the legs moving again, just get the eye back in, get the pace of the ball again, and then Leicestershire might look to just move things on in the 13 overs after this ball.
Philip bowls on off stump, and that is going to be a single for Hanscom. Just enough width to guide it down through the vacant gully area, down towards third man and jog the single. He moves on to 82, keeps the strike. 355 for 5. For once, the usually lightning fast scoreboard is a beat behind.
We're going to see a bit of spin straight after tea. I think we might see quite a bit of spin for the rest of the evening session as well. Tom Hartley had a good bowl, more or less bowled all through the morning session. He got took off just to try the luck for Lancashire just before the lunch break, but he bowled pretty well this morning. He had Rehan Ahmed and Holland playing positively, and he kept it pretty tight to them too. They batted superbly this morning, kept the positivity going throughout this Leicestershire innings. As he comes over the wicket to Peter Hanscom, just plays forward, mid on and mid off, up, not saving the one, the kind of floating, just teasing the Leicestershire skipper to go over the top. Ooh. Oh, and that's bowled beautifully. Just turned probably from a leg stump, middle stump line. And he's just turned around the fourth stump. It's a really good delivery from that angle. It's probably the second time that Peter Hanscom's been beaten by the outside edge in this innings. He tucks that one into the leg side, gets a single. Turner does the fielding.
Definitely turned, definitely straightened.
We've seen it a couple of times, haven't we, today? But we've not seen it enough. It's tended to be when Hartley's slowed his pace down a little bit, when he's bowled a bit quicker and flatter. He's not getting anything out of this surface, but it just seems to, when he just slows it down and really gets that arm and knee over, gets that revs on the ball, that's pushed into the offside for a single by Cox. He just seems to find a little bit, but we've not seen it enough for Lancashire's perspective. Two deliveries to come in this 98th over. Field up in terms of mid-on, mid-off. Doesn't tempt Hanscombe though. He's just happy to tuck that into the leg side, take a single.
Yeah, Ben Cox this season, 51 at Glamorgan, 49 and 41 against Derbyshire. So he too, 4 starts now into double figures, given he's into double figures in this innings.
Hartley into Cox, who just punches it back towards the Lancashire bowler. He does the fielding, and that's the end of the 98th over. 12 more overs remaining for batting bonus points.
Over 6,000 first-class runs to his name. That was brought up at Sophia Gardens, the 6,000 landmark. 2 batsmen. I feel as though we've misled people really, because a very sedate start post tea when we were saying that it would be fireworks, but
the Leicestershire batters were having a long chat then. They were having a long discussion, so maybe they are speaking about how they want to go about these next few overs. I'll be surprised if one of them doesn't free up and test a luck. You know, they're in such a strong position. They've got nothing to lose. You know, the game's virtually a draw. If anything, Leicestershire could force the result if the weather was any good tomorrow.
Philip is in, bowled slightly short, just wristily cut the back foot. Minimal movement really from Hanscombe, but a surety of connection that means there are no oohs and ahs out there. Down to third man it runs, and he takes his single, moves on to 85. So 5 runs from the first 13 deliveries of the session. As we say, a relatively sedate start.
Yeah, we have sold the listeners down the river with that suggestion, haven't we? Let's see if Cox shifts the gears.
Philip is in, bowls to him, my word. Well, how that didn't bowl him, I think basically in the end he lifted his bat out of the line of the ball, but the line of the ball was on the stumps essentially, and I think that just went over the top of off stump, but my word. That goes down into the category of pretty good leaves. How close was that? Oh, yeah, maybe an inch or two. Wasn't quite over the top of the off stump, but my goodness, it was close-ish.
He certainly thought about playing it, didn't he? And then, like you say, he's lifted his bat up in time. Otherwise, he may have chopped on in the end.
Philip in, bowls straight on driven. Holds the pose for a minute, but he isn't going to get it past mid-on, who's deep-ish. You know, just a yard or 2 deeper than he might otherwise have been. Saqib it is there, and again, there is no run. Okay, just going through a lull, oddly, at the moment. 3:59 for 5. The lead is 96. There are spaces out there, especially square of the wicket, for Leicestershire to keep the scoreboard ticking over. Being bowled too straight, though. Philip is in and does bowl straight. Cox has to lean forward and defend the off-stump line. Ando, is that what they're calling him? Sounds a bit like it. Very good, Ando. Well
and
bowled.
Straight back into the pockets, warming him up. I certainly feel like Cox could probably play the free roll, couldn't he, and let Hanscombe just be the one to bat through the innings and secure at least the 400 mark, which you'd think they'd certainly get.
They might send Ben Mike in next, who hits a very long ball. We shall see. Philip bowls short. Ooh, and Cox, it didn't really get up that much, and Cox, fortunately for him, isn't a particularly tall man, and he sort of sank at the knees, and it didn't miss the left shoulder or helmet by very much. Didn't really get up very much at all. Should be in prime condition, this new ball. It's 18, getting almost 19 overs old, so that the lacquer's off. It's still hard. The seam should be prominent. Should be nice and shiny on one side. There's not much in the pitch now.
We've seen that a few times with Anderson Phillips bounces. He's quite slingy, so he's quite low in his action.
In he goes, a little bit of width, and Cox can get up on his toes and cut it down to deep backward point and take the single. But again, not enough from the over as far as Leicestershire are concerned. 360 for 5, Cox on to 12, keeps the strike. 34 remain today, but only 11 remain to Leicestershire to get these 90 runs. It's looking unlikely now.
Yeah, the way they're batting, it certainly looks like they're just happy with reaching the 400 mark, doesn't it, in the 110 overs. But I feel like they have missed out a bit of an opportunity just to risk the arm a little bit, just to go for it and just see what happens. You're going to reach the 400 mark, even if you're going for it, so why not just try and see if you can reach that 450. As Hartley's in, Cox just prodding forward into the offside for no run. Mid-on, mid-off, still up, cover, mid-wicket. Josh Bohannon under the helmet on the leg side. Jennings, slip. Wells out onto the deep cover boundary. As Hartley's in and Cox plays forward. Get into the offside, where Hartley now moves Bohannon. Just gets him into that position where he got that well worked out wicket of Rehan Ahmed. Hartley in and Cox sweeps, gives him that freedom of sweeping with Bohannon on the offside. Gets a single to George Balderson on the deep square leg boundary. The lead creeping up to 3 figures now for Leicestershire. Lead by 98. Tom Hartley over the wicket to the Leicestershire skipper, Peter Hanscom. And he's happy to sweep as well to George Balderson. Jogs through, if you call it a jog, for a single. More or less walks it come the end. 86 for the Australian. Batted superbly today. Hartley in and Cox plays that a little bit fine. He thinks about a 2, but George Balderson's quick enough to cut it off. Keeps it down to a single. 3 off the over so far. 3 sweep shots. Will Hanscom just get tempted to go down the ground? No, he's just happy to tuck it off his legs. But Hannon does the fielding. There's no run. 3 off the over. 363 for 5 after 100 overs for Leicestershire.
2 centuries up in that over. Leicestershire's lead and Hartley in terms of conceding runs, but only at 3 and over. These 102 have come off 33 overs. It's a bit better than that, I think.
Yeah, he certainly feel that, of course, there's been no real chances, but the way he's bowled, he probably deserves 2 or 3 wickets. But Leicestershire have been pretty chanceless. I mean, Scott Reed was saying before, the 2 shift of gears really have been the 2 wickets. Holland trying to pull one, and same with Hill, trying to force it a little bit, and that's been the 2 gifts that Lancashire have been given.
Phillip is in, bowls slightly short of a good length, but straight, and Cox stands up and plays it firmly out into the offside. Still looking for his first wicket. 13 overs at none for 57 at the moment. For the Trinidadian. Looks down at the ball. Nothing more than a cursory glance before popping it into his right hand. Running in and bowling. Oh, almost onto the stumps. He pressed forward there, Ben Cox. Got loads of bat on it. It sort of dropped down into the ground. He had no idea where it had gone. Looked around almost wildly to see it had dropped not quite at his feet, just sort of in front of his feet where they were pointing. It came off his back pad in the end and bounced out into the offside. So a little bit fortunate on his part.
He got 2 for 99 against Northamptonshire last week. Anderson Phillip more or less off the plane as well the day before.
And he sprints and bowls on off stump again. Just enough width for Cox to sort of square drive it away out to the point boundary where a fielder lurks. So it is just the single again, just proceeding in singles post tee. Cox and Hanscom ticking it over, but no more than that.
Yeah, it's really excited for a bit of a slog-a-thon just in these last few overs, creeping up to 110, but it certainly seems like pretty content with just going for the 400 mark. Leicestershire within that 110 overs.
Phillip in short, genuinely short, dragged down and punched away by Hanscom, who collides with Cox. Almost. They were both looking after the ball as it took across the ropes down at deep extra cover, but the first genuine drag down really from Anderson Phillip, and there was width as well, and Hanscom was not going to miss out.
Yeah, the first boundary since tee as well. Like you say, it was offered on a plate. Peter Hanscom, too good of a player to miss out on a delivery like that.
Into the 90s now. You wouldn't put too much money on him not getting there, would you? The 3 figures, the way he's been playing, but you never know. Phillip is in and bowls fuller, but again, just a fraction of width, and Hanscom can get his weight on the front foot. No big stride, but just guide it with a slightly angled bat down towards wideish third man, where his old friend Marcus Harris is waiting, and he takes his single. Moves on to 91.
He's excellent at just opening his wrist up, isn't he? And just, whether it's through the offside or the leg side, he's brilliant at just manoeuvring it into gaps when he's not looking to score a boundary. When he's just looking to hit gaps and get 1s and 2s, he's brilliant at manoeuvring it into them gaps.
Phillip into Cox, straightens his line up. It isn't a good length, but straight enough, and Cox just defends it on the back foot out towards Bohannon, who's got his pads under his whites at mid-off. End of the 101st over, 9 to go. 369 for 5, 9 to go until the bonus point issue is decided. Looks, well, Lancashire need another wicket for at least another bowling bonus point. It looks like it's going to end something like 7-2 or 7-3, which would be 15 points against 11 or 12. Probably take that, blanks in the circumstances.
Yeah, they certainly will, I think, at this stage. If they can get another wicket, it'll certainly help. Hal is going to be the man trusted to do that. Hanscom just plays a sweep, which just finds the top edge of his bat. He goes very fine behind the keeper. Josh Bohannon sweeps round from a 45 position. Keeps it down to a single. Never any real signs of danger for Hanscom, even though there's a few shouts of catch it. Just like they're going to that sweep shot a little bit more off the Lancashire spinner. Bohannon sitting in on the offside there for Hartley. Cox just gets a big stride in, smothers the ball, making sure it doesn't spoon up to Josh Bohannon in that catching position. Hartley in. Cox just waits for that one, back of a length, just guides it nicely off the face of his bat through the point region where Luke Wells has dropped out to the boundary and George Bell sits at a backward point, gets a single. The field changes as Tom Hartley comes over the wicket to the Leicestershire skipper. 92 not out now. Bit of a drag down, and Hanscom moves his feet nicely, makes room for his hands to come through, opens the face of his bat, runs it through the offside, takes him on to 93, takes the lead on to 109, and Leicestershire 28 runs now away from that batting point. Hartley's in straighter to Cox, who again gets that big stride forward. No run. A bit of movement behind the side screen. It wouldn't be a day at the cricket, would it, with a little bit of disturbance behind in front of the screen. Hartley in, and a nice length there. Cox just waiting back in the crease, plays it nicely in the end. And that's the end of the 102nd over. Leicestershire 372 for 5. Cox on 16 and Peter Hanscom on 93.
There'd be some who'd argue they haven't much to lose if they were to pull out sort of 40 minutes before the close and have 6 or 8 overs at the Lancashire Openers. You know, the pitch is playing pretty well, but you know, even if the forecast is somehow wrong for tomorrow, and then Lancashire are not going to get in a position where they're going to get far enough ahead to declare, really. I don't think. You never know, but I don't think so. And as such, Leicestershire wouldn't have too much to lose. Might pick up a sort of couple of wickets, but I don't think it's in the mindset at the moment. Hanscom on 93 faces Anderson Phillip from the Statham end. Fullish looks to drive. There's a touch sort of squared up. It bunts it rather than drives it out to Bohannon at mid-off. There's no run.
I'm sure the seamers will be in the ears of the coach saying, nah, just let the batters keep batting.
I suspect you're right.
I'm happy to keep my whites off, keep the legs up.
Cold out there. Phillip turns. Runs in. Bowls. Quickish, well, slippery-ish delivery just outside off stump, and Hanscom, rather unlike him, leaning forward, pokes at it a little wanly. Ball didn't do anything much, it was just a sort of nice-ish line in the corridor.
He's in that such calm and relaxed state of batting that it was probably just a little bit too relaxed and calm on that one. He just a little bit lazy. Left his hands out there on that one.
Be cross if he gave it away now, that's for sure. Phillip is in, bowled, slightly short, pulled, but there is the sweeper out there on the square leg boundary. Who picks up and throws in, so it is just the single to Hanscom. Moves on to 94. This is going to go past 3 figures for the first time in the English domestic season. He plays full time, basically, Peter Hanscom. Finishes in Australia, gets on a plane, comes here. Cricket is very much a full time. There is no close season for someone like Hanscom. Phillip is in, bowls short, and Cox just bobs at the knees, lets it go over his head. But he's happy, his family travel, not with him necessarily. I think they were about a week or so behind him coming into Leicester this time, but his missus and the little one.
They stay for most of the summer.
They do.
That's good.
And that makes him obviously much happier.
Yeah, it'll certainly help him switch off away from cricket.
Philippine past umpire Blackwell bowls just outside off stump. Cox looks to work it away through the covers, but Jones reaches to his left to make the stop on the bounce. Creeping towards 400 rather, Leicestershire. Still need another 27 from, well, 7.1 overs. I think we can definitely say that the 450 is out of the question now. They mustn't miss the 400. Philip is in and bowls. Again, just enough width for Cox to get it away through the vacant point area down to the fielder on the point boundary and take one end of the over. Just the 2 singles from it. Again, Philip 15 overs, none for 65 now.
Yeah, they're creeping the way up to the 400 mark. 26 no runs remaining from the 7 overs for that extra batting point. Hartley's going to continue. I think he'll continue for most of the evening. Slipping a Josh Bohannon under the helmet on the offside away as Bohannon ducks out of that one, and it's a beautiful shot from Cox. Back of length from Hartley. Wasn't a massive drag down, but giving enough width and short enough for Cox just to rock back, get his hands through, and he hits that one nicely through the offside for 4. Takes the score on to 378 for 5 for Leicestershire. Cox into the 20s as Hartley comes in, and it's a tight single, but he should make it. Yeah, he does. It's been a good part of Leicestershire's innings today, how they rotated the strike. Peter Hanscom's done it beautifully in his innings, and now Ben Cox is also doing it with his partner. Hits it into gaps, keeping that scoreboard ticking over. Hartley round the wicket, onto the pads of Hanscom, who accepts the easy single into the leg side.
Little known fact about Ben Cox, he had an England under 18 trial as a fly half. The 2 others with whom he was competing, apparently, were Owen Farrell and George Ford. Good luck.
Yeah. They've had decent careers.
He went to play cricket instead.
Hartley over the wicket, round the wicket, sorry, to Cox, who paddle sweeps. And he hits it nicely into the gap, picks up a couple of runs. This over just ticking him over nicely.
He doesn't really look big. I suppose if he'd gone into rugby, he would have done lots of weights and built himself up a bit, wouldn't he? But Farrell and Ford aren't the biggest, I suppose. Tallest, anyway. But
yeah, probably similar height. Maybe Farrell a little bit taller, won't he? Probably Farrell the taller of the 3. Coming over the wicket now to Cox as well, Hartley. He just plays that back towards the Lancashire spinner. 8 off this over so far
yeah,
for
better
Leicestershire.
For the Foxes.
A little bit more intent shown. That boundary off the first ball, it always helps. Just gets you into the over, puts the pressure right back onto the the bowler. He plays a sweep shot. It's aerial, but it's into the gap. And it's 6. Carries all the way. It's a good shot in the end from Cox. Those shouts of catch it with 2 men out on the boundary. But he picks the gap. And it's a brilliant over. 14 off it. Takes the score on to 388 now for Leicestershire. Just 12 away from that batting point. And it takes Cox into the 30s.
Maybe this is the charge now. Although Hanscom on 95, as I say, won't be inclined to give it away.
There's still a chance, isn't there? If they just went half a level.
Exactly, yeah.
They've got 5 wickets left, 2 set batters.
Cox gets hold of a few like that.
The way the field's set, they could 4, 5, 6 and over is quite easy to accomplish. So, if the chance there are, you never know.
Philip then into Hanscom on 95. Bowls outside off stump. Cut away by Hanscom. Has he found the gap? Yes, he has. Good attempt by third man, diving along the rope. Got a good right hand to it and almost seemed to have stopped it, but the momentum of his body as he dived meant that the ball just crossed the rope down there, and Hanscom picks up 4. He moves on to 99.
Yeah, he's not had to do much down there all day, Marcus Harris, so.
Is Hanscom about to become Leicestershire's 2nd centurion of the day, indeed 2nd centurion of the season. Rehan Ahmed earlier having gone past 3 figures. Jennings sort of realises what Hanscom's on and brings in the 2 sweepers just to make life a touch more difficult for him. Philip is in, bowls, he drives, but only as far as Jones had extra cover, and there's no run. Didn't put his weight into the shot, just blocked it really out to Jones. He won't be hurried. Yeah, but if once he goes past 100, he might be prepared to take a few more risks. 5.4 overs. 58 away from maximum batting bonus points. Philip is in. Bowls. Hanscom solidly forward to the length delivery on off stump. Blocking it out to Jones, and there's no run. The Leicestershire players walking round. Travaskis, Hull, Budinger, and not sure he's got his back to me with the hoodie on. He looks a bit like Harry Swindles, as I say, the backup wicketkeeper, but he may well have travelled. Anyway, they've paused, waiting to see if Hanscom can get over the line. Philip is in and bowls. Hanscom solidly forward. Being kept very honest here by Anderson Phillip. Pushed it out towards mid-off, intercepted en route, or at least stopped en route by Jones running in front of Bohannon. Floodlights casting long shadows now. They go right across the pitch at the Upton Steel County ground. Never seems to bother the players, sort of having a thatch of shadows right in the centre of the pitch. You'd have thought it would, especially with a red ball, but it doesn't. Philip is in, bowls, again very straight, and Hanscom just forward. He, Philip and Jones playing a private game at the moment.
He wants a similar delivery to that first one, doesn't he? Bit of width.
Either that or just on the legs, he can tuck around the corner. Something like that would do him.
That's what he'll be praying for. In his mind, he'll be saying, just ball one on my pads, ball one on my pads.
Because even someone as experienced as Hanscom, I mean, his heart must beat a little faster on 99, you'd have thought. Philip is in, bowls to him, and he pushes it out towards Weidman. He's going to have to hurry, but he gets there, and always looked likely to. Bannon picked up and threw at the stumps, but Hanscom ran his bat in, the throw missed, and Peter Hanscom, Leicestershire's captain, has scored his first 100 of the season. It's come off 170 balls and includes 10 fours.
Yeah, as they say, like London buses, you wait for one and two come at once. 2 Centurions in the day for Leicestershire. Rehan Ahmed the first one, and now the skipper, the Australian Peter Hanscom, leading the way, leading from the front. It's been an absolute splendid knock. Chanceless as well from the skipper. He's given nothing to Lancashire, no chances, not an inch of any chance of taking his wicket. He really has been excellent.
Yeah, there have been a couple of plays and misses in those 170 balls.
I think two that I
can't think of any more.
Yeah. And they were just lazy shots, wasn't it? It wasn't really being beaten. It was just more a case of him just being sort of so relaxed.
Yeah.
Hartley continues over the wicket. Hanscom just defends that into the leg side for no run.
Just a momentary loss of concentration of something.
Yeah.
Just a little lapse, but which is forgivable.
Yeah, especially when you're back
170 balls.
170 deliveries. It's been a fantastic knock though. Hanscom opens up that offside beautifully, especially from the angle that Hartley's releasing it. They think about the two and they get it. Anderson Phillip does the fielding. He punches that one through like a wide-ish mid-off. Where you see where the ball was delivered from and the line it was on, he's done well to punch it through that area. That's just him using the crease and the hands that we've spoken about, that he's exposed them gaps throughout the day. Hartley in, that one just straightens a little bit again. Hanscom's wise enough just to let the ball run off the face of his bat.
Over 8 plus 3.
Hartley in, short of a length on the legs, and Hanscom tries to turn it round the corner. Finds the Lancashire vice captain, Josh Bohannon, and fires it in. It's the stumps, but Peter Hanscom doesn't take the single. .395 for 5 Leicestershire, as the Leicestershire skipper just plays forward at that one into the leg side for no run. Very much 400 was the target for Leicestershire coming out after tea. They've only got 5 more runs to get there in 4 overs after this delivery. It's a good end to the over from Hartley. 395 for 5 for Leicestershire. Just the 4 overs remain for the allowance of batting points and bowling points. Leicestershire just need 5 runs for that 400 mark and another batting point. Have you ever spoke to him about his little bat twirl that he does? Is it a bit of
it's
just a mindset?
He says it's to do with sort of lining up. Do you mean the turn of the when he puts it sort of
like
leading sort of sideways
sort
on
of gully and point, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just a way, he says, of making sure he's where he wants to be in terms of body position and sort of facing the bowler, and the angles are all correct. I think I may be wrong, but watching him over the last few, it does feel as though he's sort of batting slightly further across, almost off stump sometimes. So, well, 4 overs. They're not going to get 450. Might ask him afterwards. In the back of your mind, no. So, just wanted to keep batting. What about the weather forecast for tomorrow? You can't look at that, mate. Got to. You're in England now. It's well, Melbourne is famously unpredictable in terms of the weather. Perhaps a little less so than Manchester. Change of bowling. Sakib is back with us and bowls straight to Ben Cox, who, well, middle and leg line, just waits for it and flicks it out to deep mid wicket, where Wells is waiting and throws in, and one is taken. 396 for 5. Cox onto 31.
Very gentle run in from Zaki Mahmood there into his 20th over in this innings.
This is probably what he isn't too keen on in terms of 4-day cricket.
Yeah.
Coming back for your 4th spell or whatever. In he comes and bowls. Hanscom steers it off the back foot down to 3rd man and jogs a single. Past 12,000 first-class runs now. Peter Hanscom averaging over 40, always a sign of, traditionally the sign of a sort of class act, isn't it, if you're averaging more than 40.
Especially with that amount of runs as well. Consistency.
He'll be 34 next week. He's watching as Sakib goes in, bowls to Cox, who pulls it in the air and is caught by Wells down on the square leg boundary. He held his hand up because he was looking into the sun there, Luke Wells, but having picked up the flight of the ball, he made no mistake, and not for the first time today. A Leicestershire batsman doesn't give it away as such, but is caught on the pull, getting a little bit underneath it. Got plenty of it, but not quite enough.
Yeah, just trying to be a bit attacking, a bit more on the front foot, isn't he? He's in Leicestershire in a position for them to do that. And Cox has not quite timed it probably the way he wanted to. Body weight was just leaning back a little bit on that pull shot. It meant he just didn't quite get the connection that he wanted to. It was certainly the right shot to play, but he just didn't quite get it over the top of Luke Wells. And Lancashire pick up their 6th wicket through Saki Mahmood.
And their 2nd bowling bonus point. Who have they sent out? Logan van Beek. So, well, he does hit a long way, but he's also a sort of a proper batsman in a way. He made a very nice 80-odd not out, I think it was, last week on debut. Let me find that for you. On Leicestershire debut, I hasten to add. 25 in the 2nd innings. 82 not out in the 1st. Picked up 5 wickets in the game as well, so it wasn't a bad debut.
No, you'll take that, won't you?
Netherlands international.
80 odd and a 5 foot and a 20 odd as well. 100 runs across the game, 5 wickets in an innings. It's not a bad debut, it's not a bad start.
I feel he wasn't quite at his best with the ball in Lancashire's 1st innings here, so looks around him. Single saving field with the addition of a deep square long leg 3rd man. And the slip. Mahmood is in, Van Beek is forward, pushing the ball out towards point. Not a big stride, just waiting for it. No swing really for Sakib.
I don't know if he keeps hitting his hand, his bowling hand. Every time he bowls, he's shaking that right hand. Holding it, shaking it. I don't know if he's hitting it on his thighs, he's following through, but constantly shaking it after every delivery. I don't know if he's took round the end of the finger and he's got a bruise on one of his fingers, which is releasing the ball.
In he goes, and bowls straight and defended by Van Beek. I was watching him there. I suppose he gets quite close to the stumps, but the bail had come off if he was hitting them. That sort of right hand when it comes down, but just have clipped him, I suppose. better at clapper, isn't he? Keeps himself interested and enthusiastic. Mahmood is in and bowls slightly short. Van Beek up on his toes, has to sort of ride that one down to backward point. Good over from Saqib, made something happen. 20 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 84, which in the circumstances is not too bad a return.
Yeah, good over from Saqib Mahmood, getting that 6th wicket for Lancashire. 3 wickets today on the short ball, but you've not really seen any real stints of short bowling in terms of constantly and 4 or 5 over bursts of it. Maybe it was something that Lancashire could have tried earlier on in the day, maybe a real short ball plan. Not exactly seen it as a real focal point. It's just been more a short ball here and there that has brought a couple of wickets. But yeah, maybe it's something that Lancashire could have gone to earlier on in the game. Hartley will continue from the James Anderson end. Hanscom makes enough room for himself on the offside to run that down to the 3rd man boundary. Luke Wells sweeps round from the deep point position, keeps it down to a single. Hartley's going to come around the wicket now to Van Beek. Saqib Mahmood's just going to drop through to the deep cover position. Everyone else up inside the ring as he beats the outside edge straight away. Tom Hartley just straightening a little bit. Just looked like he went a little bit wider as well on the crease there, delivering that one. A little bit more round arm from the Lancashire spinner. He goes straight at that time. Van Beek plays it through to the offside for no run. 398 for 6, Leicestershire. A slip and Josh Bohannon under the helmet awaits as that one goes through. Van Beek.
Not quite sure what happened there, it was a bit odd.
I don't know if it hit Hurst or hit Van Beek, that one.
Bounced a bit.
Yeah, he didn't expect the bounce that Hartley generated from that delivery. He bowls a lot straighter, attacking the pads that time of the new batter. And Beek just sits onto his front foot defence. Last ball of the over. Jennings just pushes mid on the mud off a little bit deeper. Van Beek just plays it through the leg side. Bit of an inside edge, but gets himself off the mark, gets a single. That takes the score on to 399 for 6 now for Leicestershire, and that's 108 overs bowled for Lancashire.
Hanscom and Van Beek have a chat mid-pitch. Just the single needed by the Foxes. I suspect there will be 1 or 2 little sort of carping noises from 1 or 2 supporters, but you can't really argue that first innings lead is already sort of 136. If they're not taking into account the weather forecast for tomorrow, then it is about building on that as much as collecting maximum points. Saqib Mahmood is into Logan Van Beek, a little bit short, and there is the 7th and almost certainly final bonus point, a 4th batting bonus point, because Mahmood guides it down, Van Beek guides it down to 3rd man, and the single is taken, brings up the 400 in the 109th over. Pigeons are sort of eating down on the drainage lines, so I wonder, are they a little bit closer to the earth? There's less grass on there or something? Are they getting grubs? I don't know.
Yeah, it's been like that since last season as well, when they did the drainage.
Saqib is in, bowls fullish to Hanscom, who pushes it firmly back down the pitch to Mahmood, who puts 2 hands down on the ball, tries to sort of, I suspect, trying to guide it onto the stumps. He's done so successfully a couple of times, actually. Hasn't got anybody out, but he has the knack more than Chris Wright, that's for sure. Yeah, they're pecking in parallel lines.
Had a bit of a scurry a minute ago, and Peter Hanscom nailed that one straight.
Saqib is in and bowls width, and Hanscom can and will cut. Does, connects nicely, but not sufficiently powerfully to beat third man running around the boundary in front of the point over there. Massive building. Hospitality unit doesn't really do it justice, does it? It's a, well, I quote, I can read out what it is. It's a live sport, music and culture venue. Culture? This is Lancashire. Single taken. 401 for 6.
Looks a little bit lonely down there, Marcus Harris, all day.
Yes, he's in the shadow of the point now, isn't he? Saqib is in, a little bit short down the leg side, pops up into the air, think off the thigh pad. No great excitement from the fielders. Van Beek ignores it. Matty Hurst jogs up from 15 yards or so back to pick it up. There is Marcus in the shadows. He too has bat will travel in recent seasons. I suppose you've got to earn what you can while you can.
Yeah, certainly. There's that much cricket as well nowadays. That many different formats.
Opportunities. And it isn't a long career. 15 years or so if you're lucky. Saqib is in and bowls up on his toes. Van Beek just pushing it into the covers. Jones tumbles as he makes the stop, and what initially looked like it might be quite a sharp single is comfortable enough in the end. 402 for 6. We'll get Scott back on shortly. I have an update to do for BBC Radio Leicester. I daren't go across there to find out what's happening at the King Power Stadium against Liverpool. It might be as gloomy as what happened across the road at footballing Old Trafford. In fact, they'd probably settle for 1-0, to be honest. In goes Saqib and bowls outside off stump, and a sort of indeterminate little jabby prod at the ball from Hanscom that is most un-Hanscom-like. Finishes the over. 402 for 6 off 109. The lead 139.
Yeah, it's good end to the over for Saqib Mahmood. Just beating the outside edge of Hanscom there. Again, more a bit of a lazy, casual shot, if anything, from Peter Hanscom. No real signs of movement off the pitch or in the air. More just a switch off on concentration. Just trying to run it down to the third man boundary for a single. Hartley with one slip and Josh Bohannon under the helmet on the leg side. Van Beek just pushes that into the offside for no run. 23 overs remaining today after this Tom Hartley over. He's in, he bowls, and Van Beek punches it down the ground just to a wideish mid-off. Anderson Phillip just has to run around, which allows the Dutchman to run through for a single. That brings a Leicestershire skipper on strike over the wicket, Hartley, and he punches that nicely. Should think about a couple, and he'll take a comfortable 2 for a wide mid-on, with Marcus Harris is 3/4 back. He's had much social interaction today as Marcus Harris. He's been a third man all day, down in front of the point, and now he's at a 3/4 way back mid-on, just in front of the pavilion as Hanscom takes a single into the leg side, takes himself onto 108, takes the score onto 406 for 6. And we have Scott Reed back with us.
Hey, Callum. Well, I thought for a second maybe they were going to have a little go at 450.
Yeah, it would have been entertaining, wouldn't it? I think it would have been quite a bit of fun to watch straight after tea. I think they certainly had the platform to risk it as Van Beek punches that through the offside for a single. I don't think they had anything to lose, certainly going for it.
No, because I suppose you could have a go and so.
You still probably you're still getting 400,
definitely, yeah,
aren't you? You can, like you say, if you lose a couple of quick wickets, you can always just shift the gears lower. As Hartley just hits the pad of Hanscom, who tries to turn that into the leg side from over the wicket, so there's no signs of any LBW appeal. It's the end of the 110th over now.
It is, and Leicestershire have got 7 bonus points from the game. Lancashire picked up 3 bonus points from the match. And Hanscom 108 and Van Beek on 5. Tough going for these Lancashire bowlers. 2 for Mahmood, 2 for Turner, 1 each for Balderson and for Hartley. Lead of 144 runs. I guess, I mean, the position of the match and the way that they've played, they've got that luxury, haven't they, to be able to kind of dictate how they feel it could go today. They've played it at their own pace. There's been nothing that's been kind of, as we mentioned before, the only 2 times really they've looked to try and play some aggressive shots, the guys have got out, so they've just played it steady away, haven't they? And they've been excellent with the bat. And that's an excellent shot off the back foot by Van Beek. Punched away through square cover for 4 runs. Lovely shot. 411 for 6.
That just backs up your point, doesn't it? That's all they've done all day. Just waited for it to be ever so slightly short or ever so slightly full. And all they've done is just lent into the shots. When they've tried to go for that bit more intent, bit more of a bigger shot, 3 pull shots have led to wickets. Just 3 mistimed shots, kind of overhitting. When they've just timed it nicely, they've found rewards.
And then balls. Let's run down towards Harris, Bell rather, on the 3rd man boundary for a single. I mean, that back foot punch we saw from Van Beek there, we have seen that shot a lot, haven't we, today? Lancashire probably just bowling a little too short through the course of the day, and it's just got so much time on the back foot to punch it away through cover. We've seen it, lots of batters hit it that way.
Yeah, it's the whiff as well that Lancashire are offering, but it just shows how good this Emirates Old Trafford wicket is playing, how good the outfield is running.
There's Mahmood in and balls, and that's shovelled out towards the leg side. It's in the air and it clears Luke Wells. And it's gone for 6 for Peter Hanscom. Out towards the square leg boundary. Wells was out there trying to shield his the sun from his eyes, trying to see if he could get into a position to take a catch. He went leaping up. It cleared Luke Wells. 6 for Hanscom. He moves to 114, and it's 418 for 6. Lead of 155 now. So Wells take a good catch actually to get rid of Cox, because he was looking at he's looking into the sunshine when the ball came to him. When Ben Cox went for a pull shot, but too high for him on that occasion. Forward goes Hanscom, and there's no run. That's a bit more like what we've seen from Peter Hanscom so far today. Nice little rock onto the front foot, little forward defensive.
Surprised we haven't seen Lancashire go to a specific plan like that more often, where, you know, 5-6 overs of short ball stuff and just test the resilience and the patience of the Leicestershire batters. We've seen short balls here and there, but it's been very much just a a surprise ball, maybe just have 4 or 5 overs going short, or just constantly go at the stump. We've seen Northamptonshire last week do it against Lancashire, and they found some rewards by doing that.
Mahmood to Hanscom, who defends, and there is no run.
When you come on good wickets like this, you often have to really simplify it and just try and get the batting side hitting in one area, and you just pack that one area and you just try and frustrate them in that way. Every batter, when they see it full, they'll want to get on the front foot and drive. So if you keep bowling it full and you have that field set up, they might just miss Q1, they might just miss time 1, you might just get a chance. But we haven't really seen any specific plans from Lancashire. It just feels like run up, bowl.
Mahmood does just that, and that's carved away by Hanscom down to a deep backward point. Just for a single, but he keeps the strike. He moves to 115, 419 for 6, lead of 156.
It's just had very much of a feel like they're just going through the motions a little bit. There's no real plan. You can't really see a real plan from the field, from the lengths and the lines that the bowlers are trying to bowl. The probably only plan, and it worked, was Hartley coming over the wicket to Rehan Ahmed and just saying to him, I'm going to put a couple of catches in front of the bat, so your defence has got to be solid, or you've got to play a shot. And he ended up just spooning one up to Josh Bohannon in that catching position. That's probably the only plan that's worked today for Lancashire, so it might be something that they have to look for going forward, especially on flat Old Trafford wickets. They know what they're coming on to. They've played here so many times.
Yep.
They know it's hard to force results here. As Hartley continues, and Hanscom turns that away into the leg side for another easy single. Matthias tries to cut the one off, but isn't quick enough.
You wonder how some of it maybe just a little bit of a mental battle as well, especially here. It kind of gets into your head, taking 20 wickets here is difficult, which it is. But Northamptonshire took 19 wickets last weekend, and Leicestershire bowled Lancashire out pretty cheaply in the first innings. So you just wonder whether maybe sometimes it's just in the mind a little bit.
Hartley round the wicket to Van Beek, who plays forward onto the onside. Yeah, definitely. It's clear that 20 wickets can be taken, but it's how you go about taking them wickets, how you're positive with are the field settings matching the lines and lengths that the bowlers are bowling. As Tom Hartley bowls back of a length and Van Beek defends down the ground for no run. Everything's got to work in sync, hasn't it? Especially on flat wickets like this. You've got to really zone in on your areas, and you've got to work with your captain and your field and making sure everyone's in the right position to try and build that pressure, which brings rewards in the end, you hope, as Van Beek cuts that out to the deep cover boundary. Saki Mahmood does the fielding for a single.
And even with Northamptonshire taking 19 wickets last week, and even with 4 days of uninterrupted cricket, it's still finishing a draw. These difficult over 4 days here, isn't it?
Hartley bowls and Hanscom just plays forward for no run. Yeah, it's very much like it's a test wicket, isn't it? It's a test venue. It's a wicket that's built for 5 days really. In 4 days, it's really hard to force a result. Hanscom plays forward again for no run. Sometimes you feel you just have to go with 2 spinners and grind it out on these bit drier wickets and let the spinners do a lot of the work and let your seamers bowl in them short spells where they can just bowl 5 quick over spells. Do you pick 3 of your quickest bowlers and 2 spinners and go at it that way, or do you pick your swing bowlers and just hope you can get some early wickets? But we've not really seen any major signs of swing in this early season.
No.
Obviously, we know it's April, but it's certainly the wickets and the grounds aren't playing like April wickets, are they? They're kind of playing like midsummer wickets with the weather that we've had.
Yeah, it's been quite a dry March, hasn't it, as well, leading up to the start of the season.
So it's certainly been flatter wickets, or should we just say less bowler friendly than from what sides are used to this early on in a season.
We see spin from both ends. There's a 3-over spell from Sakib Mahmood, so Luke Wells replacing Mahmood from the Brian Statham end. 421 for 6, lead of 158. Played away off the back foot by Van Beek to Jones at cover. And there is no run. Van Beek on 11, Hanscom on 116. It's a slipperish short leg, deep point, deep backward square. Wells in, hammered back over his head, all the way for 6, heading down towards the boundary and the advertising board and the hover cover below us here. Thumping shot by Van Beek. And he moves to 17. And the score to 427 for 6.
Yeah, it's a beautiful shot from Van Beek. Bit of flight from Luke Wells, but right in the arc of the Dutchman. He doesn't think twice about punching that back over his head. He times it beautifully for 6.
Marcus Harris drops back to the long off boundary. A little flatter this time from Wells, and Van Beek able to work it off the back foot into the offside. No run. It was a lovely connection, wasn't it? Watching it square on the replay there. Lovely flourishing follow through. Beautiful shot down the ground for 6 by Van Beek. In comes Wales, bowls, and that's off the back foot. And pushed away through point for a single. Moves on to 18. Not out. 428 for 6. Lead of 165. So Hanscom on strike now. Facing Luke Wells. I'm going to bring up Harris, who was long off. He's at mid-off now. 2 fielders on the leg side boundary. Deep square leg, deep backward square leg. And Balderson on the point boundary. Jennings slip crouching down as forward goes Hanscom in defence. Play back to Wells off his own bowling. And there's no run. Final ball of the over for Wells. And driven away off the front foot to Harris, who's at mid-off by Hanscom. And that is the end of the over. 428 for 6, lead by 165 runs. Leicestershire, they resumed this morning on 120 for 1, trailing by 143. Now 428 for 6, leading by 165. Hanscom was 16 not out at lunch. He was 81 not out at tea, and he's 116 not out heading into the final hour or so of cricket.
Hartley to continue from the James Anderson end as Van Beek punches that to wide mid-off. Anderson Phillip does the fielding, he takes a single. Couple of changes in the field as Hartley comes over the wicket, as he's been continuing to Hanscom. Oh, just nearly chips that one back to the bowler and the leading edge. Just turning his wrist a little bit too early on that one. Leicestershire skipper. Good line from Hartley, just attacking that leg stump. Hanscom opens up the offside nicely, using his feet to get deep into his crease and open up his hands.
It's such a facet of his innings, this, hasn't it? The way he's worked the ball around. The use of the crease, the ability to find gaps, to manoeuvre the ball around.
Yeah, I think it's been a little bit too easy at times for the Leicestershire batters. They've so often you see them go 4-1-1, or you know, a couple of singles and a 4 at the end of the over. It just seems like it's been a little bit too easy to build them 4 or 5 run overs for Leicestershire. as Van Beek plays a nice scoop sweep, and it should run away for 4. It does. He just plays a little paddle sweep, bit of a premeditated. Hartley as well bowls a full toss, so it's perfect for Van Beek. He just runs it off his bat down to the fine leg boundary. Balderson is too square to cut it off. That shot brings Josh Bohannon out into the 45 as well, which opens up the offside and allows Van Beek to take a single after that boundary. The field repositions itself with the Australian Peter Hanscom on strike, who says yes thank you to an half volley on his legs and gets another single on the board. 336 for 6 now, Leicestershire. Peter Hanscom on 118 from 196 deliveries, 10 fours and just a 1-6. And Van Beek soon got up to 24 off his 26 deliveries, 2 fours and a 6 as well.
Elsewhere, it's reached the close of play in the game between Kent and Gloucestershire in Canterbury. Potentially must be some bad weather around. Gloucestershire 112 for 2 in their second innings, so they lead Kent by 191 runs with 8 wickets remaining. And there's 2 other games in Division 2. Derbyshire are batting again, 157 for 2. Still trail Northampton. They're 36 behind. There was a big first innings score by Northamptonshire, 500 for 8 declared at Derby. So Derbyshire 157 for 2 in reply, 36 runs behind. And Glamorgan are 172 for 5 in their second innings. They trail Middlesex by 99 runs. Middlesex declaring their first innings on 470 for 9. Game taking place at Lords. They're the Division 2 scores. Here's Wells. That's driven through the offside by Hanscom for a single. 119 not out. 437 for 6. Brings Van Beek on strike, having hit Wells for 6 in the previous over. Wells just drops Marcus Harris back towards the long off boundary. Anderson Phillips at mid-on. Slip catcher is Keaton Jennings. It's a quick single, just turned around the corner, and Hanscom backing up quite some way, and Van Beek, having just nudged it away down behind square on the leg side, looked up, but his captain was already tearing forward, so he knew there was a single there. Van Beek to 25 now, 438 for 6. So Hanscom waits for Wells. And easy single up towards mid-off. Moves to 120 not out, 439 for 6. So a single off the first 3 deliveries. Wells to Van Beek, forward and defends. Just smothers the ball away into the offside. Michael Jones needs a cover, comes forward to field. There's no run. Wells sets off again, and Van Beek hops back and defends. Wells scoops it up off his own bowling. And there's no addition to the score, so 439 for 6 with a delivery left of the over. There's Wells. A touch flatter, maybe a little quicker too, to Van Beek. And it's driven to cover. And there's no run. That's the end of the over. 3 coming off it. And it's 439.46, a lead of 176 runs. I'll take you into Division 1, have a look at some of the games in Division 1. Yorkshire at Durham this week. Adam Lythe 38 not out, Yorkshire 75 for 2. Trailed Durham by 45 runs. Worcestershire 5 down, they're 161 for 5. Brett D'Oliveira is 35 not out, so they require a further 134 runs to win. Essex looking for 5 more wickets for victory at Chelmsford. Bit of bad weather around on the south coast at both Hampshire and Sussex, so they're off for rain and bad light in those games. Somerset 103 for 1 in their second innings, trail Hampshire by 49 runs.
Hartley ran the wicket to Hanscom, who plays that into the leg side for no run.
It's bad light in Hove, where Surrey are 390 for 3. Ollie Pope made a century. Dan Lawrence is 117 not out.
Hartley in, Hanscom on the sweep. A very optimistic appeal from the Lancashire skipper. Round the wicket, left arm off spinning. Not going to get many LBW calls from that angle. Over the wicket. Hartley again continues on that same approach, that same angle to Hanscom.
Surrey 390 for 3, trail Sussex by 45 runs. And Warwickshire into their second innings against Nottinghamshire.
Hartley bowls, and that's tucked off Leicestershire skipper's legs for a single.
Having been bowled out cheaply in the first innings, Warwickshire all out for 93. Nottinghamshire made 367 all out, with Hasib Hamid unbeaten on 138. Warwickshire now 106 for 4 in their second innings, still 170 behind.
Hartley and Van Beek playing forward for no run.
Josh Tongs picked up a couple of wickets there for...
Hartley in, Van Beek just pushing forward into the offside. Ends the over. 440 for 6, Leicestershire.
Or 40 for 6 here, yeah, lead by 177. So you're up to date with what's happening elsewhere across the county championship. It's lovely weather up in the northwest. It's not so good on the south coast by the looks of things. Rain and bad light affecting the games at Southampton and Sussex.
2 drinks run out for Leicestershire then, just Van Beek taking a sip, and I think Peter Hanscom was taking on a message from the changing rooms then. Maybe they'll look just to give Lancashire a couple of overs tonight, maybe.
What have we got left? 17.
17 left. Seems like there was a certain message run on. Hanscom and the 12th man talking.
440 for 6, lead of 177. Hanscom on strike. Wells in. It's clipped away behind square on the leg side. Just for a single. Well, it'll be interesting to see if they did decide to pull out. He's not really felt through the course of the afternoon that was in their mind.
Urgency, was there to...
No. But maybe give Lancashire a pretty, awkward 10 overs, 12 overs, something like that, maybe. I suppose it's the last thing really that Lancashire would want to be doing, isn't it? To go out there and batting. So
after a whole day in the field.
Yeah. If you go on the idea of what the opposition least likely to do, then probably ask Lancashire to bat. Reverse sweep from Van Beek, timed it nicely right off the middle of the bat. That's raced away down towards the boundary. Just a little reverse paddle by Van Beek. Lovely shot for 4. He's moved to 29. 445 for 6.
Really clever from Van Beek as well. Keaton Jennings just brought himself out, a slip into mid-wicket to plug a gap in there in the leg side, thinking Van Beek might just start opening them arms up, but he just plays it very clever. Little reverse dab. And again, Lancashire making another change after a boundary. Jennings going to the short third man, leaving that leg side open with three fielders, two fielders out on the boundary, and Anderson Phillip 3/4 the way back at mid-on.
Wells in, balls. Oh, and he's bowled him. Sneaks through. Van Beek departs for 29. Wells strikes. Leicestershire lose their 7th wicket. 445 for 7. Lead of 182. And Van Beek. Enterprising knock. He's been 29 off 34 balls and a 6 in there as well. But one sneaks through. And Wells peels away with his right arm aloft in modest celebration. Low key.
Yeah, it'll go a bit underappreciated how good that delivery was with the stage of the game and the...
I think he liked it, didn't he?
I think Wells will be telling everyone how good that ball was tonight over a cold pint when they get back to the hotel. But yeah, I think it might go a bit underappreciated at 445 for 7.
Good point, yeah.
But it was a good little knock from Van Beek. Just lifted the urgency a little bit. Had a bit of freedom, didn't he, just to come in and play his shots.
He's going back, he looks back towards the stumps and back down the pitch, and little nod of approval. Yeah, nicely done from Luke Wells. So Ben Green joining Peter Hanscom. 445 for 7. Well, he's had a tough couple of days, Luke Wells. He got a horrible blow to his elbow yesterday. And he was off the field for a bit. He's sent down a lovely delivery to get rid of Van Beek. So Green on strike. There's a slip in place. There's Wells in and bowling. It's wide of off stump and worked through the offside for a single by Green. 446 for 7.
Such an experienced character, but he just seems to always love just playing. He just always seems to have a smile on his face, Luke Wells. He just seems to want to be in the game, whether it's bat on ball, in the field. He's always lots of energy.
He shuffles his way back in again. Balls muscled out towards the mid-wicket by Hanscom. And sharp around the boundary rope to field. Single for Hanscom. 23 not out. 447 for 7. Lead of 184 with 1 ball left of the over.
Yeah, a bit of an intent in that previous delivery as well from Peter Hanscom.
Played to mid-on this time by Green, fielded by Anderson Phillip, and there's no run. End of the over. And we've got 16 left today. We'll have a little change up in the commentary box. Callum having a break. Richard Ray comes back in. Well, Fox is still building a very, very sizable first innings lead, 184 runs.
I think that they're going to have a few overs tonight.
Well, Callum reckons a little message came out.
Just get that feeling, and with the weather forecast being the way it is, they really don't have anything to lose.
Absolutely not, no.
You can't see Lancashire getting sort of 150 ahead and pulling out or something, can you, and giving them a nasty evening session tomorrow, something like that, even if the weather were to be okay. Hartley then, over the wicket to Hanscom, who just nibbles it around the corner, and as there isn't anybody around the corner, just mid-wicket, he can take a fairly comfortable single. Moves on to 124. 448 for 7. The lead 185. Hartley in, big sweep from the strong green. He's got it out to wide-ish long leg. There is a wide-ish long leg, so again it is just the single, but Green, who can dig in and has done on a couple of occasions this season, has been positive, which rather reinforces one's impressions that they might just declare forward. Goes Hanscom, pushing it out towards mid-off. Hartley sort of scrambles across it, slightly ungainly fashion, but gets there to make sure that a single isn't possible. Steps in and bowls. Fuller, Hanscom clips him away down towards deep square. Mid-wicket comes in to field Turner. Overthrows the diminutive Matty Hurst, but Keaton Jennings is backing up. Sun has not quite set over there, but there is a little bit of cloud away to the west. Again, big sweep, a solid sweep from Ben Green. A sort of solid citizen, really. And the single is taken. Singles are 4 of the 5 deliveries of this Hartley over so far. 450 up for the Foxes. Lead 188. Hartley bowls. Hanscom again turns to mid-wicket. A little bit closer to mid-wicket, but it is not picked up cleanly. So a single, again comfortable enough. 5 singles from the over. 452 for 7. Hanscom onto 126. The lead 189. Overs to go, it's probably the key figure at the moment, 15. So if they were to pull out with 12 to go, they'd have 10 at, obviously, at the Lancashire openers tonight. And I would imagine worth a try, because they'll be a bit tired.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Kind of what would the opposition least like you to do? Probably, Lancashire's point of view is go out there and try and start their second innings after a long day in the field. 189 in front. Wells to Hanscom. It's a good stop. And John Turner at backward point. No run. Late in the day, long day. Good work by Turner. That late cut down towards third man, was heading for 4. Turner not stopped it. It's thrown wide by Wells. It has Hanscom swinging after it. It has Jennings chasing after the ball. And I'm not sure what it's come off. If anything, it's a bye.
Couldn't quite reach it, Green, could he? No. He had a good old go.
He did. He put plenty into it. But not much reward. Hanscom back on strike. 127 not out. 4 for 7. That's a really good shot by Hanscom on the sweep in front of square on the leg side. God, it sounded good, didn't it? Right out the middle of the bat as well. 131 now to Hanscom. The lead is approaching 200. And he's caught that superbly. Swatted out through mid-wicket.
It looks like Essex are trying to win that one against Worcester again.
Oh, have they? Oh, yeah, they've lost another one.
Yeah.
Yeah, 167 for 6 Worcestershire. So they require 130 to win, but 4 wickets remaining.
Wells then to Hanscom. Everybody out on the leg side as Wells bowls. Hanscom lofts the drive over wide-ish, mid-off, bounces around about 10 feet or so inside the ropes, so it'll just be 4 on that occasion, but a nice lofted drive. Gave himself a little bit of room. And he and Hurst resume the conversation, which looks friendly enough. Not much you can say, is there, as the opposition?
Really?
When you're looking at sort of 460 odd and chap's got 130 odd. in goes Wells and clipped by Hanscom this time, settling for the one out towards deep mid-wicket. And picks up, throws in nicely. Hanscom on to 136. The lead 200. Wells in, bowled, back goes Green, punches it away through the vacant point area down towards the point boundary. Takes his single, moves on to 4. Leicestershire lead by 201 is outlined in yellow on the scoreboard. A very informative scoreboard. Disappears now. End of the over, as it turned out. 464 for 7, 119 gone. So what's the run rate at the moment? They've dragged it back up near to 4s. Wasn't quite enough to get maximum batting bonus points. At the moment they're looking at a return of 15 from the game, and Lancashire would take 11 if a draw is what results.
It's Hartley to Green. Reverse sweeps that towards the field at Mahmood for a single.
It's almost a reverse swat,
wasn't it? Yeah.
It
yeah.
was.
I almost thought he was going to fall over at one point.
Yeah.
His balance seemed all completely off. And he remained upright. Oh, he's gone back and played that ever so late, Hanscom. Just dropping it in towards the offside, stepping to the leg side, trying to see if he can find a route through the offside for runs. Hardly so. Hanscom darting to the leg side. Gets a single though. And that's been the attempted sweep. They've seen him bowled around his legs. And Green goes for 5.
Do they declare? No.
Yet. No, it doesn't appear to be. So that's 8 down, 466 for 8. Green bowled by Hart, looking to sweep. Bowled around his legs, and lead of 203. 8 down, do they just keep going until they're all out now? Look to try and declare it at some point. Just watching the replay back of this, just trying to help that down towards the boundary, but success for Hartley. He's actually now bowled more overs in this innings than he has done in his first-class career. He's the most he's bowled in an innings in a match. He bowled 40 when he was playing for England against India at the start of last year. Now into his 43rd, which is the most overs he's sent down in a first-class innings.
Yeah, he's earned that second wicket. Well, no. Changing the batting lineup, Ben Mike has been relegated to number 11, it would appear, because Tom Scriven is coming out at number 10. Both he and Mike are extremely competent bats. So Scriven and Hanscom having a long chat in the middle as to how they're going to play this, because there are 13 overs remaining after this, so were they to pull out at the end of this over, 11, the lead 203 at the moment. Bit surprised Scriven's coming ahead of Mike. He might just be, he was in the loo or something, Ben, because of the two, you'd back Mike to put bat to ball more effectively in terms of hitting big, but not necessarily in terms of scoring more runs.
It's Hartley to Scriven.
Ooh.
It's disappearing down towards the boundary, but Hannon's chasing after it. Oh, it's turned and gone past everything. It's gone for 4 byes. What's that back on the replay? Hartley sent this one in. pitched, gripped, turned.
Lovely.
And 4 byes. So 470 for 8. Hartley in again, balls. And he's dragged it on the reverse out to Mahmood and through for a single. 471 for 8. Well, if they've got a certain kind of number in mind in terms of a lead or potentially overs remaining, then Hanscom needs to see most of the of these final deliveries. Just turned away to square leg, but for no run fielded by Keaton Jennings. It's the end of the over, so we do have 13 remaining in the day.
Hanscom scores this season though, 63, 63, 20 and 137 not out. If it's a blob, that's quite an impressive average. I'm sure it's not remotely on his mind. Don't know though. Maybe it is.
He just seems to like batting, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. Marcus Harris went past aggregate 300 in his innings, didn't he? Seems a long time ago now. Wells is going to continue from the Statham end to Tom Scriven. He has a slip now. Bounces in and bowls. Scriven is forward. He heard the immediate call of no as he saw it going straight to Jones at extra cover. Sun comes back out at Old Trafford. It's not particularly warm though. You need to be in it and fairly well wrapped up. Wells is in, bowls, back, and there's a appeal for leg before. I think it was going down the leg side, and umpire Blackwell, I suspect, agrees. It was on the back foot. Didn't bounce too high, but it didn't sort of really turn back in, so I think it was going on to miss leg stump. Close enough to put doubt in the umpire's mind, anyway. I'll get a replay in a moment or two. In goes Wells and bowls. Back goes Scriven, works it off just outside off stump to backward point and takes the single.
Leicestershire's highest first-class total against Lancashire here at Old Trafford.
Here's the replay. Might have clipped leg, but umpire Blackwell decided he couldn't be sure. One of the better umpires on the circuit. In goes Wells, bowls, back goes Hanscom, tries to steer it away from outside off stump, but doesn't get anything on it. And nicely taken by Hurst. Both batter and wicketkeeper were sort of leaning back as it bounced a little bit.
The previous highest total Leicestershire scored here was in 1922, which was 436.
Yes, in goes Wells and bowls. Hanscom just leans forward and turns it calmly down towards wideish long on. Phillip walks in to meet the ball. Single taken. So this is their highest first-class score at Old Trafford, beating a score made more than 100 years ago. Did you say?
Yep, 1922.
22. Yep. Wells is in, bowls, drops a little bit short. Was that the googly? I think it was.
It was.
Because it turned back in. And Scriven, who'd come dancing down the pitch, had to adjust and block it out into the offside. We go on, 473 for 8 at the end of the over.
Yeah, this is the final ball of the over.
Yeah, nice one, Luke Wells.
Well, 12 to go. A lead of 210.
If you're going to pull out, you've got to give yourself 8, haven't you?
I think
6 at the very least. But
here's Hartley. And Hanscom on the sweep. It's a little thin bottom edge on that. It's also a very good stop by Josh Bohannon.
Whose throw was an interesting
one.
It
was. He did all the hard work and did it very well to stop it. And then a hand of apology for the throw.
I imagine there's one or two weary bodies though now out there.
I bet. Hartley twirling in, bowling, and that's clipped away by Scriven through straight mid-wicket for a single. Takes him to 3, 475 for 8. Well, the more Leicestershire bat on here, I guess it takes away the overs that Lancashire would have to face tonight. It's nudged away to Jennings, who would be the man, along with Michael Jones, to open the batting for Lancashire whenever that presents itself. 475 for 8, lead of 212. And change of approach from Hartley, much wider approach, curving his way up towards the crease and then bowling to Hanscom. That's worth a single for him. He moves to 140 not out. 476 for 8. I'll make that 477 for 8. Scriven moves on to 4. As he picks out Turner on the mid-wicket boundary. Lead now 214. Final ball for Tom Hartley. And just cushioned away now to short fine leg, where Bohannon fields. It's the end of the over. And we have 11 remaining of the day. Hanscom still going, 140 not out. Two wickets each from Mahmood for Turner and for Hartley. One for Balderson and one for Wells.
Synchronised sirens going down the Trafford Road. Have now disappeared. Luke Wells is going to continue. 1 for 37 for him at the moment from 7 overs. Scriven looks around him. Relatively conventional field. Wells is in, bowls down the pitch comes Scriven, gets to the pitch of the ball and drives it away through extra cover for 4. No chance for Harris at mid-off to get across to field. So nice shot from Tom Scriven. You see sort of what I was meaning when he's been coming in at 11 and he can bat.
It's actually the second highest first-class score by Leicestershire against Lancashire at any venue. And not far off their highest score in first-class cricket against Lancashire.
Wells bowls, Scriven goes back, makes room, just cuts quite delicately down towards deep backward point and takes 1.
So Leicestershire's highest first-class total against Lancashire was 493, which was in July 1910 at Leicester.
Would that be Ayleston Road? Or
yes, it was, yeah.
Okay, and goes Wells and bowls. Slog swept, well, reached for it. No, swept by Hanscom. Wasn't a slog because it's not something he kind of really does. He doesn't have that big follow-through. Out to deep mid-wicket, takes 1. 141. Lead 220. Wells bowls, little reverse sweep, very neat by Scriven down towards deep backward point. Wristy, not sure it's entirely worth the risk really. The risk reward, as they say these days. They're always the fielder out there. However, as they all seem to do these days, he connected very nicely. Moves into double figures. 10 to him. 484 221. Wells in. Hanscom goes back, works it out to mid-wicket, jogs the single. Two off the over so far, 4 and 4 singles. Wells to finish things off, comes in and bowls. Down the wicket goes Scriven, lofts it miles over, wide, long on and into, almost onto the Leicestershire balcony, I would think. Not so very far off anyway. Huge blow, and we're off. That is it. The declaration has come. So 491 for 8 declared Leicestershire, with Peter Hanscom 142 not out. They will have 8 overs at Lancashire tonight, and they lead on first innings by 2-8.
Yeah, so just finishing short, actually, what would have been a higher score by Leicestershire against Lancashire at any venue. 493 was Leicestershire's highest score previously against Lancashire, which was back in 1910. So just short of setting a new record with that declaration, but some brutal batting. It's been a pretty brutal day really for Lancashire in the field, but this Leicestershire batting card, set up beautifully by Riyad Ahmed and Sol Budinger yesterday with that century partnership. Ahmed going on to reach 3 figures today, and then Hill and Hanscom, and then contributions from Cox and Van Beek as well. And it's allowed Leicestershire to declare their first innings, and Lancashire using plenty of bowling resources. A couple of wickets for Saqib Mahmood, 2 for John Turner, 2 for Tom Hartley. He's bowled 44 overs. That's the most he's sent down in an innings in first-class cricket. 1 each for Bolson and for Wells. So 491 for 8 declared Leicestershire, and that is a first innings lead of 228 runs, and we have 8 overs remaining in the day's play for Lancashire in their second innings to try and negotiate. We'll take a little break and we'll come back in about 10 minutes.
Two names rich in history. Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, a partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Two names rich in history, Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, a partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford for the final 8 overs on this third day of the Rothesay County Championship Division 2 match between Lancashire and Leicestershire. Leicestershire having just declared their first innings on 491 for 8, a lead of 228 on first innings. Some debate about whether they should have pulled out a little bit earlier, but we've seen various weather forecasts for tomorrow, one of which is cataclysmically bad, actually. So it says 95% chance of rain from sort of early morning, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock onwards, basically, till about 1, by which time we'll all be swimming home, perhaps. So it may all be academic, but if Leicestershire can pick up 1 or 2 wickets tonight, you never quite know. Ian Holland is going to bowl for the Foxes from the Anderson end, the pavilion end here at Old Trafford. Comes in and bowls straight. Nice high left elbow from Michael Jones as he blocks that one down the pitch on the onside. Walks away twiddling his bat. You'd have pulled out earlier, Skipper?
Yeah, I think so. I think there's plenty of runs on the board for Leicestershire, and with the time and the survival mode that Lancashire will be in, you know, they're not going to get them runs at the trail bar very quickly either.
Holland is in, bowls. Jones again defends in much the same way to much the same place. I tend to agree, you know, Leicestershire are not going to lose this game now. That is for sure. You know, Lancashire are not going to get a quick 350 and the wicket going to be turning square in the final session or anything like that, I don't think.
I think Leicestershire probably could have gone a bit more intent, probably straight after tea, and then it would have forced that declaration a little sooner as well.
Holland is in, bowls. Jones is shuffling down the pitch slightly, and then lifting his bat as it swings through into the gloves of Ben Cox behind the stumps.
There's two contrasting styles now. Lancashire in survival mode and Leicestershire in full attack mode.
3 slips. No gully. Unlikely to go for the big flashy drive, are they? Holland casting a long shadow is in and bowls and sneaks one past the outside edge of Jones's bat. He rehearses the sort of leaving the bat lifted, but he did have a little play at that one, I think, or at least played down the wrong line at it. Not so little.
Yeah, I think that was certainly a play and a miss, wasn't it? Very hard-handed from Jones. Leandra's hands pushing ahead of the body.
Holland is in, bowls to him. He leaves this time, once bitten. Bowled in the first innings by Holland for 10. Trying to remember the dismissal. Can't really.
I think it was he held the pose for a while, didn't he? He was very surprised.
Yes,
he thought he covered all the stumps.
Yeah, he did. Middle stump, wasn't it? I think, out of the ground. Maybe wrong. Holland is in and bowls. Jones is pushing firmly at that one out to Budinger, who, having fielded in the covers, turns and makes as though he's ready to throw the bowl at the stumps at the non-striker's end. Keaton Jennings, of course, had gone nowhere, so Leicestershire start their second innings bowling with a maiden.
Yeah, good start from Holland. Playing a miss from Jones as well in that over, so a little bit of shape away from the Lancashire right-hander. Lancashire was still obviously not reckless, but you still want to be positive. You don't want to get into that negative mindset too much.
I think if you offered them 5 for none at the end of play, they'd take it.
Oh yeah.
I don't think they're too worried about being 30 for none.
Certainly not, but don't want to get into that very relaxed negative mindset where sometimes you can just play at one because you're so calm in defence, in such a defensive mindset. Sometimes you find yourself playing at one that you're happy to go through to the keeper. Van Beek's going to start round the wicket to the Lancashire skipper, Keaton Jennings. And he finds the inside edge of Keaton Jennings, runs it down to fine leg. He's off the mark straight away. I don't think Leicestershire will mind that too much. I think they can bowl most of the deliveries at Jones. I think they'll fancy their chances to get an early-ish wicket. Try and get 1 or 2 tonight in these 8 overs. They'll be very happy with that. It'll seal off a brilliant day for Leicestershire. Van Bacon. And Jones tucks that nicely off his hips. He's timed that really well. This outfield's been super quick all day. Most shots that have just been pushed through the ring have flew to the boundary. And it's a nice shot from Jones off his hips. Just Van Beek just straying off his line a little bit to the right-hander, not quite adjusting. 3 slips away. Van Beek targeting them stumps. Jones just plays that to mid-on for no run. Three slips. Third man cover. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And a fine leg for Van Beek. Then he comes past the umpire down the leg side, and I think Jones ends up pulling out of the shot. Looks to play it on the leg side, but it goes through to the keeper for no run.
Crowd, not what it was, but plenty of people are staying with it. Want to see if they can encourage Lancashire through to the close.
Yeah, a couple of people still on the hotel balconies. As Van Beek hits a nice line of length, just getting Jones playing. Just stuck on the crease a little bit there. Jones not quite getting his body weight forward into the ball, finds the inside edge, which goes into the onside for no run. Yeah, some of the hotel rooms are still filled up with most likely travelling members of the football sides, supporters. Van Bacon and Jones, body weight coming more into that ball, looking more solid behind that one. And that's the end of the second over, 5 for none Lancashire.
Rian Ahmed is sort of bowling a few looseness as he runs back to his position at third slip. Whether they might just give him an over or two before the close. I'm inclined to think that the finger spinner might be. Wells didn't turn it too much, and the finger spinner Kimber might be a better bet. We shall see if either of them bowl at all. Keaton Jennings is taking a guard well in front of the crease. Kicks the bit of dust away, although the ground staff have swept it, of course. Swept it clear. Takes guard. He's standing outside his crease. As round the wicket comes Ian Holland, bowls to him, sneaks past the outside edge. There's an appeal for a catch behind. Has he raised his finger? Yes, he has. Just very quickly, and I barely saw umpire Blackwell raise his finger. Oh, it's flicked the stumps. Yep, it has flicked the stumps. I beg your pardon. Well, just sneaked past the outside edge, and Keaton Jennings, well, it's been a long day and it hasn't ended well for the Lancashire skipper. He stood there in almost disbelief there, and it had just sneaked past, flicked the stumps. The bails are off, and off walks the Lancashire skipper, and Lancashire 5 for 1, needing 229 simply to make Leicestershire bat again.
Yeah, any viewers watching on Lancs TV would have seen the highlight then. He went through the bat and pad of Keaton Jennings, beat him on the inside edge, just clipped the stumps. So often Jennings covers all of his stumps. I reckon that's why he was so baffled that he's been bowled. He's often someone when a seamer comes round the wicket to him, he walks across and covers all 3 of the stumps. But it's a beautiful delivery from Holland. And that is such a big wicket for Leicestershire. Lancashire's talisman, the leader, the one who makes big runs year in, year out. He's gone.
Time for a night watchman. Anderson Phillips coming to the crease.
There's another highlight of that delivery.
Yeah,
Looks to shape away, but it just goes on. Even Holland doesn't realise.
No, he stood, didn't he, for a moment, and has that gone through? Yes, it has.
Here's where Leicestershire can be really attacking with the field. Night watchman in. Maybe get someone under the helmet for an inside edge onto pad.
Yeah.
Just sticking with the three slips. Love to see someone under the helmet. Challenge the night watchman to be strong in his defence.
Holland over the wicket, bowls to Philip, and there he is with a ball that just rises at him a little bit. He takes his bottom hand off the bat, actually plays it pretty well, just manages to keep it down and push it behind him, but bearing out exactly what you were saying there, really, Callum. There's a little bit of zip bounce, and could easily have shovelled that towards short leg. Didn't.
Yeah, it's not a sight that, well, it is a sight that Lancashire fans will be used to. The night watchman coming in, third successive innings.
Holland is in, bowls. Oh, a leave of sorts from Jones, but wow, that was a late one, and he may well have had a feel for that one. It is all happening out there. I'm going to have to nip and do an update. BBC Radio Leicester are interested.
The third successive innings that Lancashire have had to use a night watchman. Anderson Phillip in both innings against Northants last week did the role, and all of a sudden this Emirates Old Trafford surface is looking a little bit tasty. Oh, that's an edge from Jones. Carries just short of second slip. Love Leicestershire to be a little bit more attacking here as a Leicestershire supporter. Surely you want to see a couple more catches round the bat. Lancashire in full survival mode. Any fours or boundaries, or even just ones and twos at the moment, really do not matter. Get your men in, get your men around the back, catching, pile that pressure on. In comes Holland. Nicely again outside the line of off stump. Jones pulls his arms away, allows that one through to Cox with the gloves. All of a sudden it's got a little bit interesting, Scott.
Has it just a bit, yeah. Just fell short that edge, didn't it? Just dropped a little short, but it's terrific over this by Ian Holland. He bowled beautifully in the first innings. And a horrible time for Lancashire to come out and bat, and Leicestershire have got the tails up.
In Holland comes again from the James Anderson end. Jones takes a step down the pitch, solidly behind that one. That's the end of the third over. 6 for 1 Lancashire.
Yeah, Keaton Jennings, ball by Ian Holland. It just kissed the top of off stump, didn't it? It was just the faintest deflection. And because watching it live at first, I thought also too that it was just a little edge behind, and then you just realised that the bail had been dislodged. It just flicked the off stump to the horror of Keaton Jennings, Lancashire's captain. And as you mentioned, Callum, it's a familiar sight now. Anderson Phillip, he did it twice last week in both innings against Northamptonshire. And out again as night watchman. And he's he's leaving that one. It's Phillip. Through it goes to Ben Cox from Logan Van Beek. There's no run. Lancashire counting down the overs remaining in the day.
I'm so surprised they've got a third man and a fine leg to a night watchman. You're 222 runs ahead. 4.5 overs remaining in the day. Lancashire not looking to score a run at all. Get your men around the bat. Create some pressure.
Van Beek in left. Swings away into the gloves of the keeper. There's no run. I can absolutely understand it. Actually, saying that, we were questioning it in the first innings, because the ball was doing loads on the morning of the first day, and it was fine leg third man all the way through. But in this situation, I mean,
just
runs are irrelevant,
defensive, doesn't it? Exactly. Just seems a little bit defensive to me for Leicestershire.
Van Beek in balls, and Phillip having to play and defend. defend the top of his off stump, which he does.
Even a man just under the helmet as a batter, when you know you've got someone that close, you know sometimes you have to go harder at the ball because you want to avoid that man. And then when you're going harder at the ball, you're bringing slips into play. So there's so many little battles in your mind that you're playing with when you've got that close catcher in.
Van Beek to Phillip. Oh, that's a beauty. That is a terrific delivery by Logan Van Beek, which would be too good for most batters.
I was going to say, I don't think a 3, 4, 5's hitting that one. Never mind a night watchman. That is an absolute beauty from Van Beek. And all of a sudden, it looks like the game's moved on to a different wicket.
Doesn't it just? It's amazing, isn't it? When you watch Leicestershire here, bowling left by Phillip, that comes back in, the keeper taking it away to his left-hand side. I mean, Lancashire took a second new ball, bowlers are tired, batters are in, did nothing. Leicestershire declare, runs on the board, all of a sudden, looks an absolute nightmare to battle. 6 for 1. 4 overs left in the day. Lancashire trail by 222. Here's Van Beek in, bowls to Phillip. He does well to get that off him, really. Just nudging it behind square on the leg side. He'll do his job and jog up the other end to take a single and to be on strike for the next over. But a terrific start by Logan Van Beek from this Brian Statham end, and that delivery was an absolute ripper just a few balls ago. 7 for 1. Right at the back end of the third day. It's been a long old day for Lancashire. The Foxes have enjoyed their Easter Sunday in Manchester. And I suspect are quite enjoying this at the minute as well. And why not? They deserve to be in this position where they can put pressure on. They've been excellent.
Yeah, they certainly have. We've had a brilliant day. If they can sneak another wicket in, it'll seal it off, certainly. Holland in. Anderson Phillip allowing that one through to the keeper. Not missed the line of length at all so far, the Leicestershire Foxes. Started really well, shaping the ball nicely. It's like this life's got an extra little bit of... This pitch has got some extra little bit of life in it. Bit of pace, bit of bounce. The ball just swinging around a little bit. 23 balls remaining for Lancashire. That's in their mind, isn't it? It's a big appeal. It's gone. Anderson Phillip, the night watchman. Third successive time Lancashire have used a night watchman. And sadly, he won't be coming back in the morning. He's gone. And Lancashire, whoever they send out now, is going to have to use... Well, do they use another night watchman? Or do they send in one of the top order batters? But another beauty from Holland, this time coming into the night watchman. And he's been given LBW. Any viewers on Lancs TV
swung back in.
Will see the shape of that ball. He's been sending everything away to the right-hander. He sets him up perfectly, drags him across, sends in the in-swinger. And Leicestershire Foxes, they're flying at the moment. 7 for 2 Lancashire in real trouble.
It's a really good piece of bowling, isn't it? Because of what's happened in the previous couple of overs from Holland, getting the ball to shape away, and that one just comes. You can see it back on the replay. The way that ball dips back in towards Anderson Phillip. It's a really good piece of bowling for viewers on Lancs TV here. Just watch as that comes back in towards Phillip. Pins him on the back leg. You know straight away the batter is crouching down. He's hoping that maybe the umpire doesn't see something different, but it is out. And Lancashire 7 for 2. And Josh Bohannon does come out to join Michael Jones.
Yeah, the vice-captain, Josh Bohannon, on the back of a good 100 against Northants. Not many in the first innings, though, against Leicestershire. Now look to get him cheaply again. 3.4 overs remaining, 22 deliveries. Leicestershire will fancy their chances to have Lancashire 3 down now. Holland in. Well, Hannon solidly behind that one. Holland making him play. Every ball is offering a challenge to the Lancashire top order.
That's the key, isn't it? And it was the same on Friday as well. The way that Holland and, to a lesser degree, Van Beek made the batters play. It was a terrific opening spell on Friday, and they started again beautifully here.
Holland past the umpire. Jones. Sorry, Bohannon playing forward into the offside for no run. 7 for 2 Lancashire. In real trouble. Holland 2 for 1 off his 2.4 overs so far.
It's what I was saying earlier, really. They're getting just that more from the ball somehow. Yeah. Certainly Holland.
All of a sudden got a little bit tasty out there. Holland in, and he finds the outside edge of Bohannon, but it runs away for 4. Just beats Rehan Ahmed in 3rd slip. I think it would have been perfect for a 4th slip. I think it would have been fell nicely for another catcher in there, but sadly it goes to the right of Rehan Ahmed.
Should they have a 4th slip? They should, really. You feel?
We were just chatting, me and Scott, a moment ago. We just feel Leicestershire could be a little bit more attacking. Fine leg, get him in there as catching. You know, a 4 here and there. It really does not matter at this stage of the game. I'd love to see another catcher in there. I'd love to see someone under the helmet, close in. It's in come Holland, making Bohannon play, who covers all 3 stumps, plays into the onside for no run. 11 for 2, Lancashire. And that's a brilliant over from Holland, taking the wicket of the night watchman, Anderson Phillip, with a beautiful in-swinger, setting him up the ball before with a big away swinger.
Three overs to go. The first of which will be bowled by Logan Van Beek. He was finding a little bit of extra something towards the end of his previous over as well. 2 overs for 6 for Van Beek. Now they are going to have, what are they going to have? An extra, they have got 4 slips now. Well, it's been a while since I've seen Leicestershire bowl with 4 slips. Hill has to run across to, they don't have a 3rd man, they just have the long leg. Van Beek into Jones, outside off stump, edged. Oh, dropped it. First slip, straight into Kimber's breadbasket, and he's put it down. I can't believe that. Reaching for the wide one, it carried beautifully. Kimber, who's got a very good pair of hands, put it down. 11 for 3 should be the score. It's still 11 for 2. Van Beek can't believe it, and frankly, neither can I.
Yeah, such a loose shot from Jones. Way
Reaching
outside
for the wide one.
The line of off stump. Just leave that one through. He didn't even look back as well. He thought it was a simple catch, which it should have been. He gets a lifeline.
Van Beek in again to Jones, who shuffles down the pitch before defending just outside the off stump on the back foot, dropping it out towards Walker, who's at point. Well, poor Louis Kimber failed with the bat again. Now he's put down what by first slip standards was a reasonably straightforward chance. It was about knee high when it got to him.
Yeah,
but it went straight to him.
One of the easiest slip catches you'll get.
Van Beek in again. Jones shuffles down, leaves outside off stump.
It's a real mental battle for Jones. He's not really got many runs this season. Got a few starts in the first fixture at Middlesex, at Lords, but he's had to battle, and he's had to be in a couple of situations like this against Northamptonshire as well.
Van Beek turns, runs in, bowls and bowled him! Jones gets ones which may just have stayed a little bit low on off stump. He was shuffling down. He's down almost on his knees, squatting down now, but the off stump is leaning back. To me, that just stayed a touch low, but it did come back in, and Jones was beaten to the wide, 11 for 3. So the Kimber drop, well, he will be a very relieved young man, Louis Kimber. It has not proven expensive. Lancashire on the ropes, 11 for 3.
Another beautiful delivery. Anyone on Lancs TV who is still tuning in, you just see Van Beek goes a little bit wider on the crease. He angles it into Jones. It comes in further off the pitch.
Didn't stay that low.
No, I think it's more Jones just hanging back a little bit. It goes under his bat. But I think it's just the exaggeration of the movement. It was still a pretty decent length delivery. And this, now for Lancashire, really is a disastrous start.
What a day it's been for the Foxes. But is the weather going to come to the rescue of Lancashire? We will find out tomorrow. Marcus Harris comes to the crease. Well, he won't be fazed by the situation. He won't change anything. Is he going to stand in the way of his former teammates? He's going to do his very best, that's for sure.
Much as the Leicestershire lads would have wanted Harris in, I think if you said to them at the start of this innings, do you think you're going to see Harris tonight? I think they might have laughed at you themselves. Lancashire 3 down in 5.4 overs. Harris and Bohannon in the middle. Jennings, Anderson, Phillip and Jones gone. The 2 openers on a night watchman.
Imagine if they were to get Harris tonight.
Either of these two, I think, as well. Just even if you got Bohannon.
Yes, the man in form, Bohannon or Harris. Either would do as far as Leicester are concerned. In goes Van Beek. Bowls to Harris outside off stump, and I think he played at that one. Might say he played deliberately inside the line. He stretched forward, but there was a little bit of bounce. Might just have straightened a fraction. Went past the outside edge into the gloves of Ben Cox. Good theatre, as they say out there at the moment. Harris wants somebody sitting down behind the bowler's arm. Yep, they are sitting down now, perhaps on a balcony. Van Beek is in. Bowls. Harris defends on the off stump, calmly dropping it out into the offside. End of Van Beek's over, a successful one in the end. Catch dropped, but then wicket taken. 11 for 3 off 6, 2 overs to go tonight.
It's the beauty of long format cricket, isn't it? It's the beauty of momentum and that attacking nature. Leicestershire, all out attack, positive mindsets, momentum with them. Lancashire stuck in that negative mindset of trying to survive. The momentum fully shifting into Leicestershire's dressing room. It's been a brilliant day. Not many better days. Piling on the runs and then getting 3 late wickets. Could be more yet. Oh, and he beats the outside edge of Josh Bohannon. First up does Holland. These Leicestershire opening bowlers are finding something out of this pitch that none of the Lancashire bowlers could have found today. All of a sudden, this flat Old Trafford wicket looks like a green seamer that's doing all sorts. 11 for 3 Lancashire. As in comes Holland. Oh, and Bohannon drives uppishly. But it's wide of the bowler on his follow through. Playing way ahead of himself there, Josh Bohannon.
An interesting shot.
And again, that's just nerves and pressure. Hard hands. Even though you don't want Marcus Harris exposed to this, you probably feel as someone who's played plenty of international cricket, you probably feel he's the best man to actually be out there to try and battle through to the end for Lancashire. to try and deal with all this pressure. He's going to come round the wicket to the left-hander. 4 slips. Await. Harris forward onto the front foot confidently. Behind the ball. He's getting it moving both ways, is Holland. It looks more natural going out to the right-hander and then going in as his surprise ball, so he might try and look to shape a couple into Harris here and then send the away swinger to him as he in comes. Fuller of a length, Harris pushes that to mid-on for no run. 2 deliveries left in this 7th over. 1 over remains after this. 12 for 3 Lancashire. 216 runs behind. In comes Holland. Harris leaves that one. Allows that one through to the keeper. You can hear the sound of rain dances all around Lancashire. Ready for tomorrow. Lancashire 12 for 3.
The forecast suggesting it might oblige. You never know, though.
Last ball of Holland's spell tonight. And he gets Harris playing forward. It's been a brilliant 3 overs from Holland. 2 wickets for 6 runs. Oh, sorry, 4 overs for Holland. You got the big wicket of Jennings bowled through the gate, beating his inside edge. And then you got Anderson Phillip as well with a beauty, sending it back into the night watchman, LBW.
1 over to survive then for Messrs Bohannon and Harris tonight, that is. Bohannon will take strike with 4 slips behind him against Logan Van Beek in bright sunshine, glorious sunshine, although the shadow of the point almost coming to the pitch now. Van Beek is in, Bohannon is solidly forward, bat and pad close together. Van Beek sort of feels in his follow through, whether he was trying to flick it at the stumps there, I'm not quite sure. Budinger came in to complete the fielding from mid-wicket. Green at 4th slip, unaccustomed there. Kimber at 1st, Hanscom 2nd, Ahmed 3rd, Green 4th. Van Beek is in and bowls. Nice shape to the delivery, but again, Bohannon solid behind it, leaning forward on off stump. Wasn't quite held down the seam. You could see the seam rotating in the sun there, glinting in the sun. But the wisdom in this game has been that the new ball, it's been 8 or 10 overs before it started to sort of, the lacquer's worn off and it's done something. But this is, they've got something out of this from the start, haven't they? Holland and now Van Beek, who is in and bowls. Fuller this time, and that is steered away for 4. He's not going to be chased. I don't think he's going to chase that one down. No, he's not. Walker, though, he gave it his best shot. It was a full delivery. Unfortunately, it was a bit too full and swung out from Van Beek and just had to connect, really, Bohannon, and he did. Picks up 4, 16 for 3 runs at the moment. Something of an irrelevance.
Yeah, good shot in the end from Bohannon. A little aerial. His body weight just hanging back a little bit in that defensive mindset, which you can't blame him. Lancashire 16 for 3. But he takes advantage of an over-pitch delivery and picks him, gets a boundary.
And Baker's in, bowls straighter this time, and lots of oohs and ahs as though they thought that was going to get through onto the pad. He examines the bottom of his bat, rather, and just got down on that. Puts a thumb up to Harris, who's just standing calmly, legs crossed, left hand on hip. 2 to go. Deliveries today, that is. Van Beek turns, straightish run, in, Bowles. Oh, bounces up at Bahanan, who is taking his bottom hand off the bat, looking hugely uncomfortable on the back foot as he shovels that one out to the covers. And there's no run. Wanders down and prods at the minefield that has suddenly emerged at Old Trafford. Looked as flat as a pancake throughout the day, didn't it? Really?
They're just going to extend it here now as well. One ball remaining, but they're just calling for the helmet. Just going to keep the Lancashire batters out there for a little bit longer. Just while they wait. The fielder's going to go in under the helmet on the leg side, you'd think. One ball for Lancashire's vice-captain to survive.
Pinches the man under the lid, tucks his cap into the back of his trousers, puts on the box, puts on the helmet, ready to go. In comes Van Beek. Bowls on again into the body of Bahanan it goes. His bottom hand is off the bat. He's trying to shovel it into the leg side. It doesn't get anything on it. Thumps into the pad, the thigh pad area, perhaps even just below the ribs, and bounces out into the leg side. He survives, and that is, not much. That's the best that can be said, really. He's gotten through. He's 9 not out. Harris has yet to score. But Lancashire very much on the ropes at the end of day 3 here at Emirates Old Trafford. They are going in to the close on 16 for 3, needing 229 to make Leicestershire bat again. If the weather's anything like tomorrow, the Foxes will be reasonably confident of enforcing victory. Would be their second of the season, but the forecast isn't particularly good. We shall see. We'll be back here tomorrow, bright and early, in the hope of seeing play. I suspect what it does mean is that we'll be here fairly late, in the hope, Leicestershire will be hoping that if it does dry up sort of early afternoon, that they might yet get the evening session or something like that. Either way, they are, I think it's fair to say, Callum, on top.
Yeah, they certainly are. What a brilliant day's play for Leicestershire. 3 brilliant days for them so far, and they'll be open. The weather can just hold off. They'll be open for a miracle tomorrow that the forecast aren't right. They can hold off, and then they can try and come away from Emirates Old Trafford with a victory. Lancashire find themselves again turning up on day 4 in survival mode, trying to save the game. And that's what Lancashire will be open to do tomorrow. Whether it's rain or whether it's them batting through the day, Lancashire will be open to hold on for a draw. But that's it from us at Emirates Old Trafford here on Lancs TV and BBC Sports Radio website and app. And we'll be back tomorrow for day 4 of this thrilling encounter.
Two names rich in history. Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.